A reader's note. This book is told by Kosta Danaos in the first person. This is not about myself. Also, this recording is not official, and I will pull it down if requested by the author. All rights are reserved to Kosta Danaos. I have not included the appendix, which may explain a little more and is referenced, so I encourage you to seek out the book if you would like to read that. Thank you. The Magus of Java, Teachings of an Authentic Taoist, Immortal, by Kosta Danaos. Introduction. Imagine a world where mind and soul of man are free to reach their greatest potential, where powers once considered supernatural or paranormal are a simple act of life. Imagine a place where diseases hitherto thought incurable can be treated with uncomplicated administration of the healer's own abundant life energy. A place where mankind can readily communicate with earthbound spirits, where powerful yogis can speak with their creator God himself. Wouldn't it be wonderful to dwell in such a domain? The stuff of fairy tales, myths and legends, storybooks and Hollywood celluloid? Wouldn't life have a distinct flavor, a tangy zest, if such things were indeed true? Welcome to my world. I live in such a place where all the extraordinary things that I have suggested are real and incontrovertible. In my world, Western science and Eastern mysticism walk hand in hand, embraced and inseparable, mirror aspects of the same reality, equally factual and valid. The opportunity to grow is there every waking moment, the gift of our own great potential. You might suppose that such a destiny is far away, but in truth, it is at mankind's doorstep. There can be no doubt that humanity is once again in the process of changing. Traditions are evolving as cross-cultural barriers continue to fall. Old values, ideas, and concepts are no longer blindly accepted. People of all creeds, races, and nations have become less hesitant to ask why. The mind of man is in a frenzy as never before, technology growing logarithmically by leaps and bounds. We have set foot on the moon and touched the bottom of the ocean. We have moved many times the speed of sound and have viewed the faces of the planets around us. We control the power of the atom and can replace a crippled human heart with that of a suitable and willing donor. We are a step away from creating an artificial, silicon-based intelligence. We have even invaded the sanctity of the gene and created clones. It seems that our quest for knowledge is constrained only by energy, time, and financial allocation. We have made much social progress. Despite discriminatory distribution, education levels are at an all-time high for the human race. The phenomenon of human serfdom and subjugation is on the wane. Rebellion is evident all over the world. People are aware of their rights and willing to fight, perhaps even to die for them. No simple thing this, when you consider that the economies of all historic empires were founded on slavery. Even more stirring is the fact that many individuals are now willing to fight and die for other people's rights, perhaps more so than in any other period in our history. What is equally important is the self-sacrifice of these heroes is not based on any specific religious belief or practice, but rather in the simple conviction that the human rights deserve to be protected. There is backlash to this, of course. Ethnic and religious fanaticism is on the rise. Fascism troubles us once more. Multinational corporations abuse their power at will for greater profits, bribing corrupt governments to rape their land and use their own citizens. The planet's ecological balance has been destroyed, permanently some people claim. Our flora and fauna are dying, the planet suffering, the almighty dollar rules, and consumerism is the creed of the day. It seems that for all our power, for we are powerful, we have yet to answer the fundamental questions of life. Who are we? Where are we going? Why are we here? What are our inherent capabilities? What our final potential? Do we live after death, as is believed? What is true happiness, and how can we reach it? Is there indeed a Creator God? The list is endless, as old as man himself. It is possible for us to answer these questions. The secret, successful resolution of these basic inquiries, however, is that we must make a committed effort as a species, not as nations or group of people, to find these answers. The method required is as simple and as difficult as that. Humanity has developed along many different lines. There are as many cultural approaches to life as there are natural and sensory stimuli. Some cultures are visual, others acoustic, others olfactory, and others intuitive. It is hard to quantify human culture with precision, and such an analysis is far beyond the scope of this book. However, it is possible to say, speaking very generally, that as a dominant tendency, Western science has turned outward, its intent being to quantify and modify man's environment to suit man's wishes. Eastern science, on the other hand, has turned inward, attempting to quantify and develop the innate capabilities of the human species and understand its role in the scheme of things. While it is very dangerous and unscientific to make statements of this sort, for the time being it is important that I take this standpoint, if for no other reason than to clarify the purpose of this text. Let me return to the phrase, a committed effort as a species. This statement implies that we human beings must pierce through our ethnic and national barriers and work together. History tells us that incredible events have unfolded whenever we are able to temporarily cross our self-imposed thresholds. The Hellenistic age, for example, clearly shows us what can be achieved through cultural interaction. In the 4th century BC, ancient Greece met with ancient India, and the destiny of the world was forever and quite radically changed. The exploits of King Alexander and his men, however, are not directly pertinent to this book. The point is there is no reason that we today cannot duplicate what the ancients achieved then, and that is to learn from each other in order to grow, to survive, perhaps even to thrive. In the 19th century, Kipling wrote, "East is east, west is west, and never the twain shall meet." He was wrong. East is meeting west today, and will continue to do so if we can just nurture their union. To realize this, we must ensure that both cultures approach each other with mutual respect, open themselves completely to each other, and share their conclusions. It is not an easy task. Chinese culture, and more specifically Taoist culture, has taken the West by storm. Acupuncture is practiced everywhere. Chinese restaurants are ubiquitous. Kung fu movies and TV shows are popular far and wide. Meditation has been recognized as a bio-behavioral state by Western medicine. The Tao Te Ching is being read by university students all over the world, and many Western businessmen are using the I Ching and Feng Shui, the Chinese divination methods, in their day-to-day decision-making. And yet, despite the popular appeal of Chinese Taoist culture, a fine fusion of East and West has only begun to take place in recent years. For the most part, people in the West either entirely reject Eastern approach as mumbo-jumbo, or embrace it with religious fervor as more ancient and spiritual than Western science. Both of these attitudes are erroneous. The first presumptuously rejects the Chinese learning. The second takes tried and proven biophysical techniques developed by over millennia and turns them into dogma. This problem is compounded by the fact that many Westerners and Chinese alike are too eager to push what little tidbits of knowledge they have down consumers' throats in a desperate quest for money. The Chinese themselves are responsible for much of this. There is unfortunately no such thing as Chinese science. Instead, there are family and clan sciences and arts developed by the Chinese nation over millennia. The knowledge developed by the Chinese was never widespread, not even within China itself. It was the prerogative and the power base of the privileged few and their families. In the past, a Chinese master never taught his apprentices 100% of his knowledge. Instead, they retained, say, the foremost 10% for himself alone. Perhaps he would even write down the rest in the document for his favorite student to be opened after his death. The result of this approach was that the sum of each clan's learning decreased by 10% with each generation, until some charismatic student was able to decipher the mystery and return the status of the original teacher, at which point the cycle went on with the students and so forth. The capabilities and exploits of the masters became the stuff of legend, and later the story of the Chinese opera. Today they are in essence of all kung fu movies. To make matters worse, the masters almost never worked together. The concept of a Western university where knowledge is shared and experiences are compared was an alien one for them. Power was meant to be used for profit, material, and spiritual. More often than not, martial masters challenged each other. Much knowledge was forfeited in this manner because the best master frequently lost his life as well. To our Western culture, such an approach seems shocking, to say the least. Information dissemination is evident everywhere. Indeed, it is difficult, even undesirable to keep knowledge secret or proprietary in our society. Yet there is a way that a complete union of these two cultures can be accomplished, and that is simply by the creation of a new science that is neither Eastern nor Western, but a union of both. Bold visionaries of generations past have foretold such a discipline. I believe that it is mankind's destiny to come together in this fashion, and that such science, combining the orthological approach of the West with the mystical discipline of the East, is being forged in our day and age. This story, in essence, represents the future direction chosen by humanity's awakening desire for a better life and a higher truth. You will find many parallels with readily available existing texts. The main difference, however, between this book and any other is that it is representative of a working, extant system, not a historical accounting of something that once was. It is fact, not supposition, or dogmatic system of beliefs. There is a man in Indonesia who is a master of the ancient Chinese science of Neikung, or internal power. His name is John Chang, and he is my teacher. Mr. Chang was first presented to the world in an award-winning documentary series, Ring of Fire, filmed by the brothers Lauren and Lawrence Blair. His privacy was protected by the rather ignominious pseudonym Dynamo Jack. In this documentary, Master Chang shocked the world by demonstrating the impossible. First, he generated an electrical current of high amperage inside his own body to heal Lauren of an eye infection. Then he zapped Lawrence and their sound recordist, utilizing the same energy. In a dramatic conclusion, Master Chang then used his bioenergy to set a crumpled up newspaper ablaze, warning the researchers that the same power that he had healed Lauren could also be used to kill a man as well. It was the first documented demonstration of Neikung given to the Western world. What is even more amazing is that tens of thousands of people around the world, myself included, readily believed it, and that the two brothers had no idea what it was they were filming at the time. In order for you to fully understand what the term Neikung implies, you'll have to work your way through this text. What is important at this point is that for the first time in human development, a man who, according to Chinese culture, is a Xian, a Taoist immortal, is willing to come forth and reveal to the West the truth behind his teaching. John Chang is unique in the annals of mankind. Like the Jedi Knights of the Star Wars saga, he has amazing preternatural abilities: telekinesis, pyrogenesis, electrogenesis, telepathy, levitation, remote viewing, even astral projection, for lack of a better term. Thousands of people have witnessed him do these things. My teacher's power is unfathomable to the Western mind. A small percentage of its accumulated energy can instantly overpower or heal a human being or larger animal. And yet, Mr. Chang is a Westerner, a resident of urban Java. He visits Europe and the United States often. He has searched through China for others like himself with the intent of learning and sharing. A unique trait for one such as he, as you will discover. It could be said that Mr. Chang is the ultimate combination of East and West, or, more poetically, that in the bridge between East and West, he is one of the foundation towers. This text will essentially cover the life, history, and preliminary teachings of John Chang. I have attempted to follow the methods suggested by the Jedi and present Eastern concepts in a manner that all Westerners can understand. As such, I pray this volume will be up to the task and honor John Chang and his teachings. Perhaps we are indeed fortunate to be living in that time in our development when God has decreed that the separate branches of the human science come together. Perhaps we of the West need the East to save our world from ourselves. Kosta Danaos, Athens, Greece. Chapter 1. Looking Through the Mirror. First Contact. I am by training a scientist and have degrees in 2 fields of engineering. Among other things, I have been employed as a senior project engineer by one of the largest corporations in the world. Logic and social stereotyping would dictate that I am not the sort of person who readily believes what he hears or sees in film format, that things would have to be repeatedly proven to me for me to question my established pattern of beliefs. When I saw the documentary, however, I did not doubt its credibility for a second. I knew that what I was witnessing was real, that it was neither special effects nor fraud. I was sure of it. Perhaps it is the coming of the new millennium that allows this. That a man schooled in Western thought and science can look at a deviation from the accepted laws of nature and say, this is real. As I mentioned earlier, the well-known documentary by the brothers Lauren and Lawrence Blair called Ring of Fire depicts a nondescript Oriental man doing what is impossible according to our Western branch of medical knowledge and our Western science of physics, using his own internal bioenergy to light a newspaper on fire. This was accomplished with a minimum of fuss, almost nonchalantly. The man waited until the film crew was ready, looked up to check with the cameraman, steadied his right palm over a crumpled newspaper, tensed his body, and set the paper ablaze. It was obvious to the viewer that some kind of potent energy was being generated from the man's open palm, so much so that the paper burst into a roaring flame. There are at least two ways that this feat could have been accomplished as an illusion. One is that the filmmakers were collaborating with the man and through special effects perpetuating a hoax. The other is that it was the man himself who was tricking the researchers, having slipped a piece of phosphorus or some other inflammable into the crumpled paper and timing his display to coincide with the chemical's oxidation. But I knew that neither was the case. I knew that I was looking at the real McCoys, so to speak. There were reasons for this, the most important being the man himself. He was a well-built but small Oriental, smiling and unpretentious. He appeared to be of indeterminate age, with a full head of thick black hair and the skin of youth, but his eyes were eyes of an ancient, and sincerity shone through him. His voice was caring and compassionate, without guile. He was even nervous in front of the camera. Most important, it appeared that the man had nothing to gain from the display. Neither his name nor his location was disclosed by the researchers, and he certainly wasn't asking anyone for money. None of these things occurred to me at the time, however. In that moment when I first saw the video, I knew only one thing, that I had finally, after 25 years of searching, met my master. It was shocking. I looked at him and knew him, and nothing could sway me from going to him. Like many people of my generation, I had been studying the martial arts for a long time. I had started at the age of 10 and drifted through a series of Oriental fighting arts to finally settle on Japanese jiu-jitsu in my early 20s. What I had been searching for was simple. I wanted what the actor David Carradine had so eloquently portrayed in the now classic hit series Kung Fu. I wanted art whose masters were wise, enlightened by philosophers, who could kill a tiger with a punch if they had to, yet aboard the violence they were trained for. I wanted an art whose practitioners would actually grow stronger with age rather than weaker. I wanted an art through which my teacher would indeed teach me about myself and the world around me. I wanted to be Kwai Chang Caine. I had searched around the world for such a mentor. What I had found generally fell into three categories. Enlightened philosophers who could not punch their way out of a paper bag given the opportunity. Total animals who were great fighters but whom a civilized man would not invite into his house. And individuals who appeared to be exactly what I was searching for but inadequate to the task, ultimately displaying either lack of judgment, inherent weakness, fraudulent motives, or emotional instability. It is also quite possible that it was I who was not worthy of them, and left before I came to understand them. In the past, I had repeatedly rejected the Chinese martial arts because of notable scarcity of authentic knowledge inherent to their dissemination in the Western society. In the 1970s and 1980s, Chinese arts were notorious for their lack of credible teachers. Trustworthy instructors were, in general, much harder to find than imposters cashing out on the popularity of kung fu movies. Also, I could not enter communist China to search for a true master until 1992 because of my profession. And yet I had, like all diligent martial artists, read the books by reliable researchers and teachers. I knew the theory behind the Chinese martial arts. I knew the man I had seen on film was Chinese. I also knew what I had witnessed was called Neikun, the manipulation of internal power. I had to find him. I knew it was not going to be easy. I didn't know the man's name. The documentary had indicated he lived somewhere in Java or Bali, but I had no way of knowing if even that implication was true. They could have filmed in San Francisco for all I knew, and I spoke neither Chinese nor Malay. 10 days later, I was on a plane to the Indonesian capital of Jakarta. After an 18-hour trip, I checked into the cleanest of the dirty motels I found in Jalan Jaska and rested up for the morrow. I knew it would be tough going. The next day I pocketed a stack of photographs I had taken of the video sequence in Ring of Fire and set off for Jakarta's Chinatown, a district called Glodok.
My plan was to visit all the Chinese pharmacies and acupuncture clinics in Glodok, asking them whether or not they knew the man in the photographs. It seemed like a good idea at the time. They thought I was insane. I must have made their week.
It was my first trip to Indonesia. I had expected the worst and was dressed like a Western tourist on safari. Some shopkeepers laughed in my face. Others just politely told me to piss off.
One of them even threw me out. Out of 6 or 7 hours of constant rejection, walking among beggars and lepers, and being followed by a pack of street kids, I spied an ancient Chinese temple in the midst of all, and walked in. Immediately the noise went away and I was left alone. The temple caretakers were curious. What was I doing here? I was too shy and too embarrassed to tell them. They brought me to dinner and gave me water to drink and sent me on my way. I returned to Glodok the following day, my resolve strengthened, and armed with a note my motel clerk had written out for me. I later learned what he had written was, "Honored Sir or Madame, I am a very stupid foreigner who has been tricked into coming here all the way from Greece. These are pictures of a man I saw on a video. I am looking for him. I do not know his name or where he lives. Do you know him? Thank you." This is probably why people were more polite and why I saw more smiles on the second day. After a few hours of diplomatic rejection, I made my way back to the temple, thinking that I could meet with yesterday's friends. They were delighted to see me, and twice as curious as before. This time, I was the one who brought them all lunch. We sat together for a time, laughing and communicating in broken English and sign language. As our camaraderie developed, they grew curious enough to pressure me for details. "Kosta, tell us, what are you doing here?" "No, it's stupid. You don't want to know." Finally, they were so insistent that I relented and, rather than explaining, handed them the note. Suddenly I was faced with a group of statues. Their smiles had been replaced with distrust. A chill went up my back.
One man whispered something to a young boy who ran off. As one, all my newfound friends stood. "Stay here," a burly man said. 10 minutes later, a wiry Chinese of indeterminate age rode up on a bicycle. He offered me his hand and sat down.
"I am a student of the man you seek. A king grilled me for almost a week, asking me questions like, who sent you? Why did you come to this place? It was ludicrous to him that I could have found a lead to his teacher so easily, coming as I did from Greece, of all places, without a clue as to local custom and geography. He was sure I was a spy in the service of some intelligence agency, and even made me surrender my passport to him. After a week, a king finally gave me an address in the city of Eastern Java and told me to fly out there the next morning. The man I had seen in the documentary would be expecting me, I was told. Well, I didn't believe him. It had been too easy, too unbelievably easy. I thought that these grinning Chinese were playing a joke on the foreigner, sending him on a wild goose chase and having a laugh at his expense. I boarded the plane with hesitation, felt like a fool when I landed, felt even more like a fool when I took a taxi to the address I had been given, and was told that the man was out. "Come back at 2 o'clock, they said. At least they spoke English. I spent a few hours fuming in my room at the dirty motel where I was staying. I vowed eternal vengeance on the people who had sent me out there. I would teach them to beware of Greeks. Ha! Hear about the Trojan War, my friends. You're about to trade up. I felt ridiculous, like a jackass, stupid. I kept telling myself that the whole thing was a hoax, that I had spent way too much money coming out here, that I was an idiot, and stupid, and trusting, and naive, and... I went back at 2 o'clock. The man was there. I cannot plainly convey the shock, the joy, and the relief of finding Dynamo Jack standing in front of his home. I had been an imbecile, succumbing to my all-too-ready anger. No one had been playing a practical joke on me. The student I met actually tried to help me, sending me to his teacher. We shook hands, and he invited me in. He said quite simply that his name was John. The surname on the doorbell said Cheng in Latin characters, a common enough name for a Chinese. John Cheng was the equivalent of John Smith in the United States, a name anyone could have. I introduced myself formally. "Kosta," he said, rolling the word around on his tongue. The name must have sounded so strange to him. "How did you find me?"
His English was simple and lightly accented.
"I saw you in a video, a documentary," I replied. "Ah, that was some years ago. They told me it would be for scientific research, otherwise I would never have demonstrated for them." "Why not?" "Because I promised my master I would not. What can I do for you? You have some kind of problem?" John was a healer.
He applied acupuncture to the traditional points,
but he supplemented its effect greatly by passing his chi, his bioenergy, if you will, through the needles. He had healed hundreds of people whom Western medicine could not aid, something I did not know at the time. I winged it. Well, two things. I had rehearsed this part many times. I do have a problem with my joints after so many years of pounding them in martial arts training. Something like osteoarthritis, bone spurs and such. He smiled. Too many years of improper training, I think. It's possible I could help you. I have to check you out first. I'm going to have to touch you. Don't be alarmed at what you feel.
I took off my shirt and he put his hands on my chest and upper back. Imagine a powerful, continuous electrical current passing through your body. Imagine that despite its impact, you are somehow aware that this current is benevolent, not damaging.
Imagine it working like a radar, searching, weighing, feeling. I gasped and almost fell over. Your heart is very good, he said. I nodded and gulped. I must have looked odd, but he was probably used to it. The stream of bioenergy he was sending through me made my muscles jerk uncontrollably. Lungs are okay. Kidneys are good. Liver's all right. While he was talking, I felt like I was going through some kind of high-intensity ultrasound. I could feel his power inside me. The energy was building up as he became more confident of my physical condition. Oh, he said, I have it. It's in the blood. Your blood chemistry makes you prone to calcium deposits. Can we do anything about it? I'm not sure. We can try. Where are you staying? I named the motel. He nodded. We'll find you someplace better. What else did you want? I wanted you to accept me as your student, I blurted out. It came in a rush, and I was immediately disappointed with myself. I had prepared such an eloquent speech for that moment, and alternate ones at that.
Plan B, should Plan A fail, and so on.
I was 35 years old at the time, and had experienced much. I was not prone to stage fright. But where I should have been mature, I felt like a child before this man. More precisely, like a punk kid. No, he said. Oh, no. I don't accept students anymore. But you can come back tomorrow morning if you want us to get started on your treatment. I was crushed. I wanted to fly back home, magically transform myself into a 5-year-old and crawl into my mother's lap and cry. Instead, I went back to my cheap, dirty motel room and waited.
Practical Taoism. Taoism is a millennia-old system of beliefs that has, along with its rival and antipode Confucianism, shaped the course of Chinese culture. To quote the Encyclopedia Britannica, Taoism is a religio-philosophical tradition that has, along with Confucianism, shaped Chinese life for more than 2,000 years.
The Taoist heritage, with its emphasis on individual freedom and spontaneity, laissez-faire government and social primitivism, mystical experience and techniques of self-transformation, represents in many ways the antithesis to Confucianism concerned with individual moral duties, community standards, and governmental responsibilities. Many things popularly thought to be Chinese in the West are actually Taoist, and have become widespread even in China only in the past century.
Among these are many practices that have become brand names in Western society, such as acupuncture, Tai Chi Chuan, Feng Shui, and the I Ching.
The truth is, it is now impossible to separate Taoism from Chinese culture. The two have in our age become one and the same. Taoism has been categorized by sinologists as having both a philosophical and religious tradition complete with formalized doctrine in the religious hierarchy. The West has been flooded in the past 20 years with books claiming to be the authoritative text on Taoism. Many of these books are valid, some less so, while others are simply a hodgepodge of ridiculous theories. Even more frustrating, many are excellent translations of medieval Chinese texts that are misleading simply because as translations they are subject to each individual translator's interpretation. The disparities in meaning that you can find between lines in the translated text when you compare one author with another are shocking. John Chang, the teacher whose life and theories are the focus of this book, is the headmaster of a Kung Fu lineage whose roots can be traced back 2,400 years. John himself denies the appellation Taoist, perhaps rightfully so, because Taoism has come to be considered a religion by the world. However, since teachers of Master Chang's lineage basically lived within the confines of historical Taoist retreats, and since the word Taoism has become a generic term in the West for the native Chinese philosophy, I will continue to call my teacher a Taoist. Perhaps it would be more accurate to refer to his teachings as practical Taoism to differentiate it from the Taoism of other sources or lineages. John himself calls Taoism a philosophical science, the simple study of natural law, for reasons that I will outline below. Of all spiritual disciplines, Taoism is perhaps the most confusing and difficult to define, in that it began its development as a philosophical school and turned into a religion, and was propagated as a series of folk beliefs. However, there are many ways by which to differentiate a religion from a philosophy, and more so from a science. In our specific case, two justifications are most clear. The first is that a religion is based on beliefs that cannot be proven, that are a matter of each individual's faith. We, as a practical Taoist, consider our teaching a science that gives testimony to natural phenomenon that both students of our generation and past masters of our lineage have experienced firsthand, and that can be reproduced and experienced by others at any time. This is the most important distinction, and one that I cannot stress sufficiently. To put the argument more simply, a high school student studying physics and algebra will inevitably reach certain conclusions and develop specific capabilities, duplicating experiences and the logic of his teachers and of those in past generations who passed these sciences along. There is nothing religious in the experience of physics and algebra. They are tools of knowledge and power, with no doctrine or system of beliefs. Algebra and physics offer, in other words, what has become a key Western science: reproducible results. They pass on nothing that cannot be proven. This approach is precisely what someone going through the training as John Chang's student will experience. He will follow the footsteps of a man who came before him, encounter the same phenomena, reach the same conclusions. The second reason I assert that practical Taoism is a naturalistic science is that the word religion has come to imply a falling out between man and the divine, one that the proffered doctrine can reconcile by acting as an intermediary. We can find no proof that man has ever fallen from God's grace, assuming that there is a God. Instead, there seems to be considerable evidence that man is evolving to become whatever God intended him to be. As practical Taoists, we offer no special means of redemption, no salvation, no carrot to make the donkey run. Rather, we offer a method of enhancing existence, making each individual more of what he already is and moving him toward what we can hope to become. We are, simply put, a philosophical science. Perhaps you will understand the distinction a bit better if I analyze the Chinese term Kung Fu. Many people think that it means martial arts. This is not the case. The Chinese terms for martial technique and martial arts are now Wu Shu and Wu Yi, respectively. The two words Kung Fu are very difficult to translate. Indeed, we must absolutely study Chinese writing to comprehend the meaning. Let's make an attempt. Kung Fu is composed of the ideograms, and there is an image of the ideograms to mention Kung and Fu. Now, the first term, Kung, is written as a combination of the two characters Kung and Li. Kung means to build, to construct. Li means power or strength. The second term, Fu, is made up of the single character Fu, which is a complex ideogram to interpret. Fu is derived from the character for man, with the added widespread arms of an adult man's hat pin through the character. In medieval China, each adult male wore a hat pin through his hat and hair. The implication is of a mature, large, responsible adult man or father figure. The character is also used in other contexts to denote someone's husband. In other words, the term Kung Fu actually means the construction and development of one's energy over time through daily effort, such that in the end one obtains mature power and spiritual development of a master. Kung Fu, in other words, is a path of continual discipline and training of non-stop growth over your entire life. This is precisely the path chosen and represented by John Chang.
Chapter 2. Life Force, a car ride. I have to go to my prawn farm this afternoon. You can come with me if you wish. It was about 2 weeks into my acquaintance with the man who was to become my teacher. For 2 weeks he had stuck acupuncture needles into my elbows, knees, and wrists, sending a steady current of qi, life energy, coursing through my body. As I progressed, I was able to relax more and more during the treatment, and John methodically increased the intensity with each session. I had discovered to my surprise that he used a current intensity of no more than 0.5% of his total power to treat patients. It was staggering. Normal people, even the strongest men, could be knocked out by 2%. For 2 weeks I had asked him every day to accept me as a student. He was always firm in refusing, but he never insinuated that I should piss off, to put it bluntly. and he always invited me back for further treatment the following day. I did just that, never missing a chance for a session, gritting my teeth against the pain and trying to retreat into meditation as John upped the current, increasing the intensity of the power he sent through me to the highest levels I could stand. It was indeed painful, but, more important, there was an effect. It seemed that with every session my joints felt better and better, and while the calcium deposits in my right arm did not go away, they had been there for 12 years. Those in my left arm, which had been forming for a year or so, disappeared completely. John also showed me a set of exercises, as he called them, to supplement the healing process, and I practiced them rigorously every day. He had stunned me the first week of our acquaintance by taking a chopstick and nonchalantly pushing it through an inch-thick board. I learned later that he could do this at will with a 6 or 8 inch thick piece of wood. Thickness was irrelevant. You must understand that he did not hammer it in with his fist or anything of that sort. He simply braced his palm against the back of the chopstick, and it flowed into the board. John handed me the board, and I tried to push the chopstick in farther. It would not move. But when I pulled it out, it came quite easily. The reason for this was the chopstick's conical shape. It narrowed from base to tip. To push it in farther, I'd have to crush the wood around it, as John had. When I pulled it out, only air resisted the movement. You understand about yang and yin? He asked. I nodded. In this day and age, few people in the West had not heard of these two opposing universal forces. Inside our bodies, both flow in equal amounts, he continued. These energies are opposites. They can never meet. Yin and yang normally run parallel to each other and never letting go of each other. I use my yin and yang together as one. That is why I can do what I do. By itself, yang qi cannot pass the limits of the body. Nei Kung? I had asked. Yes, he seemed pleased that I knew the word. When he asked me to go with him to his business establishment, I leapt at the chance to get to know the man better. Did I want to go? Is the Pope Catholic? John was a highly successful businessman and quite wealthy. He was a contractor and exporter of both manufactured and perishable goods. The expatriate Chinese, if they may be called that, are often referred to as the Jews of Asia, and with good reason. Like their Western counterparts, they control the major arteries of economic development in Southeast Asia. John was such a man. I was to discover that he had been born in abject poverty, however, and that he was a self-made millionaire. We went to the prawn farm by car. John drove quite fast but not recklessly. When we reached 88 miles per hour, I became a bit concerned because neither laws nor traffic conditions of the country he resided in allowed for such a velocity. And bear in mind that I am a Greek, and as such am used to both high speeds and deplorable road conditions. Traffic was very heavy, and after a time, the inevitable happened. John's cellular phone rang, and the call was important. He began speaking on the unit, in short, rapid sentences, cradling his phone under his chin and basically driving with one hand, not two. To complicate things, he began passing a series of cars quite illegally, as there was a double dividing line in the center of the road. His lane was clear beyond those cars, and he was in a hurry. John had completed his maneuver and re-entered the proper lane, when suddenly a truck, intent on passing a similarly slow-moving vehicle in front of it, and having John's speedy approach masked by the vehicle, entered our lane. The cars we had passed were less than 100 yards behind us, a minute distance at our speed. I gripped the console and was suddenly very glad I was wearing my seatbelt. We were doing about 90. The oncoming truck was going at least 60, and John was driving with one hand while speaking on the phone. I was sure we were heading for a major accident, and was thankful that our car was large and strong. Gritting my teeth, I pointed at the oncoming car and braced for impact. John hardly looked up. Without skipping a beat or pausing in the conversation, he swerved onto the soft shoulder of the road, passed the truck, and returned to his lane. He checked the rearview mirror to ensure that the truck had successfully avoided the cars that had been behind us as well. And we went on. After a minute or so, he finished his conversation and clicked off the phone. My eyes are still good, he said to me dryly. He was 57 at the time and looked 40. Do you always drive this fast? Was the only response I could think of. When I'm by myself, I usually drive faster, about 110 to 125 miles per hour or so. I like speed, you see. When I have other people in the car, I usually stay below 90, because otherwise if anything happens, I can't protect them. Have you ever had an accident? Only once. I broadsided a truck, doing about 100. What happened? Nothing happened. I used my power to absorb the impact on my body. They had to cut me out with chainsaws. The witnesses thought it was a miracle, that God or some saint had protected me. I was stunned. What he was telling me was that his body, augmented by the powers his Nekung training had given him, had withstood a stress greater than the yield strength of steel. I tried to imagine the metal and glass shards flowing around his body, unable to pierce human flesh. Certainly plastic deformation, as planned by the car's designers, allowed for much, but there was no denying that the momentum he had absorbed had been phenomenal. Was it true? Could a human being reach a state in which he was impervious to exterior harm? It seemed too much to swallow. You know, he continued, when I was younger I wanted to be a Hollywood stuntman since I couldn't really be hurt in crashes because of my power. But then I thought, no, if you do that too many times, people will wonder about you. And besides, I had promised my master I would not use my power to make money. We drove on for a while in silence. He began to question me about Greece. He understood about the Balkans. He had been born penniless, and he was Chinese. My father died when I was 4, he said. I grew up very poor. Basically, I was a street kid. Though my mother worked very hard, she did not have the money to send me to school. I did finish high school later on, though, but I never studied at any college or university. Right? I joked. You must have a PhD in becoming a superhuman. No, he replied seriously. You mustn't think of me as being a superhuman. I am like a firefighter, pilot, or champion athlete. Not everyone can be like me. There are certain qualifications, but some people can. What I am is a product of discipline and training as much as natural talent. My wife really helped me, he continued. I explained to her when we were married that I could not do anything else, that I had to spend all my spare time training. She agreed to this. She had been married at 18 and had 7 children. I worked as a driver for almost 20 years, you know. He smiled. So, you see, you needn't be concerned about my driving. I know these roads. We drove on in silence for a while. Do you really understand, he finally asked, what we mean when we talk about chi? I think so, I replied. I reckon I understood the basics. I had read all there was to read, after all, and had studied martial arts for 25 years. Chi, or bioenergy, is a phenomenon that has been much discussed in recent years in the West. With the establishment of the new Kung Fu series, David Carradine once again contributed to the West's understanding by uttering the word on television at least once a week. Acupuncture, too, is now commonplace, and there is hardly a doctor anywhere who has not spent some time looking into it. The phenomenon of bioenergy is thus under pronounced medical physical investigation. The original Chinese ideogram for qi is best rendered as vapor in English. It has also been rendered as vitality, but qi is very closely associated with breath, though it would be better to say that breath contains qi. Other cultures have given it other names. The Hindus call it prana, the Tibetans herlung, which means wind, the Jews rauk, wind, and the Pacific Islanders mana, while the ancient Greeks called it pneuma, spirit, wind. Qi is similar to electricity flowing through a wire. It can generate heat or work or energy, but none of those results identifies qi itself. So, you know that our bodies have both yin qi and yang qi, he continued. Well, I smiled. I read about it in the Tao Te Ching. Ah, Lao Tzu, the Taoist. He was a wise man. What does he say about qi? I thought at the time he was testing me. Later I would discover that John had never read the Tao Te Ching. Well, I replied, he says qi has both yin and yang components, and that it is the interaction between the two that makes life possible. Such feedback between positive and negative poles existence was the prime component of our life force. When we as a species begin to understand this phenomenon from a technical perspective, we will begin to understand life itself. I would later discover, however, that our bodies are briefly capable of storing both pure yang and pure yin qi in different areas, though this state of non-equilibrium is subject to entropy. Interaction. John rolled the word around on his tongue. Like electricity, positive and negative? I guess. Not quite correct. He paused. But you know, one time I let a student of mine hook me up with a voltmeter and amperometer. He registered no voltage, but I blew the amp meter off the scale. I burned the machine. Are you telling me that qi has amperage but does not have voltage? I think so. For example, I can withstand household electrical current indefinitely without pain, but I cannot light up a light bulb. I have tried many times. I thought about that. Clinical investigation in medical laboratories seems to indicate that electrical resistance of the skin changes markedly at acupuncture points. There are electrical acupuncture machines that make use of this phenomenon to locate The points for neophytes. This is an indication that chi and voltage are somehow inversely related, though other explanations have been offered. But I was to find out years later that John was wrong. His chi, in fact, displayed neither voltage nor amperage. Rather, it was an entirely different phenomenon based on different forces. And other than being more powerful, is your chi different from the average person's? John simply smiled but did not answer. We arrived at the farm. It was of medium size. About 20 people were employed there. I rode around while he finished his business. A young girl brought out a bowl of fruit and a decanter of coffee for me. The tropical fruit was delicious. The coffee, mediocre. John walked up and sat down, helping himself to some coffee. People are so stupid, he said. My shipment is being held up in customs because some local official wants a bribe. That's the way we operate here, you know. It's the same all over the world, I said. You have to grease the wheels for them to turn. He was delighted by the cliched English metaphor and committed it to memory. We have a similar phrase here. It's true that people often abuse their positions in society for their own benefit. In the end, it's all about power, he said. He seemed to think about the last word for a second, then he turned suddenly toward me. What is the difference between Qi Kung and Nei Kung, he asked. Well, Qi Kung means to develop energy of the body, all over the body, yes, and what about Nei Kung? Nei Kung means internal power. Yes, but internal to what, he asked. I hesitated. John drew 3 ideograms on the napkin. This is Nei Kung. The first ideogram, Nei, means a man entering a house. Kung, you know, yes. So, when we practice Nei Kung, we put Qi inside. But inside what? The dantian? The bones? Chakras? I was grasping at straws. John grinned. Well, well. I see the books you read did some good. What is the dantian? The dantian, or elixir field, is the primary bioenergy warehouse of the human body. Located 4 fingers below the navel, in the middle of the torso. This center has the ability to store vast amounts of qi. For this reason it is known as qi hai, ocean of qi. But it is a mistake to think that the dantian itself generates qi as presented in many texts. Rather, it is possible to store that qi which the practitioner intakes from the universe around him. It is practice and persistence that lead to dantian power. Such power is not an implied characteristic of the human body. I can perhaps explain better with a simile. Say that a specific youth has an exceptional talent in a given sport. Nevertheless, he still needs to train and work hard. To hone his skills and his mind every day in order to become a champion athlete, the dantian is similar to that youth. Yes, it can store seemingly limitless amounts of energy, but that energy must be put there for the dantian to function. It will not soak it up, nor will it generate power on its own accord. I told John as much. He nodded, somewhat pleased. All right, he said. I'll show you one more thing today. Give me a banana. I reached into the basket and picked up a banana at random from one of the 2 bunches in the basket. I had already eaten 3. Imagine a smaller fruit found in Asia, not the overgrown, artificially ripened bananas that reach our tables in the West. They were delicious and completely untampered with. John took the fruit from me and held it in plain sight in his left hand. He extended the index and middle fingers of his right hand, folding the other 2 into the thumb. Tensing briefly, he passed his hand in a slicing motion about 3 inches away from the banana. There was an audible click, and half the fruit fell to the floor. I was long past being amazed at this point. The whole thing seemed kind of matter-of-fact. He handed me the other half of the fruit. It was shiny as if cleaved by a hot knife that had fused the surface of the banana into a glossy mass. John pointed to the center of his palm. This, he said, is like a shotgun. He extended his 2 fingers again and pointed to their tips. This, he continued, is like a laser. The martial arts and Qi. There can be no denying that the martial arts are as old as man. Beginning perhaps as a derivative of hunting skills of primitive tribesmen, the martial arts developed as man pitted himself against man. With the appearance of empires and the establishment of state government, these arts developed to such an extent as to approach and perhaps surpass today's fighting arts. There are wall paintings in the Beni Hassan of Egypt dating from 2000 BC, reminiscent of judo, and if the archaeological record left behind is any indication, the ancient Greek martial art of pankration, dated at least to 1450 BC, as much more comprehensive than karate, has become in our day. One aspect often neglected by apologists and the martial historians is that for some reason the martial arts were always closely tied to and aligned with religion or spirituality. Temple walls all over the world in both East and West have, since the dawn of time, been adorned with scenes of combat. The heroic sagas of all nations are consistent with two themes, throughout which the hero triumphs and his interaction with the gods or God in doing so. The Old Testament, for example, is undoubtedly a martial epic, much like the Indian Ramayana and the Greek Iliad. In China, this precept holds true in both Buddhist and Taoist traditions. Chinese boxing, wushu, is undoubtedly the art of fighting. Perhaps at first it involved only muscular force and strategic application. Over time, however, the Chinese martial arts came to be influenced by Taoist and yogic meditative respiratory techniques, which perhaps were first applied for health purposes but were later found to have martial applications. There is every indication that all aspects of Chinese medicine and divination were extant and completed by 1000 BC. It would not be outrageous extrapolation to assume that the Taoist martial arts, or at least the martial arts influenced by Taoism, were also complete by that time. Master John Chang has records of martial artists like himself living in China almost 2,000 years in the past. It is also interesting to note that the Chinese made more limited use of metal armor historically than would be expected, considering their technological development. Before I understood the true capabilities that Qigong imparted to the practitioner, I used to wonder why. In any case, the martial arts were well underway in China long before the arrival of Buddhism. Popular literature demands that the martial arts in China be tied to the arrival of the Indian Prince Bodhidharma at the Shaolin Temple in the Hunan province. But this is inaccurate to say the least. What is true is that China is a vast country inhabited by many ethnic groups, with often poorly recorded history. To try to trace the history of martial arts in this quagmire of records is an arduous task. The literature on Chinese boxing is full of gaps and smothered by ambiguities in many places. Still, we can trace the martial arts reliably to the Zhou dynasty, 1122 to 225 BC, the spring on autumn annals, 722 to 481 BC, of that dynasty, as well as the literature of the Warring States period, 430 to 221 BC, mention displays of archery, fencing, and wrestling formed by nobles. I have already discussed the evolution of philosophy during this time. It is evident in the literature that yogic respiratory psychophysiological practices were much used in the 6th century BC as well. Indeed, the Lao Tzu and Chuang Tzu are both full of references to vital energy and Taoist yoga. Mencius, the organizer of Confucianism and a contemporary of Cheng Tzu, was among the others proficient in the cultivation of qi, something popular conception hardly anticipates from a moralist Confucian. He promoted the approach that if the will yi is concentrated, the vital energy qi will flow it and become active. Mencius also wrote, "Will yi is the highest importance of vitality. Qi stands second." I have heard the same comment from another student of John Chang. According to Chinese thought, there are basically two types of training involving our vital energy, Qi Kung and Nei Kung. It is difficult to say where one ends and the other begins, but essentially Qi Kung centers on the development of control, and Yang Qi, also called Li Qi or Fire Qi, while Nei Kung involves the joint employment of Yang Qi and Yin Qi, called Water Qi and Kan Qi. In truth, yin and yang energies run parallel to each other in our bodies, and both are vital to our continued health. Like yin and yang, it is impossible to separate Qi Kung from Nei Kung. Indeed, the latter is a higher form of the same part. Perhaps the distinction was created simply to help define the abilities of the adept. Yang Qi cannot pass beyond the confines of the physical body, while Yin Qi can, and so may impart to the practitioner, preternatural abilities, such as those demonstrated by Master Chang. In the 2nd century AD, Buddhist monks began to arrive in China. Then circa 500 AD came the Zen patriarch of Bodhidharma, Damo, and the Char Zen sect. Damo arrived at the Shaolin Temple to preach to and subsequently stay with the Buddhist monks, passing on to them two methods of the Yin Jin Qing, which is essentially Qi Kung, and the Shi Shui Qing, which is essentially Nei Kung. It is from these two forms that the Shaolin school developed. Apparently, the Neikun techniques were lost within a few generations and those of the Yinjing Qing retained. Many of today's martial arts, especially those outside of China, are descended from the Shaolin school with a strictly Qi Kung approach. The Taoist martial arts remain very much alive inside of China, however, specific places such as Wu-Tang Mountain and other Taoist retreats. Broadly speaking, it can be said that their approach is guided more by an interplay of the yin and yang rather than the generation of power evident in the Buddhist martial arts like the hard-style Shaolin forms. I have noticed a tendency to move the weight completely from one foot to the other in Taoist arts, in both external and internal styles, as opposed to the solid stances of the Buddhist arts. In addition, there seems to be more flowing and bending of the spine in the former than is evident in the latter. Again, these comparisons are very general, and in truth there has been so much interaction between Buddhist and Taoist techniques and philosophies that it is difficult to separate the two. I have seen references to Taoist breathing and Buddhist breathing in literature, for example, but such a distinction is inaccurate. Careful research shows that it is not easy to disengage the two philosophies at this point, at least not in China. Whatever the path, martial artists quickly saw that by applying the esoteric techniques by the seekers of enlightenment and immortality in their quest, they developed a power base and capacity much broader than those achievable by muscular strength alone. Practitioners of Qigong acquired prodigious strength. They were able to balance their entire weight on one finger, for example. Practitioners of Neikun discovered that there were ways to escape the limitations of the physical plane or existence. Pyrokinesis, telekinesis, telepathy, and levitation. These abilities, and others, became the reward for a lifetime of dedication and discipline. We will see in the following chapters what such a quest was like, and where it could take the practitioner, and still can today. Chapter 3. Beginnings. John had more than a dozen patients to see on the last day I was in the country. He never charged anyone a dime for therapy and always made time for whoever came out to see him, often without prior arrangement. I had seen miraculous things during the month I was there. A stroke victim had regained the use of a paralyzed limb. A woman who had suffered from chronic spinal pain was suddenly healed. John specialized in treating neurological disease, though orthopedic ailments and chronic infections were also right up his alley. I often assisted him with his patients, a process that basically involved standing there, touching the patient, and acting as a ground for John's bioelectricity. I had been treated myself for a month. With the exception of 2 very old calcium deposits in my right arm, my joints were fine. I never missed a chance to ask John whether or not he would accept me as an apprentice. He always said no. My self-esteem was at an all-time low, and I had no idea what to do. My money was running out, but I did not want to leave the country without John at least acquiescing to send me on to some student. Anything. Just don't order me away, please. I waited my turn for treatment on that day, helping John out with the other patients. He left me for last. He knew I would be leaving the following morning. We were alone in his clinic when I asked him for what I thought would be the final time to either admit me as a pupil or just give me a name and address and I could apply to. I didn't care if he sent me on to the lowest man on the totem pole. I just wanted to study what he had to teach. I was lying face up on one of his therapy couches, my knees and elbows full of acupuncture needles. There was no way I could change position even if I wanted to. All sudden movements were dangerous. I slowly turned to face John, who had gone quiet. He was studying me carefully, his soft eyes looking into my face, and beyond a small smile playing on his lips. This is the most dangerous man in the Western world, I thought. I was a head and a half taller than he was, and 60 pounds heavier, yet there was no way I could withstand 2% of his power. Good thing he was benevolent. Actually, he said, I have already shown you the training method for level 1. Now, when you finish with that, I can show you level 2. Does that mean? Yes. He had caught me completely by surprise. I choked back a flood of tears. It was my opinion then that it would not do to become emotional while pinned down on the table like a fly on paper. In any case, I did not know what to say to him at that point. I had already promised him my obedience and diligence for the rest of my life should he accept me as an apprentice, and had meant every word I said. Traditionally, under these circumstances, the apprentice was supposed to kneel before the master and pledge to him, once again, that he would be a loyal and hard-working student. In my case, that was impossible, because I could only turn my head. What the hell, I thought. John is a Westerner, as well as a master of Neikun. I was silent for a time, and he respected that silence. John lit up a cigarette, took a few puffs, and settled it into an ashtray. He wiped his hands with alcohol and began pulling out the needles, wiping each area with alcohol as he went along. "Thank you," I said finally and sat up on the edge of the couch. John nodded and shrugged. He kept smiling. "I don't know what to say," I continued. "It doesn't matter," he said. "Have a nice trip back home." 2 years later, sitting on the balcony of his home with my girlfriend, I elaborated on the above story for her benefit. John sat silently smoking, while I went through the motions, and Doris, who had heard it 100 times in the past, simply waited politely for me to finish. "You think you had a hard time?" John asked when I had finished. "Your case was nothing. There are people who have searched for me for 9 years before they finally found me, and then there was no guarantee that I would welcome them as students." "Have you ever sent people away?" I asked. "Many times." "What a spoiled Westerner," his glance seemed to say, and I felt sheepish. Finally I looked to him, unable to meet his gaze. "I saw your coming in a dream," he said softly. 3 months before you came to stand at my doorstep. The day you arrived, I was waiting for you." "Yeah?" "Yes." He paused. "Do you want to hear what I went through to be accepted as a student by my teacher?" he finally asked. We both jumped at the chance, and John began the story of his apprenticeship. I discovered I had gotten off very easily. By the time he was finished, Doris and I were rolling on the floor with laughter. John was a very good storyteller, with an expressive face. He remembered everything vividly. "My master's name was Liao Su Tong," he said in his pleasantly accented English, "and he was from mainland China. I first met him when I was 10 years old. I loved Kung Fu from the beginning and had trained with various teachers almost from the moment I could walk. But I had a friend, Chan Tiansun was his name, who kept telling me that he was studying a very powerful Kung Fu system from an old man in his neighborhood. Chen kept saying that the old man was a great healer and eminent master of the martial arts. I was curious, so I went to the old man's house." The apprentice. When the young boy first saw the old man, he was not overly impressed. He had come only because his childhood friend had insisted. The old man sold bananas for a living. The people in the neighborhood called him Mr. Banana. Some people even called him Mr. Weird Banana, because it was said that the old man was very strange and difficult to understand. Chan had declared that the old man was a great master, and he had healed many people who were seriously ill. The young boy had heard stories too, though it seemed that the old man was very picky about whom he treated. Some people kept waiting for days outside his house, and then sent away uncured. Contrarily, he would heal other sufferers who didn't want his help, even against their will, sometimes chasing them into their own homes. Later, the boy would learn that the master was able to see each individual's karma and would heal a person or not based on the observation. Anyway, he wasn't all keen on studying with the old man, but, well, Tiansun was his best friend, and had insisted that they train together. "What do you want here, boy?" the old man asked the small boy he found standing on the steps outside his home. Master Liao studied the child carefully. The boy was essentially a street kid from Southeast Asia, dressed in simple clothes and quite rough around the edges. He'd probably been in fights from the moment he could walk. The old master saw that the boy's fortunes had taken a turn for the better recently, but the signs of past malnutrition were still there. He saw much pain. An orphan? What type of education had the boy received? He saw something else, too. Something that excited him considerably, though he did not show it, of course. The boy had talent. Not one man in 1,000 could become like he was. His skill was similar to that of the greatest Olympic athletes. Not only did you have to have the God-born gift, but you also had to suffer through decades of hard discipline to reach the final prize. It was no easy task. Master Liao was in his late 60s, almost 70, and had trained in the martial arts all his life since the moment he could walk. He had been in Java for more than 6 years and had seen few people in that time who possessed all the requirements to make it to the end. Could this street waif accomplish the training? "I am a good friend of Chan Tiansun Sifu," the child stuttered. Footnote. Sifu actually means father teacher, though master is widely used in the West as the translation. "I would like to study Kung Fu with you as well." The old master laughed. He was almost 70 but looked younger. There are so many kung fu teachers in this city. Why me? If I accepted you, what would your purpose be in studying with me? Well, for defense and for sport too. I see. Self-defense and exercise. What is your name? Chang, Sifu. John Chang, the boy said. But he was taken aback. The old man was nothing like he'd imagined. He'd seen many teachers. Most were proud and arrogant. Some were civil. But this old master? There was something there he could not touch. Something indefinable that almost scared him. The old man was being ironic, but there was compassion evident at the same time. He certainly was strange, just as people said. It was as if some ageless creature was looking at him from across the centuries, full of experiences he could fathom. Liao Sifu proceeded to ask him many questions about his life and his family. He seemed very kind at this point, almost fatherly. The boy realized he was being given a test of sorts and tried to answer as best he could. Come back tomorrow at 4 p.m., the old man finally said. We can talk more at that time. The next day, John arrived promptly at the specified time. But the old man was nowhere to be found. He waited on the steps for the rest of the afternoon. Liao Sifu finally showed up at 7. Well, he said to the disappointed boy, it's too late to do anything now. Why don't you come back here tomorrow at 4? The same thing happened on the next day, and the next, and the next. The young boy was very disillusioned. It was obvious to him that the old teacher had no intention of accepting him and was having fun at his expense. He resolved to drop the notion of study with Tiansun and tell the old man to forget the whole thing. But something kept him coming back. Something he could not quite put his finger on. On the 5th day, Liao Sifu kept his 4 o'clock appointment and questioned the young boy again. This time they talked for almost 2 hours. The master kept him on the steps, however, did not invite him into the house. It went on for a month. The old teacher would meet John on the steps outside his house, talk to him for a few hours, and then send him home. The boy was disheartened and bored. He would have given up except for the fact that Tiansun encouraged him to keep at it, insisting Liao Sifu was a great master. So John put in an appearance every day, hoping to sway the teacher. After a month, the master gave the boy hope. John arrived outside Liao Sifu's house at 4 p.m., the specified time. The old man was just setting off to an errand. He greeted the boy, began to walk away, and turned to look at him. Kung Fu is very difficult to learn. It is very heavy training. Are you capable of it? The boy was ecstatic. Yes. Oh, yes, he said. Then come back tomorrow at noon, if you feel that you are hard working. That night, John was so excited he could hardly sleep. At last, he would start training on the next day with the mysterious Liao Sifu. He had heard more about the old man during his month of waiting, and was really beginning to be in awe of him. Finally, he would be able to share in the secrets of the old man's martial science. The wait had been worth it. Tiansun was right. The next day, when the boy kept his appointment at the master's house, he was invited for the first time in a month. He saw that neighborhood was quite correct in calling the old man Mr. Weird Banana. There was no furniture at all in the house, not even a bed. The boy thought, where does he sleep? There was a hole in the roof that let in rain. It had been left open, with no sign of attempted repair. Liao Sifu spoke abruptly to him. Clean the house with a broom and mop over there. Use the rake you will find in the backyard to rake up all the leaves around the house. Oh, and while you're at it, fill up the storage basin with water from the well, would you? The old man turned to go. You can come back here tomorrow at noon if you wish, he said to John. Then he was gone. The boy was left alone in the house. John was puzzled. If he's such a great master, he thought, why does he live like this? Later he realized that the master retained nothing any other person might desire. But he did do the work requested and left the house spotless. He knew that Kung Fu masters often tried the patience and determination of their apprentices, and had decided that he would show the old man he could be a worthwhile pupil. When he came back the next day, the old man told him once again to clean the house and left him to it. What for? I just cleaned it yesterday. There's nothing in here to get dirty, John thought. The boy performed the job again as demanded, despite thinking it was a waste of time. When the same thing occurred on the 2 following days, the boy began to wonder if he would ever be taught Kung Fu or just be an unpaid servant for the rest of his life. On the 4th day after being allowed into Liao Sifu's house, John discovered that his purgatory was to be given a new dimension. The old man was congenial on that day, almost jovial. He offered John some tea, and they drank together for a time, saying nothing, the master studying him. Suddenly Liao Sifu looked into his cup with distaste and scrutinized John with impromptu inspiration. "You know," he said, "I have a friend down the road about 500 yards away who has a well with wonderful water." "Yes, Sifu," John replied hesitatingly. He did not like the direction the conversation was beginning to take. Besides, he knew that well water all over the area was the same. He learned about such things in school. Irrigation and sanitation were very important in Southeast Asia. "I want you to carry water from his well to fill my storage reservoir. Come with me." They went out to the balcony, and the old man showed him where his friend's house was located. "What's wrong with the water from your well, Sifu?" the boy asked timidly. "It's not good. It makes the tea taste bitter." "But Sifu, the water is all the same around the neighborhood." "No, it's not. Why can't we just use water from this well?" The old man stood up. "If you don't want to do the work, you can go home, you know. But don't come back." He walked away and left John standing on his balcony. The boy was angry, but he was also terrified of the old man. John had heard even more unusual things about him. Liao Sifu was becoming a legend in the neighborhood. So he did the chores expected of him, waited a while for Liao Sifu to return, then went home when he didn't. It went on for weeks. Every day the boy would go out to the master's house, clean the interior, rake and tidy the exterior, and carry the water from the well a quarter mile away. It took him all afternoon, and the old man always sent him home afterward without teaching him a thing. Chen soon kept him at it, encouraging him every time they met, insisting that Liao Sifu was great, and that soon he would begin to train John in earnest. "Did the same thing happen to you?" John asked his friend. After a month had passed, Chen looked down. "Well, no. He started to teach me right away." The boy was instantly furious. The old man was using him. He held on to his anger all that night and the next morning. When it came time to go to the old man's house, he barged right in and confronted the master. The child, standing up to him, amused the old man. "Are you going to teach me kung fu or not?" "What's your problem?" "Chan Tian-sun said that you started teaching him right away, and that you accepted him as a student right away." "Ah, I see." Liao Sifu kept his face serious. "He is wrong, you know. So far, I have never had a student in my life. Your friend is not my student." "What?" "But he—" Suddenly John felt very small and frightened. "I teach Chan Tian-sun because his family helped me once when I was very ill. I was stricken with fever and helpless. When I did not appear for 3 days, Tian-sun's father entered my home, and his family gave me water and food. Later they brought me the medicine I requested, and I recovered. If not for their help, I would be dead. So I teach their son to repay my debt to them. Do you understand?" "Yes, Sifu, but I've been coming here every day for 2 months, working hard, cleaning, and so far you haven't shown me anything, not one movement." Despite his preternatural powers of concentration, Liao Sifu had to turn away and hide his grin from the boy. "Kung Fu is very difficult to learn," he said. Then he left the house, choking down his laughter. The boy began to clean and perform his daily chores. He wondered if he had blown it for good. Liao Sifu kept him working for 2 more months. When the boy had completed 4 months of servitude, the master spoke to him. "Now we will see," the master said, "if you are capable of training." John was ecstatic. "I want you to stand here like this." Liao Sifu showed him the basic entry into what has been popularly called the horse riding stance, Ma Bu in Chinese. John eagerly copied his movement, assuming that stance. Liao Sifu grunted in approval and corrected him briefly, then to John's horror turned and began to head out the door. "Sifu," the boy cried, "how long do you want me to stand here like this?" The master scowled down at him. "Why, for as long as you can, of course," he said, and then walked out of the house. John's trial went on for 2 more months. The master persisted in making him clean the house and the surroundings, carrying water from a distant well. When he finished his chores, John had to stand in the horse-riding stance for hours at a time. The master was relentless, never giving him a minute's rest. Through this ordeal, the boy persisted. He even became cheerful. "I studied Kung Fu before I came here," he thought, "but never like this." During the 5th month, the boy noticed something unusual. The master had bought a few pieces of basic furniture for the house. These items were rarely used but present. Among them was a large table, 4 yards long by 1 yard wide, which Liao Sifu occasionally used as a desk. On the first day of the 7th month of his trial, Liao Sifu decided to accept the boy as a student. He had tested him for 6 months and had a good idea of his character. To initiate the child, he decided to give him an exhibition of the most basic skills he possessed. The boy was mystified. Liao Sifu was unexpectedly condescending on that day. To John's surprise, he handed him a sharp knife and jumped up on the table. "Climb up here, boy," he said. John did so, puzzled and somewhat afraid. "Don't worry," the master said. "I won't hurt you." The boy stood there. "I want you to attack me with that knife. If you can make me jump off the table or touch my shirt with the blade, you win." The boy jabbed forward with the knife jokingly. "Don't play," the old man growled. "Attack me or leave my house." John made a half-hearted lunge. The old man hardly moved. Then suddenly slapped John across the face hard. He was thrown off the table, the knife flying from his hands. Whatever happened had occurred so quickly he could not react. The master had simply cuffed him across his face, a movement too fast for the boy's eyes to follow. John stood up, shaking with pain and anger. His face was stunned and turning red where he had been struck. The old man was scowling at him from the table. "You can either attack me with the knife, or I will slap you again and again until you do." The boy leapt on the table. He lunged forward wildly, fully intending to hurt the old master. There was nowhere for him to escape to, he thought. He would either have to jump down or be cut. Just when John was almost on him, the old man leapt completely over his head and landed behind him. John went berserk. He turned and attacked wildly at full speed, caring little if he should hurt the old man or not. But try as he might, he could not touch Liao Sifu. It seemed the old master always moved at the last second, just when the knife was almost upon him. Suddenly, he was no longer there. A teacher never blocked a slash, never resisted, never touched him. He just moved around the boy as if John were not there. His clothing was not cut, and he did not leap off the table. It was like fighting a ghost. Suddenly the boy had an inkling of the breadth of the old man's knowledge and power. This was no ordinary human. He threw down the knife and knelt on the table before the old teacher. "Master," he said, "please forgive my arrogance and anger. Please accept me as your student." The old man smiled. He appeared relaxed as ever, as if he had exerted no effort at all. "Very well, Mr. Chang," he said. "Today we begin your apprenticeship." John walked us to our taxi and bid us good evening. I was silent as we were driven back to our hotel. I thought of the evening's story and how fortunate I had been to hear it. The tale had been vivid, and knowing John's personality, it was as if I had been a witness to the events, rather than hearing them second-hand. The scenes unfolded before me on the movie screen of my mind. "You're very quiet," Doris said. "I was thinking about how lucky I am, how lucky we all are," I said. "Yes, you got off easy when you think about it. John didn't give you a hard time at all." "That's not what I mean. I can only hope. I deserve Sifu's trust. So far, I made a mess of my training, and fortunately he's very tolerant." "No, I was thinking of John himself. How different is he from Liao Sifu? And yet, how similar." "John is a Westerner," she said, "as well as an Oriental." "Yes," I replied. "You know, I get the feeling that the old man knew this all those decades ago. Perhaps he simply saw the changes that were going on around him, even at the time, and extrapolated what their effect would be on the future. Or maybe it was something more than that. I don't know. I mean, his whole life must have been one of constant change and continuous turmoil, taking into account that he came from China, and bearing in mind how old he was, he must have witnessed so much. The Opium Wars, the Boxer Rebellion, the fall of the Emperor, and the institution of the Republic, the war between the Russians and the Japanese, the period of warlords, the invasion by the Japanese. I mean, all those things happened while he was still in China. Maybe he could feel the West breathing down on the back of the East's neck. Or maybe somehow he could see ahead into the future and knew that John would be the right person to bring his lineage into the 20th century. Of course, she said. She had picked up on it from the beginning. Women are so much more perceptive than men. Chapter 4. The Immortals. The Master's Story. It was a temperate night, and a cooling wind was blowing. I had gone to my teacher's house to see him, as I did every evening that I was in Java. John had just finished a game of ping-pong with his son, and was pleasantly tired. His son Johan had carried the day and was ecstatic. The grudge match had been going on for 5 years, neither party willing to surrender. In the distance, the two men looked the same. It was hard to tell who was the father and who was the son. I had watched them play their game in the past many times, and it was very amusing. John moved like a kung fu master, torso upright, slipping away from the incoming ball and countering as if delivered a punch. His son's kinesiology was that of an expert table tennis player. Weight on the toes, crouched a bit forward, anticipating his opponent's moves. East meets west, I thought, looking at them. "You're just in time for dinner," John said, and I felt awkward as always. It seemed to me that every time I came to his house, I was given free board. After a while, it made me feel like a freeloader. John and his son showered, and we sat down to the usual endless courses of Chinese food. I finished last as always. Until I visited the East for the first time, I had always considered myself a rapid eater. I had been indoctrinated by the Chinese, however, into the concept that when you eat, you eat. There would always be time for conversation later. It went against my grain as a Greek in my country. Dinner is an excuse to socialize, and often lasts for hours. John wolfed down his food and rose from the table. "Okay," he said. "When you finish, I want to see how far along level 1 you are. I'll give you a test." "You're kidding, I just ate." "So what? It makes no difference." Oh, great, I thought. This has to be a joke. My belly was swollen, not from chi, but from fried rice and Szechuan beef. I forced myself to calm down. No matter what happened, it would be interesting. We went into his acupuncture clinic, and I sat on the floor in a half lotus, the back of my palms on my knees. I had never been through this. My heart was beating a mile a minute. "You're tense," John said. "Relax, concentrate." "Hard to do when you're being tested." "You get used to it," he said and laughed. I forced myself to relax and succeeded in partially entering meditation. It was enough for John. He brought his index fingers close to my open palms. I felt a jolt. The current entered the center of my palms and crossed into my body, down to my dantian, into the center of my belly. "About 20% full," he said. I was disappointed. I'd been hoping for much more. I did learn a lesson, however, and that lesson was that the most minute details mattered very much in this sort of training. You could spend a lot of effort training incorrectly and get nowhere. I had been making a lot of mistakes. I was never a good student, and training long distance allowed for a lot of leeway. John was not disconcerted. He seemed happy that I was training at all. "So many people have come to me," he said, "asking me to accept them as students, and they never did any of the training. They think I can give them a pill or something and give them my power." "Like the old Chinese alchemists?" "Something like that. It takes diligence and effort, Kosta. I myself studied for 18 years, you know." We went out to his balcony and sat in the warm night sipping tea. "I have already told you," he said, "the story of how I met my master and was accepted as a student. You want to hear the rest of it?" "Of course." "It would make a good movie, Kosta. You can write the screenplay in the years to come." He settled back in his chair and looked off to the distance. "I have told you that when I was a child we were very poor. We didn't know if we could eat from day to day. I had to work odd jobs to help my mother keep us alive. And so I could not go to school." John sipped his tea. "It is terrible," he continued, "to be in despair, never knowing what will happen the next day, wondering if you will survive the month, hungry, often thirsty. For an honorable person, such circumstances are even worse. It is easy to slip into decadence, or into crime when confronted by the repulsive fate. The crime rates in the ghettos of major cities all over the world are very high, and that is understandable, human nature being what it is. It takes an exceptional personality to make a stand and say, 'Despite this karma, I will not fall.' We never did. My mother kept us clean, honest, and hardworking." His gaze fell off into the night as bitter memory intruded to break into his soliloquy. It was strange to see him like this, so human. More often than not, my teacher was beyond such things, or perhaps I simply saw him as being so. But at that moment I noticed grief and sadness in his face. Though not a trace of his anger was evident. What was he thinking? "My sister married when I was 8, he continued. "My brother-in-law, well, let's say middle class, and had some money. So I went to live with them in their house. He sent me on to school as well. I started at 8 years old, and had to work very hard to catch up, but I did manage. I have already told you I met Liao Sifu when I was 10 years old.
Yes, it was a great story. He had a great sense of humor, but we never caught on. Anyway, I studied Kung Fu with Liao Sifu every day for 8 years nonstop. I trained every day, literally. I was married at 18, so I had to train intermittently after that because of my increased responsibilities, but I never stopped. Liao Sifu never let me. He paused to sip his tea. When I turned 16, I started driving a minibus, transporting people and goods around town. I was forced to drop out of school because of our increasing financial problems. Despite my difficulties, I continued to practice my kung fu and meditation every day. Oh, I forgot to tell you that Liao Sifu had shown me meditation for level 1, the same as you are working on now when I was 14 years old. Not earlier? No, it is better if the nervous system of the trainee is fully developed before training starts. Also, it is good to be past the beginning of puberty. I see. Liao Sifu knew everything I did at all times. It mystified me. I could not figure out how he did it. I even thought he had people spying on me. He knew, for example, whether or not I had trained on a specific day, and when I purposefully tried to avoid training, he could tell when I was lying too. I recalled one day when I visited his house, and he asked me if I had meditated that day. To tell you the truth, he had never explained anything to me, and I constantly wondered why I had to do all that useless meditation, so I tried to avoid it when I could. The scene went something like this. Liao Sifu. Did you meditate today? Young John. Yes, Sifu. Liao Sifu. Did you meditate today? Young John. Yes, Sifu. Slap. John goes flying across the room. Liao Sifu. You're lying. I burst out laughing. John joined briefly. After that, he continued, Liao Sifu was like a god to me, since he knew everything I did. There was no point in lying to him, and so I decided I had better do exactly as he asked. I became a diligent student, never missing a day, putting in many hours. It seemed that during my later teenage years, I was either working or training, not much else. I was 19 before I was given an inkling of how powerful my master was. He called me to him one day and announced that I had finished with level 1. I had no idea what he was talking about. What is level 1 exactly, I asked. You showed me the training method, but we've never talked about what I'm supposed to be doing. In level 1, you fill up your dantian with yang qi. You must be in actual meditation to achieve this, and it is time dependent. In level 2, we shape the yang qi to our specifications, so that the practitioner can push it out of his body. This is what Kung is, really. What about level 3? We can talk about it when the time comes. I will tell you this, in level 4, you bring your yin and yang qi together and begin to become as I am. How many levels are there? 72. What? John smiled. No one said it was easy. The levels correspond to the number of chakras in the human body. You know what a chakra is? An energy center? These days everybody does. Perhaps the last chakra to open, level 72, is at the very top of your head. I know it. I used to practice Buddhist meditation. I see. I myself knew nothing about those matters until the day my teacher came and told me I had finished level 1. On that evening, he gave me a demonstration of inner power Kung. What did he do? Do you remember the long table that he had in his house, on top of which we had our fight? It was 4 yards long. He placed the bowl on one end and sat on the other. He put 4 fingers of his right hand on top of the table and his thumb was below it. When he pushed forward with his fingers, the bowl exploded. At first I didn't believe it. His thumb was under the tabletop, so I immediately began to look for a button or a wire or something. I thought he had rigged the ashtray with an explosive. That it was a trick. Liao Sifu laughed and asked me to bring my old friend, the broom, over. I began to clean up the pieces of the bowl, but he said no. Bring the broom over to him. He asked me whether or not it was a trick broom, and I said no, of course not. After all, the broom had become a good friend of mine the past 9 years. He took it from my hands and laid it against the wall. Then he passed his right hand over it and asked me to pick up the broom and sweep the floor. When I did, it crumbled to dust at my touch. John took a sip of tea. It was that time, he said, that I began to realize what my teacher was. He made me promise I would meditate and train diligently to obtain his power, and I agreed readily, of course. Sifu, I said, you mean to tell me that you trained with him for 9 years and he never showed you not once what he could do? No, never. Good God! John laughed. I kept telling all my students that they have it easy and that I spoil them constantly. Maybe now they will believe me. He turned to face me. You know, he said, it was doubly hard for me not to doubt what I saw, being a modern Chinese. Powers such as this were stuff of the Chinese legends, and I had been taught in school that these things were utter nonsense. It was the late 1950s when people believed that all things Western were good, and all things of the East superstition. But I knew too that Liao Sifu was a great healer who had cured many people of terrible diseases that Western physicians could do nothing about. Did he ever use acupuncture like you? I asked. No, never. Instead, he would heal from a distance, passing his hands over the patients, and what they would feel I could describe best with the words, a golden heat. Sometimes he would supplement treatment with herbs. He could even cure cancer, which I cannot. I was silent. Having just lost my father to that disease 2 months past, John nodded, reading my thoughts. He had managed to convey the power of Liao Sifu to me in a simple sentence that hit home at once. Anyway, he continued, I kept at it over the years. I finished level 2 and was into level 3 when Sifu called me to him one evening. He told me that he wanted to test me again, the same way he had when I was a boy. So we jumped up on the table and went at it, this time barehanded. Now I was already into level 3, which means I had some power. Kosta, but the master said not to hold back, to attack him as hard and as fast as I could. He ordered me to try to kill him. I knew better than to refuse by then. We fought for about 6 or 7 minutes with no end result. I was happy that I managed to stay on the table. Suddenly I leapt forward and hit him on the chest, and Liao Sifu was thrown off the table. I used a technique we call Menghu Chu Tang, fierce tiger charging out of the cave. He appeared hurt, John said. I leapt down from the table and helped him up. He was grabbing his chest where I hit him. I apologized immediately, but he just laughed and told me that I was great, that I had reached the point where I could overwhelm my master. I immediately puffed up with pride, and from that point on, I was always very brave, cocky actually. Before that incident, I was quite timid, you know. He did that to remove the fear from my heart. You hadn't really hurt him. He let you hit him, I said. Of course, Kosta. Liao Sifu was level 48 at the time. I was level 3. Do you have any idea what that means? Well, no. I can't imagine. I had about as much chance of injuring him as a tiny butterfly has of injuring you. But at the time, I really did think I was great. I see. And the downside of the incident was that I became unbearably arrogant. I would fight with people all the time and always won. Usually it would end with only one punch, and I hardly used the power that I had at the time. I was young and proud. You know, I used to fight in bare-knuckle tournaments here in Java for Chinese students of Kung Fu only, and I was the undefeated champion. He straightened unconsciously, and a smile flitted over his face as he recalled his youth. I had to grin. Then he suddenly became serious. In 1962, my master called me to him again and said that he had only 3 months to live. I believed him and asked him what his plan was. He said he wanted to die back in China. He still had no money, so we collected funds from all the people he healed to pay for his ticket. We paid his bills and still had a good chunk of money left over to last him through his dying day. Before he left, I went to his house every night for the following 2 months. One evening he gave me an ancient book containing the secrets of inner power all the way up to level 72. He made me promise that I would not open the book and read it until I had finished with level 3. And I went through a formal Taoist ceremony. Liao Sifu made a charm, a fu as we call it. He drew on the charm with a piece of paper, and I had to write down the following 3 promises on the same piece of paper. That if I finished level 4, 1. I was not allowed to use my powers for evil purposes. 2. I was not allowed to make money with this power. 3. I would not demonstrate to anyone except my students. I signed the fu with a drop of my own blood, and Liao Sifu burned it on a pier. Then he mixed the ashes with another drop of my blood, and made me drink it. It bound me, Kosta. I had to do exactly what I promised. John became silent and then continued in a soft voice. He left for China on board a ship with 200 people. I knew one of the people he was going with there, so I kept asking the man's family for information. Liao Sifu had rented a small house and was enjoying the time he had left very peacefully. He ate the food he favored, took walks,
and that sort of thing. You had no family over there? I asked.
No, none, John replied, speaking even more softly. I will tell you his story some other day, maybe tomorrow. I went to the man's house every day asking for news, and one day the expected message arrived. Liao Sifu was dead, as he himself had predicted, and he had died on the very day he had foreseen. I asked the man's family how it had happened, and had to wait almost a month for the reply. Liao Sifu had asked his neighbor to buy him a newspaper around 6 o'clock in the afternoon that day. Then he sat in his rocking chair on his porch and read. At 7 o'clock sharp, he died in the most strange manner. Blood came out of what we call the 7 orifices of his head. You know, the eyes, the ears, 2 nostrils, and the mouth. Maybe a massive stroke or something, I don't know. We sat silently for a time. I realized that John was talking about the death of a man he considered his father. I didn't know what to say, and was becoming emotional myself. He must have loved you very much, Sifu, I said. John smiled. Yes, I know he did, but it was much later that I realized from his actions that he was willing to give me everything he had, including his life. I will tell you about it some other time, but he never told me in words that he loved me, not once. Maybe it was not in his culture to do so, I said. Of course, John continued. Anyway, the years passed, Kosta. I kept training and finished level 3. 1 year after that, I achieved level 4 and began to develop my power. What was that like? I said. Like riding a bucking bronco, he replied. The first time that I was successful, I fainted and could not hold on. There was so much power there. I have already told you that in level 4, our yin and yang chi come together. The power that is generated then is incredible, like having a lightning bolt in your belly. The second time I tried, I was successful too. But the third time I held on to it for 10 minutes, then forced it into the very center of my dantian. At that point, the power was mine forever. How old were you when you achieved level 4, I asked. 32. And then? Life went on, Kosta. Remember, I could not use my power for personal gain. I continued to work as a driver, and we continued to be very poor. I also kept on with my training and proceeded through levels 5, 6, etc. I had read that in the text Lao Sifu gave me how I could use the power in combination with acupuncture to heal, and I began to do so. I cured many people, Kosta, and I could not take money after the fact. I mean, people would offer me money out of gratitude, and I had to say no. Not even to pay for food for my family. Some days we would go hungry. We could not afford anything to eat, and I had a large family by that time. One day a rich man I had healed gave my eldest son some money while he was at school, and I was forced to order him to give it back. And later I threatened the boy that I would throw him out of the house if he ever accepted money from anyone again. It was maddening. But 5 years later my life changed, he went on. I was 37 years old at the time, and I was desperate. We were eating every other day. My children were crying, and I had my back up against the wall, so to speak. I became angry, very angry at the situation. After all, the only thing I needed to do was open a kung fu school, and I would have millions. There was no one around who could do what I did. That afternoon I was in our bedroom and began to scream up at heaven in rage. I kept crying at God, Kosta. I shouted to him, "Why did you give me this power? To torture me? Why? Do you hate me? What have I done to deserve this?" And also many other things I am not proud of. John looked me in the eye. Then suddenly I heard my master's voice in my ear, and he said, "John, don't worry. Your life will change soon." At first I thought it was my mind playing tricks on me, but the voice was so real. I looked around, and there Liao Sifu was, sitting in the corner, as solid as you or I. I rubbed my eyes and stared at him again. I thought that I was going insane from the stress of trying to make ends meet. He looked so real, though, that I thought I would try to speak to him. "Master," I said timidly. Liao Sifu laughed. "Yes, it's me. You needn't be so amazed. But you're dead," I said. "Undeniably," he said. He seemed very amused. "What are you doing here?" "This is a specialty type of our training, that after death you retain the characteristics and powers you had when you were alive. When you pass level 4, you can take all your yang chi with you." I didn't know what to say, Kosta, John continued. I didn't really believe what I was seeing.
But there he was, as bright as day and as human as the last day I saw him. It's hard to doubt the testimony of your own eyes. When you have trouble, Yasifu said, meditate, look for me, and I will come to help you. And I did, Kosta. And he did. I called him almost every day at first, and there was no one who could not hear him. Only about 10% of the people could see him, and then again in varying hues. I think you have to have a lot of yin chi to see a spirit plainly. Anyway, to some people he was transparent, to others as solid as you or I. But no one doubted for a moment that he was there. Even when they could only hear him, they felt a physical sensation when he was around, like an electromagnetic field or something. John paused. You don't seem shocked by what I'm saying. No, I said. Stories like this were the reason I came looking for you in the first place. I would have been disappointed if they were not true. And do you think that people in the West believe as well? I think that people in the West are ready to believe it. The 1950s were a long time ago. John laughed. Indeed, he said. Anyway, the Yasifu helped me cure many sick people, direct me on which traditional medicine to use and what technique. He was always right, and the patient always got better. The funny thing is, he never used the same formula twice for the same illness. It depended on the individual each time. It was always on a case-by-case basis? Yes. I tried it many times, you know. I would give a different patient with the same illness, the same treatment as a patient who had been cured by Liao Sifu's spirit, and nothing would happen. Finally, I gave up on it. But all Chinese medicine is like this, right? It is always case-dependent. Yes, that's what makes it so difficult. Chinese medicine is really an art form, not a science. You cannot open a prescription book and dispense medication like a Western medical doctor. John paused for a moment, then continued. Then one day, a very rich businessman I had helped came to me and asked if I wanted to be partners in a joint venture with him. I said I had no money, and he said, it's okay. You just do the work, and I will put up the capital. I asked my master if it was all right, and he said yes. It was okay for people to be grateful, as long as I did not directly take money for services rendered. So I took the job, so to speak, and made a good piece of change. And since then, I have studied and learned the ways of the business world with the same diligence that I spent studying Kung Fu. As you can see, I did okay. His house was worth $6 million. What you're telling me, I said slowly after he finished, is that you proved to many people that there is life after death. To hundreds of people, Kosta, he responded. I can still prove it to anyone at any time. Would you like to meet a spirit? I jumped in response. Very well, he laughed. Tomorrow we will go on a short trip by car. It's about half an hour away from here. We can talk more about it then. The Xian. It would be neglectful to go on at this point and not give you some background on what is popularly considered immortality by Taoist alchemists, and what the theory behind the state of immortality is per the school of Neidan Taoist belief. Immortals are thought to display abilities similar to those of Zhang Cheng, and the warping of accepted natural law is said to be commonplace around them. However, I must caution you that the technique and method of Master Cheng differ greatly from those used by other systems. Also, as I stated earlier, John's teachings have nothing to do with religion. If the outline below leads you to other books, I must warn you against practicing the methodology outlined in those publications. I have no idea whether or not the procedures described are fact or fancy, or whether or not they are dangerous to the student. The perfected immortal human, or Xian, literally mountain man, is a central figure of religious Taoism. The techniques whereby people sought immortality were grounded both on internal and external alchemy. The external school, Wei Dan, developed techniques based on chemical experimentation and dietary regimes and hoped for actual physical immortality. There is strong evidence that they did, in fact, come up with an elixir that provided at least some partial rejuvenation. I have heard that China's modern leaders consume such a potion to retain their vitality and youth. Their internal school, Neidan, stressed breath control, yogic exercises, meditation, and sexual techniques. Through breath control and the movement of one's life force, qi, through the fields of the body, the individual both prolonged life in his body and achieved immortality through the nourishment within an embryonic spirit body, shen, which became the immortal self after death. Through its development, three techniques came central to the teachings of Neidan Taoism. 1. The philosophy of Wu Wei, spontaneity and non-interference, coupled with a profound reverence for life and an enhanced perception of the workings of nature on all levels. 2. The yogic alchemy, for transmuting the endowments of the mind and body into an immortal spirit with power over the physical world. This spirit body, the Shen, was created and nourished by the distillation of energy Qi, augmented by the power inherent in purified semen Qing. This purification was a meditational process. 3. The yogas of absolute meditation whereby passion and desire were vanquished, allowing the yogi to enter into a condition of enlightenment, wherein the spirit body can exist independent of the body and emanate to ride the clouds. The word Xian in Chinese is composed of the ideograms for mountain and man, and means just that. It is thought that, though the mountains are yang, some mountains are full of the pyramidal yin, energy of the universe, and it is to that energy that Taoist seekers flocked to charge their batteries and enjoy the stillness of the surroundings of meditation. I came from a mountainous area myself and can verify when training in the highlands, the energy I feel is hundreds of times what I experience when training in the city where I normally reside. The Weidon school, which saw a chemical formula for actual physical immortality, is not directly pertinent to this text. The Neidan, or internal school, on the other hand, is. Nietzsche Taoists, who followed this school, saw a means by which they could condition human existence and be transformed into one that would last indefinitely, but not necessarily in physical form. To achieve this, they worked exclusively with the tools nature has given us, those of our mind, body, and spirit. The elixir of immortality was brewed not in some crucible using potions of arsenic, mercury, and pearl, as in the Weidon school, but in the body itself, using the individual's own life energy. In China, 3 qualities of man's energy are called the Sanbao, or 3 treasures. They are Qing, Qi, and Shen, or essence, energy, and consciousness. By transmutation of the 3 treasures from coarse to subtle form, and by subsequent interaction, a mysterious something is conceived. That something is the spirit embryo, which, like any baby, requires further gestation prior to final birth. However, should the Taoist yogi be successful in developing the spirit body, he can exist independent of his physical body, and is, as such, immortal. Central to the belief in the spirit body was the tenet that while man does have a soul that lives after death, the soul is not immortal, and we also die after time. I personally believe that this religious doctrine came into being simply because the yogis could not perceive the spirits of specified deceased individuals after a given period of time, whereas before that point they could. Neither failure nor ignorance is widely tolerated in China. You cannot simply say, I don't know. Thus, the Taoist teachers had to come up with something, and the dogma outlined above is the result. You'll find there's a basis for my assumption in the following chapters. Qing, the term essentially means essence, is the primal stuff of life. Many believe that you are given a fixed amount of Qing for your lifetime, and that if you use it up, you're out of luck. In the male, Qing is present in the coarse form of the sperm, and is deposited in the testicles. In more refined form, Qing circulates through the bone marrow of the body and is stored in the kidneys. Footnote. When I began to study the literature on Taoism, I was surprised how many concepts coincided with folk beliefs in my native Greece. Upon engaging in a torrid love affair with my new girlfriend and subsequently showing up to teach my jiu-jitsu class somewhat dazed, I was counseled by the oldest man in the class to refrain from losing too much sperm, as you will begin to lose your bone marrow. End footnote. Therefore, what was of crucial importance was to preserve essence. It is this approach that led to the theories of sperm retention and controlled ejaculation that have become representative of Taoism in popular Western literature. Some teachers stated that Qing had a natural tendency to flow downward. They thus forbade sexual intercourse for 1,000 days at a time while training, so that the Qing could be piled up and enliven the energies of the body. Others allowed for a minimum amount of sexual release. The philosopher Sun Tzu recommends the following program. For men in their 20s, 1 ejaculation every 4 days. In their 30s, 1 in 8 days.
In their 40s, 1 in 16 days. In their 50s, 1 in 20 days. From the age 60 upwards, emission should be avoided altogether, though a 60-year-old who is still robust may allow himself one ejaculation a month. This is a far cry from the exorbitant sexual stimulation evident in Western society. In Europe, you can hardly walk down the street without thinking of sex. Large-breasted women pout down from the covers of magazines in every corner kiosk, some nude, some scantily clad, while their male counterparts pump iron and promise female readers endless repetitive orgasms with their gaze. It's hardly natural. We need only to look at the animal kingdom to realize that attempted reproduction is not something mammals should engage in every day. Footnote. I am aware of both the natural inclination and reproductive cycle of the dolphin, for readers who think they have caught a faux pas. End footnote. My dog can outrun me in his sleep, and is kept abreast of a snowmobile in deep snow. The average human could not hope to parallel his physical prowess. He breathes twice a year. Perhaps it is this natural conservation of qing that allows other animals their tremendous physical abilities. I have discussed qi. Shen, the final treasure, is a bit more difficult to identify. In coarse form, it most certainly means mind, self, soul. I will use the term personal awareness. As determined earlier, many Taoists believe that the spirit itself cannot last indefinitely and must be enhanced so that the prize of immortality can be captured. There seems to be a process for this. I have said that Qing, the essence of life, is first transmuted and refined into Qi. I have seen many procedures for this in the literature, ranging from the seductive to the painful. The most common approach is simply sexual abstinence coupled with yogic breathing exercises. If you're noticing that the emphasis is on the male and sperm, you are correct. There is little written in Taoist texts that is of use to women seeking the way. Nevertheless, historically and in myth, there have been Taoist immortals and masters who were women. It is as to how they developed their powers and achieved immortality that the literature is silent, short of taking a pill, which we must discount. Once Qing has been transmuted to Qi through meditation and yogic breathing, the practitioner discarded the entanglements of mundane life and sought stillness, so that he could further enliven Shen through the Qi. Reportedly, the area where the seedling Shen resides is between and behind the eyebrows, the third eye to some. But once Shen was conceived, it had to gestate. Once gestated, it had to be born. Once born, it required nourishment and so forth until it could stand on its own. The procedure demanded continuous refinement of Qing into Qi and the transference of the energy Qi to the Shen. Needless to say, it took a long time, perhaps the practitioner's life, and was not something to be undertaken lightly. For the Taoist alchemist, the Dantian was the crucible in which the elixir of immortality was brewed. It was there that Qing was refined into Qi. While from the Dantian purified Qi was sent up to the spirit valley between the eyebrows to give birth to the embryo Shen. Needless to say, the Dantian was a very precious commodity, and one carefully preserved. Indeed, it is common in China even today to wrap one's belly against the cold, leaving the chest and arms lightly clad. There was a further step from that point on if the yogi truly desired eternity. The independent Shen had to be merged with the source of all things, the Tao. In essence, what the teachers are saying was that the personality had to unite with the flow of the whole universe. If such a thing is possible, it can only be the final stage in human development. There is a clear reference in the Tao Te Ching to the seedling Shen and the continuation of the consciousness after death. Quote, "Those who retain their center endure. Those who die but continue to exist are immortal." Unquote. This particular section of the Old Master is very important, and the reader should bear it in mind in the chapters to come. It has caused much consternation and confusion among sinologists in the West, with the question being, how do you die but continue to exist? I sincerely hope that this text will help clear up the quandary. Let me repeat my word of warning before I go on. Though much has been written about it in numerous publications, the Sanbao method is not precisely followed by Master Cheng. There are some similarities, and many of the concepts are pertinent, which is why I include them here, but in essence, both the approach and method are different. By no means should you follow the Sanbao without direct, competent guidance and in an attempt to generate abilities like my teachers.
That way lie madness and death. Revelations. The next evening I was in the car with my master and his family heading toward a place on the outskirts of the city he lived in. It was quiet, and I find it difficult to talk when there is much weighing on my mind, and that night there was. John's comments on the previous day had shaken me greatly. Once again, I did not doubt him for a second. I was anxious and wary of what I would see on that evening. "We are going to the house of a friend of mine," John said. "He has heard strange noises at night while his family has been sleeping, and he is quite afraid that there is a spirit there. They just moved into that house, by the way." "So the stories of haunted houses are true?" I said. "Of course," he replied. "Spirits are bound by space and time in the same way as anything that exists, but on a different level because they are part of the yin world. We ourselves are yang, they are yin." "But we have yin energy in our bodies too, right?" I asked. "Correct," he replied. "However, a pure spirit exists in a different space-time continuum than we do. 1 year for us is 1 day for them, and they are not limited by the present moment, but exist in the immediate future and past as well. Do you understand?" "I think so." I took out a pen and paper. "Do you mean something like this?" On the paper I drew, there's a circle with the word spirit in it, and a point on the circle that says man, and it is aligned to a vertical line that says time. "Exactly," he said. "You know how in meditation we slow down our breathing and our pulse? It is because we move more and more into our yin consciousness." "I see. But are you saying that we have two separate bodies, a yin body and a yang body, and that our consciousness can move from one to the other?" "No, it is not so simple and easy as that. What I said is that everything on earth is yang, though the earth itself is yin. We as human beings are yang creatures, but we have yin energy as well. It is the combination of the two that gives us life. When we die, we cease to have life, and our awareness moves to the yin state of being." He paused. "But it does not remain unaltered in the process," he continued. "And what we are going to see tonight, if there is one there, is a human spirit, right?" I said. Ghost?" I hated using that word. "Yes," he said. "I see, Sifu. What about what we are told about the afterlife, heaven and hell, reincarnation, that sort of thing?" He was silent for a very long time, and I thought I had offended him. Finally he spoke. "I don't know," he said. "But you have seen so many spirits, spoken with your master after he died, and—" "I didn't say that I haven't had experience with life after death," he interrupted. "What I said is I don't know what the final state of the afterlife is." John lit up a cigarette. "I will tell you what I do know," he said. "There appears to be an intermediate state between this life and the next. I call it the white wave and the black wave. The spirits of those who have been good in their lives go into the white wave, and those that have been evil into the black wave. It is very much like the concepts of heaven and hell, except for one thing: neither condition is permanent. At some point, all spirits shoot straight up to God. What happens to them at that point? I don't know. It depends on whom you ask, I suppose." "You mean to say there is a heaven and hell?" I asked, astonished. "That's not what I said, is it? I said that there seems to be an area characterized by a field of white yin energy into which the spirits of positive karma enter. There they are given all that they desire, and they do desire. I have entered into the white field. People were gathered around celebrating, eating and drinking, only there was no food really present. It is an illusion for their benefit. They just think they are eating and drinking. Maybe they have to enjoy what they were denied in life in order to go on. I don't know. Perhaps they think they are still human." "But they are not?" "No, the mental and emotional perspectives of the average spirit are very different from those of a human being." "But not your master's. He looked and sounded the same dead as he did alive." "Yes, a spirit with even a little yang energy is very different. A spirit like my master retains all its human characteristics." I thought about the classic lines from the Tao Te Ching, lines that had caused so much controversy among scholars in the past. Quote, "Those who retain their center endure. Those who die but continue to exist are immortal." Unquote. Their meaning was clear to me at that moment. According to Taoist thought, to continue being human after death, you had to bring some of your yang energy with you. Was the center that Lao Tzu referred to the Dantian, which filled up with yang energy in level 1? And according to Chang Sifu, to remain completely human after death, you had to bring all your yang energy with you. That is to say, to complete level 4, like Liao Sifu, like my master. A shudder ran through me. Was evolution at play here? Was humanity no more than a breeding ground for higher spirits? I thought about how an embryo came into being. Out of millions of sperm, only one became a baby. Was this the case for us also? That from a million humans, only one was destined to become a Xian? And was it for entities of this sort that all the fuss was about? Or were we evolving as a species to the point where all of us could live on without our physical bodies? I desperately wanted to change the subject, but there was no dodging the issue. I thought about the metaphysical waves of reward and penance John had spoken of. Concepts such as heaven and hell, the Elysian fields and Hades, were as old as the human race. Were they real? And what about the black wave? I asked. If you ever reach level 4, remember that I said never to go into the black if you can help it. It is not a pleasant place. The spirits there desire, they hurt, they cry, and are denied everything. It is pitch dark, and you cannot see a thing. The only good point about the black wave is that it does not last forever. After a time, those spirits are freed, when their karma has been fulfilled. Sifu, what is karma? The consequence of their actions, thoughts, emotions, and desires of their lives, if you want. It was getting to be too much, too anthropomorphic for me to swallow. Like something out of ancient mythology, or the most esoteric beliefs of the world's major religions. He seemed to guess my thoughts. I don't have any final answers for you, Kosta. No dogma to respond to the questions people have about their existence. I can only tell you what I've seen. You can choose to believe me or not. Consider me a metaphysical scientist. I have not told you anything of my own religious beliefs, and I will not. Why not? Because I don't want to interfere with anyone's religion, he said. Sifu, what you described is so basic, so primitive, a model that it's too hard to swallow in our scientific age when everything has to be complicated and mathematical. Well, you can judge for yourself. Maybe the whole pattern with our day and age is that we've stepped too far away from the primitive, rejecting our essential nature. And God, Sifu, you've mentioned God many times, both today and in the past. Is there really a God? A force that cares for us? The center of our existence? I know there is. Why? How do you know there is a God? Some other time, Kosta. We reached the house. Sifu, I asked as we got out of the car, why is it that some spirits are earthbound like this one? If there is one here. He shrugged. Why do you live where you do? Depends on each case. For the most part, spirits stay away from towns and cities and prefer the wilderness. We were met at the door by my teacher's friend and his family. The house was pleasant enough, a 2-story, 3-bedroom affair. It was quite modern and had been built only in the last 20 years. It was certainly no centuries-old castle. More people arrived, indeed. Quite a large group gathered to see the show. John joked with the men, talking about soccer, the latest trends in world business, and whether or not a restaurant that had been recently opened was any good. It seemed the thing they all studiously ignored was whether or not the house was haunted. After a time, they decided to go about the business at hand. Okay, Kosta, John said, come on. We went up the stairs to the top floor and everyone gathered together. There were so many of us we could hardly fit in the room. The owner pulled out a table and on it the participants placed various offerings to the spirit. There was a stick of incense, a cigarette on an ashtray, tea without sugar, coffee without sugar, cakes without sugar, and water. It was stressed to me that sugar would offend the spirit. He can smell the offerings, my teacher's son said to me. It's what they enjoy. I thought about the period some years prior when I had studied Tibetan Buddhism. I had learned that those entities in a perpetual state of spirithood were called scent eaters. I had also been told then that most people were reincarnated within 40 days. I thought of the concepts of dogma and proof. My teacher sauntered over to where I was standing. If there is a spirit, he said, you will see the offerings as he takes them. You mean that they have enough power to move objects? I asked. No. I will enter total meditation, like the borderline between sleep and waking, okay? At that point, he will be able to take yang qi from me, and he will move the objects. Yes, I said, but how do I know that it is not simply you moving them? I mean, I have seen you use telekinesis before. He laughed, delighted. He was not offended in the least. If you pull up your yin qi like this, you may be able to see something as well. He showed me the method. I don't think you will be able to see the spirit himself, because your yin is very weak, he continued. But you may see something, especially if he is a black spirit. We all gathered around the table. Someone shut off the lights. Only a few dim candles lit the room. Light being yang, would drive the spirit away. Everyone quieted down, and John began his meditation. I did as the teacher said, pulling up my yin energy. There was an intense quiet, a total absence of sound. And then suddenly things began to happen. I heard a sound like the wind blowing. The incense stick appeared to split in two as if I had double vision. I rubbed my eyes. The stick began to move. It bobbed in the direction of my teacher, who immediately began talking. He spoke in Chinese. I could not understand the words, but I could tell from the tone of his voice that he was soothing and heaping praise on whatever was there. The cup of tea began to move on the table, and I heard a sound of satisfaction. Ah! I thought, your mind is playing tricks on you. I pulled up my yin and tried to concentrate. Something was over the table. It was indefinable and vague, like a heat wave over hot tar. There was no denying that my vision blurred when I looked in that direction. It was actually hard to stare at. It seemed that the phenomenon went away when my eyes, my will, locked onto it, but I could see it clearly with my peripheral vision. If I kept my line of sight down on the tabletop, I could see a sort of cloud dancing and playing on the table. I wondered, is our eyesight yang? Is that the reason I can only see it with my peripheral vision? John was talking up a storm. Everyone started laughing, and I felt like the odd man out. Suddenly, the incense burner flew off the table to land at my master's feet. It was porcelain and shattered into many pieces. Instantly, the lights were turned back on, and people began cleaning up the mess. I walked over to where John was sitting. He looked annoyed. What happened? I asked him. Stupid spirit. I couldn't see anything, just a blur. Because he is a white spirit, John replied. If he were a black spirit, you would see him. Why did he knock over the incense burner? Because he's a Muslim, John said. The incense stick offended him. He considers incense as being somewhat from the Buddhist religion. What? How can a spirit be Muslim or any other religion for that matter? John laughed. They are in an intermediate state, Kosta. They have not had their questions answered yet, and believe me, they are much more anxious about the afterlife than we are. Direct interest, you see. Many spirits retain their religious beliefs after death. Indeed, some become very devout, much more so than they were in life. Oh boy! Too much. Did you hear the wind when he came in? I guess I could swear to it in court. Ah, your yin is weak, you know. You will have to work on that. I will show you how later. There is always wind associated with a spirit. My master was so loud he sounded like a helicopter. Everyone could hear him coming. I stood there stunned, feeling like a goon. I thought about the words that various cultures around the world had used to describe our life energy. The Chinese Qi, the Greek Pneuma, the English Spirit, the Hebrew Ruach, the Indian Prana, the Tibetan Rulung. They all meant wind or vapor. It made sense, too much damn sense to ignore anymore. Here, John said, you all have to move back a bit. There's too much yang energy around the table, and he is afraid. You're going to call him again? Oh yes, that wasn't polite, you know. If he had just asked, I would have put out the incense. John lit another cigarette and placed it in the ashtray. I walked over to where my teacher's son was waiting and sat down next to him. Can you translate for me what your father is saying? Sure. Basically, my father asks the spirit questions, then articulates the replies he gets out loud so that we can hear them as well. It won't bother him if you talk. My father? When he's in meditation, you cannot disturb him even if you wished. The lights went out again. Everyone sat down on the floor farther from the table. Only John remained in front of it. I concentrated as before on the end of the lit offering. In this case, the cigarette. Once again, it seemed to split in two. And once again, things began to suddenly happen. The teacup began to move, spilling some of the tea, the glass of water, the cigarette. John began to speak, and with his son's help, I understood the conversation. It went something like this. Yes, I understand. You are a Muslim, and we will not leave our incense for you. We meant no offense. Did you enjoy the cigarette? Good. Why are you here? Ah, God said you must stay here, and you are not leaving no matter what. That's okay. Can people stay in this house? Oh, you like them? Yes, they are good people, aren't they? You like banana pudding? Of course, they will leave some out as an offering to you every Tuesday night. Okay, but you must promise to protect them and never try to hurt them. If there is a problem, you can come to me. You do promise? Good. They also promise they will give you banana pudding every Tuesday night. And cigarettes also? Okay, good. I'm glad you are happy. By the way, who do you think will win the soccer game tomorrow? No, try harder because I want to make a bet with my friends. Ah, good. Yes, they are my favorite team as well. People started laughing. The lights went on. The owner of the house wrote down the spirit's request. One man helped himself to some of the cakes and the coffee that had been put out as an offering. The atmosphere was very congenial. There was nothing mystifying about any of it. It was the most natural thing I had seen in my life. I was envious, incredibly envious. I thought of the West and how death is treated here, the separation and fear that people feel for their dead, beloved or not. Here were people who nonchalantly took everything in stride, just as the most primitive culture could speak to the dead through their shaman. The spirit world was no stranger to them. Death really was a verifiable transition, the consciousness moving on to something different. It was like growing older. Most people realize and accept that they will reach old age and make plans for retirement. It is part of life, after all. But what plans do we make in the West for our retirement after death? Our only comfort is religion, indirect and distant, with non-verifiable dogma at its core, and the whole hierarchy of intermediaries between us and what is to come. But here was something anyone could touch, something matter of fact. John talked about sports with the dead, for God's sake. I looked at my master with new awe. I walked over to him as he joked around with his friend and his friend's wife. He glanced over at me. "Well, Kosta," he said, "new experience?" "Yes, Sifu. Why did you ask him about the soccer game tomorrow?" "Because I always bet with my friends on who's going to win the game. An average spirit can see in the future about a day or so. I cheated." "Is it 100%? I mean, can they predict the future with precision?" "It depends on the spirit. The stronger they are, the more accurate they are. This one was a very small old man, so I do not trust him all that much. But he was a nice fellow in the end." "Would he lie to you, try to trick you?" "No, a spirit cannot lie, not even a black spirit. They can either speak or not, but that does not mean that they are always right." After bidding me good night, he sent me back to my hotel in a friend's van, along with a group of other people. I was so numbed by what I had seen that I could hardly speak. One man in the van spoke English well and tried to engage me in the conversation unsuccessfully. I must have insulted him. The man was of Sumatran extraction, and he started telling others that the Greeks were racist and prejudiced against darker-skinned people. I intervened once I understood the gist of the conversation, explaining to him that I simply did not want to talk. I was shaken by what I had seen that evening. "Oh," he said, "was that the first time you had seen a spirit?" I nodded, and he looked puzzled. "But don't people die in your country?" he asked, and I did not know what to say. Hamlet had called death the undiscovered country from whose bourne no traveler returns. These people had lost all dread of that other place. For them, there was no undiscovered country. It had been explored and charted. I wondered if anyone would believe me. Chapter 5. The Story of Liao Sifu. It was late in the evening when I next sat down with my teacher. He had just finished watching a soccer game on television, and his favorite team had won. Knowing John, he had probably wagered a good sum of money on the outcome, and presumably won as well. As a result, he was in a good mood. We moved to the outside balcony once again and sat down for the customary tea. "I promised you that I would tell you my master's story today," John began. "I have already told you how I found him, and he accepted me as his apprentice. What you must understand is also the great degree of difference in ability between Liao Sifu and myself. My powers are nothing compared to his." I nodded and kept silent, though I felt like laughing hysterically. It was surreal to hear him speak of his capabilities in this manner. As yet, John's own powers were incomprehensible to me, and I had only witnessed a small fraction of his energy. In the 3 years I had been with him, I had observed telekinesis, pyrogenesis, telepathy, electrogeneration, and displacement of matter. The manipulation of chance circumstance, levitation, the absorption of enormous amounts of momentum, and perhaps even communication with spirits of the dead. These were phenomena I myself could testify to, and would be willing to do so under oath. The full power of John Chang was beyond belief. If what I had been told by others was true, and I had no reason to doubt them, I certainly could not imagine the extent of Liao Sifu's. Liao Sifu was born in a village named Li Hua King in China's Santuang province, my master continued. He was part of a large clan, the Liaos, as the name implies. This clan had its own style of kung fu, which they called Liao Chia Chuan. Liao Sifu began studying with the family art at the age of 5 and continued studying until he was about 20, by which point he had mastered the system. He became quite good at both the external and internal elements of the martial arts and a good fighter. And fight he did, I'm afraid. You see, next to his village, a few miles away, there was another village. The village was called Puchiasyang, which basically means the Pu family village. Between the two villages was a spring, and the only one in the area. It was quite a barren place, Kosta. It was over this supply of fresh water that they fought. Their clans had been fighting for 100 years, and many died. It must have been horrible, I said, fighting over the right to drink? Yes, John said. The right to survive, you mean? You know how in Africa the lions gather around the springs and wait for their prey? Well, imagine something like this, and you will be close to the way it was for them. Every day of their lives, because a man needs fresh water to live, right? Wasn't water anywhere else? Nothing? Not a drop, I'm told. Oh, and maybe there was water about 30 or 40 miles away, but can you imagine taking a trip like that to get water for your family and carrying it back? No. Neither could they, so they fought, each clan, trying to force the other to move away. Now, he continued, in Jiangxi province, almost a month's journey given the resources of the age, there was a famous teacher called Pai Loknen. When did this happen, Sifu? I interrupted. Oh, this part of the Yao Sifu story takes place between 1915 and 1925, give or take a few years either way. Anyway, because of the war, the Yao Sifu did not marry and generally led a very turbulent existence. Maybe their region was like Bosnia or Kosovo in our day. When he was in his mid-30s, his life changed dramatically. One of his relatives had studied with Pai Loknen. This man returned to Li Huakong at some point, and it was evident that he had developed great abilities. Because Liao Sifu was a dedicated and sincere martial artist, and let's face it, because of the war, the relative wrote a letter of recommendation for Liao Sifu to also go and study with Pai Loknen. So Liao Sifu made the journey and eventually, because of the letter, was accepted as Pai Loknen's student. He stayed with Pai Sifu for 5 years, at which point he returned to his home village. At the time, he was almost 40 years old and had achieved level 26. John settled back in his chair and assumed a more comfortable position. Now, he continued, bear in mind that these were different times. News did not travel fast, if at all, and most of the rural China lived in third world conditions. When Liao Sifu returned to his home, he found that his clan had been decimated. There was only one man left alive, and he was crippled, unable to walk. The neighbors kept him alive with their charity. Liao Sifu was crazy with grief. He had lost all his loved ones. Can you imagine, Kosta, leaving your home for 5 years and returning to find that all your brothers and sisters, your cousins, aunts, uncles, lovers, and friends had been killed? Yes, I can, I said softly. I'm from the Balkans. You are, aren't you? John said. So maybe you can understand such pain, or perhaps there are similar circumstances in your family history. Liao Sifu wanted to rush over and attack the neighboring village, but his clansman wouldn't let him. You are the last of us alive, he said. They have killed us all. Even though you are level 26, there are so many warriors in Puchasang. You are only one man. Perhaps they will kill you instead, and then the Liao clan will be lost. The clansman was a senior, and given the Confucian ethic of his day, Liao Sifu had to obey him. The man sent him back to Pai Loknen with the promise that he would study for a further 5 years. Liao Sifu did this, swallowing his rage and pain and putting them aside. He thought about the revenge all the time, though he could not let it go. When he returned to the village 5 years later, he was more than level 30. That is a very special turning point for people like us, you know. It's a sort of graduation. I wanted to press him for details, but John became suddenly quiet, staring off into space. At length he spoke. When Liao Sifu returned to his home, he found the body of the clansman pierced by a spear. They had not even had the decency to bury the man. The corpse was rotting where it lay. Then Liao Sifu went mad. It was as if the floodgates of the dam had opened. The pain he had suppressed all those years could no longer be contained and came rushing out. It was as if his surviving relative were the last bridge to reason. With him gone, Liao Sifu went crazy. He gave in to his anger and his hatred, and went to Puchiasyang to take a bloody revenge. For 1 hour he killed anything that moved, and they were helpless against him. It was as if the angel of death had attacked their village, and the warriors of Puchiasyang could do nothing to stop him. Men, women, children, and animals he killed, even the chickens. So great was his anger, Kosta, that he wanted the village to be wiped off the face of the earth, with not one life remaining in it to poison the land. Spears and swords bounced off him like paper. He could not be hurt. and yet he killed from more than 10 yards away with blasts of Nekung energy. Nothing escaped him. When they ran, he caught them, and when they hid, he found them. After 1 hour, he stood among the ruins of the village. The madness left him, and he saw clearly what he had done. He knew he had abused the power that God had blessed him with, and had become a demon. In 1 hour, he had taken more than 100 human lives. Liao Sifu was a good man. He really did not want to hurt anyone, you know. His heart was crushed like broken glass by his crime, and he turned dead inside. At that moment, he knew pain, the very real agony of remorse, before which the suffering he had felt from his anger was nothing. Also, Liao Sifu was a Taoist master. He knew about the spirit world and about life after death. He knew he would have to pay off the karma of his actions when he passed away. So he became very afraid for his soul. It was in despair that he ran back to his teacher, Pai Lok Nen. John took a break and sipped the tea. I was silent, shocked by what I had heard. I always thought, I said finally, that you had to be good and moral to be able to develop abilities of this sort. That power went hand in hand with divine integrity. How was it possible that Liao Sifu had not progressed beyond thoughts of revenge at that level? John laughed. You've read too many Western books, Kosta, or watched the TV series Kung Fu too often. A human being is a human being. I don't think it's so easy to stop being human. Liao Sifu knew the consequences. He knew that what he was doing was wrong, but he still took revenge, and bloody revenge at that. He was a man, after all, not God, and his family had been wiped out. What would you have done? I looked down. I don't know, I said. I thought of the depictions of the Buddha and Tibetan Thangka. They normally showed a Buddha attended by Bodhisattva of compassion on one hand and one of power on the other. I thought of the icons in the native Greek Orthodox Church. The Virgin, personification of compassion, was a central theme. But the Archangel Michael, whom I can safely call one tough dude, was ubiquitous as hell. I began to understand that power and clemency are indeed two separate things. Of course you do, John continued. And later you would have repented it as well as Liao did. And you would have to pay the price as he did. Themes of revenge and regret are everywhere in human literature. Kosta, it is not easy to become God and forgive. Imagine the Jewish people forgiving Nazis. The crimson past of the Balkans was bred into my genes. He was right and I knew it. I told him as much and he nodded. Yes, he said. It is difficult to be powerful. Twice as difficult to be powerful and good. But that is what we must do. That is our destiny. You know how little children are rarely good by themselves? How they have to learn compassion? Oh, yes, I said. I had bitter memories. A child's mind will give you an idea of man's basic nature. Our purpose in life is to become more than what we were born as. Most people are not successful at this. They just think that they are. And you know, that is why it is so important for us to pick our students carefully. We do not want to create monsters. John looked off into the night as his dog came running up to be petted. He played with the animal for a while, and I scribbled down my notes. A servant brought more tea, and after a time, John continued his narration. Pai Lok Nen lived on a mountain called Lung Hu Shan. Dragon Tiger Mountain, he said. Is that the Lung Hu Shan that the lineage of Tian Shi Chang had made their home? I asked. Yes, he replied. He seemed very pleased that I knew about the history of China. But Pai Lok Nen was not a member of their sect. They respected him greatly and so offered him the place in their land. Pai Lok Nen was a hermit, the master of the school of Motsu. He lived on an island in the middle of a lake. My teacher said that it was an inaccessible area. Its waters were very difficult to traverse. Liao Sifu used a series of trees to get across, jumping from one to the other like Tarzan, but Pai Lok Nen just threw a leaf on the waters and floated across. Good God, I said. What level was he? Level 51. I can't imagine. No, John replied, grinning, you can't. Now, China was plagued by many bandits at the time, and Pai Lok Nen was always there to help people. He fought for the villagers and killed many bad men. He had killed more than 100 himself, I'm told, many of them with a high level of skill. Pai Sifu's cause was justified, though, because he fought to protect others, not for his own gain. There is still karma associated with this type of combat, but not so much, especially if one engages it with no thoughts of glory or ego. Pai Lok Nen was a hermit. He did not fight to become famous. or so that he could seduce women. He fought because it fell to him to be a protector of the people around him. He was a healer as well, and had cured hundreds. He spared the lives of many bandits, provided that they would repent and stop being thieves and murderers. That mercy was to be his undoing in the end. He just let them go, I asked? No, he always made sure they could no longer terrorize people before he allowed them their lives and liberty. Since the notion seems to shock you so much, I will tell you the story of a very bad man at an incredibly high level, and his final encounter with Pilok Nen. The man's name was Lim. Jewel of the Immortals. Liao sat before a roaring fire, deep in thought. It was a cold afternoon, cold enough for him to seek the heat to warm his bones. He was over 55, but with the constitution and appearance of a much younger man. People thought him a Sien, an immortal, the apprentice of the immortal Pilok Nen. On the rare occasions that he ventured into the local villages, they bowed before him, treating him to their modest fare with the esteem reserved for divinity. If they only knew that I am nothing but a murderer, he thought. The decimation of Pu Chiaxiang plagued him constantly, and he knew that one day he would have to pay the price. In restitution, Liao had committed himself, at Sifu's suggestion, to the monastic life. He would try to reach the highest level of power he could in this life and help as many people as deserved his aid. Maybe then, when the time came for him to enter into the other world, the Lord God would be merciful in his judgment. How could I have killed children? Liao stared into the flames. The truth was, he did not need the warmth of the fire to stay comfortable any more than a snow bear did. He was beyond such things. But why waste internal energy to warm himself when a good fire was available, and much more pleasant to boot? Liao stayed with Pai Sifu on Dragon Tiger Mountain for many years since that fateful day, meditating, training, and studying the system of his master's lineage. He had learned much and progressed to level 41. To his chagrin, his task had grown more difficult, not easier, as he increased in level. Level 4, which he thought earth-shattering at the time, had been as easy as pie in comparison. He grinned as he thought of some of the younger students he knew, struggling with levels 3 and 4, and so proud of that fact. They were in for a rude awakening. Pai Sifu was gone for one of his 10-day retreats, leaving him alone with the old robber. Pilok Nen's method of training was very clever. He would meditate for 10 days, somewhere up in the mountains, and then come back down to their small house for 10 days to recuperate and prepare for the next session. Moderation and persistence were the keys to success, Liao knew. The old robber's name was Assam, and he was almost 70 years old. Assam had been a highwayman and terrorized the surrounding countryside, until he'd had the misfortune to pick Pilok Nen as a victim. When beaten by the nonchalant Immortal, Assam had pleaded for his life, promising he would do anything if he could just be spared. He would never steal from or injure anyone again. Pilok Nen had not known what to do with this man. He could not very well leave him where he was, because the bandit was surely untrustworthy. He finally decided to take him with him as a servant, to make sure that Assam would neither injure anyone again, nor run away. He had lamed him by partially paralyzing the greater sciatic nerve in the robber's right leg. Pai Sifu then brought him out to the island where it was impossible for the man to escape. Now Assam hauled around everywhere on the isle. The thumping of the thick staff he used to support his weight was the old man's trademark sound. Liao had sent the old robber out to gather some firewood. The old man had gone sulkily, not appreciating the directives of the younger Liao. He whined constantly, but what could he do? After all, Liao was a high-level student of the master, and Assam had no power to speak of. He had tried repeatedly to convince Liao that his being Pilok Nen's servant did not mean that he was Liao's servant as well, but the younger man was not buying it. And since Assam was, with good reason, terrified of Liao's powers, he did what the other man said. But he didn't have to be quick about it, and so he took the whole afternoon to complete an hour's chore. Liao was quite alone when he heard the sound. It came softly and stealthily, and there was a threat drawing near with it, Liao knew. A man was approaching the house, a careful man, checking his way as he went, aware of the dangers. A man at war, Liao thought, an enemy. He rose and stalked over to the door. Beyond their small garden, a dark form approached cautiously. It halted when it sensed him, waited, and began to approach again. Liao saw that it was a man with a dark cloth tied over his eyes, a blind man. "Good afternoon, brother," Liao said. This was no normal blind man. Liao did not need to observe the way that the other walked to know this. The man had made it to the island. That in itself was enough. Good afternoon, the man replied. Is this the home of the master Pailok Nen? It is. Ah, good. I'm an old friend of his. We have not seen each other in 12 years. Please come in and warm yourself. Pai Sifu will return soon. Liao stood aside to let the blind man pass. He noticed that the man entered the hut carefully as if checking for possible attack. He also saw that the man vibrated and hummed with a power similar to that of his teacher. Surely more than level 50, Liao thought. Could it be that he was higher than his master? When he sensed that there was no one else in the room, the man gratefully sat by the fire and began warming his hands. Liao saw that he was an older man, in his 80s, about the same age as his teacher. Can I offer you some tea, Mr. Liao asked. Ah, Lim. My name is Lim. Yes, please. It would be most appreciative. How do you know Pai Sifu? Liao asked while brewing the tea. We met 12 years back, as I said. It is to him that I owe my current power. I see. Are you a student of my teacher's lineage? No, I studied with another school just as old and just as powerful. Liao handed the other man a cup of hot tea. Lim sipped it with relish. Thank you, he said. The tea is most appreciated on such a cold day. Yes, it is. You have reached a very high level, good sir. Yes, it took a long time and great dedication, but I have managed to become what I am after 10 years of fierce training. I think that your master will be quite surprised with my power. Liao stared at the hooded face. He may be surprised, but will he be pleased? He asked finally. The other put down his cup. What is your name? Lim asked finally. Liao Sutong. Liao Sutong? If you do not interfere when we fight, I will spare your life this day in gratitude for the tea you have offered me. Why do you hate him so? The other man untied the bandage over his eyes. 2 empty sockets yawned back at him. It was the face of a demon. He took my eyes from me. I cannot forgive him, Lim said. I understand, Liao said. I also have wasted my life in search of revenge, but Pai Sifu has always been just in his punishments. What did you do to deserve such a sentence? It does not matter. Of course it does. God's justice must be understood. Oh, did you follow God's justice when you took revenge? Liao looked away. The blind man laughed ironically. I suppose not, eh? Lim said. And who is Pailok Nen to speak for God anyway? Your name is familiar to me, Liao Sutong, as it is to all China, though until this moment I did not know that you were Pai's student. Liao searched the tortured face. What do you mean that my name is known to all China? If you behave and do not interfere, I will let you live to discover what I mean. I myself have regretted my actions. After 12 years, has your rage not been tempered by time? Liao asked. Tempered by time? Are you a baby to ask me questions like that? For 10 years I sacrificed my life, doing nothing but training every day, thinking of nothing but finding him and taking vengeance. It took me 2 years to find him. The people in the area protected him, the fools. No one would answer my questions, but find him I did in the end. And what was your crime? The other was silent. You are either a very brave man or a very stupid one. I was a warlord in the neighboring province. My band of warriors demanded tribute from the nearby towns. At one point I became greedy, and an old man called in Pailok Nen. My band was destroyed and my eyes were taken from me. It sounds like you got what you deserved. Perhaps. It is not for you to judge, destroyer of Puchia Xiang. He spared your life. He was merciful. The teacup instantly crumbled to dust in Lim's hand, and the hot tea boiled away as superheated steam. Liao feared for his life in that instant. 1,000 times that he would have killed me, Lim roared. I was powerful and he made me weak. Whatever I desired, a woman or a jewel, it was mine for the taking. I was the king of my land, and he turned me into a beggar. Liao kept his seat. After a moment, Lim calmed down. He turned toward the fire. He wrapped the bandage over his eyes once again. Would you like some more tea? Liao asked. You seem to have lost your cup. Lim laughed. Yes, you are undoubtedly a brave man. I would indeed like another cup. Liao stood and went over to the small cupboard. He brought over a cup and offered Lim tea. You know, Liao said, Pai Sifu is not all that he used to be. What do you mean? He was crippled in a fight, He lost the use of one leg and now walks with a cane. Must have been some enemy. I'm glad that the other didn't kill him and left him for me. Yes, but Sifu is not the master that he used to be. He's old and crippled now, and has lost his power. Are you that young and stupid? Or are you just trying to tempt fate and my patience? You know as well as I that physical condition has nothing to do with it. He is as powerful as ever. Besides, I hate him so much that, even if he were dead, I would destroy his grave and desecrate his corpse. I see. I pity you, Mr. Lim. Having felt such hatred myself, I know what a worm like that can do to your soul. May you find peace. The other man's reply was choked off by the sound of someone's approach. They both heard the heavy footstep, the rhythmic thumping of the cane. Lim stood smoothly and swiftly to face the door. He pushed Liao to the wall behind him. Don't interrupt or else, Lim whispered softly. Remember what I have said. Assam was carrying the load of firewood, and the going had been difficult for the old man. He eased the heavy sack off his back and laid it down gently in the corner of the garden. Still tied with the ropes he had used to make his bundle, he would be damned if he'd bring the wood into the house for Liao as well. That upstart was almost 15 years younger than he was, after all, and should have some respect for his elders. It was enough that he had gone out to get the wood at Liao's request. Too bad for the young punk if it had taken the entire afternoon. Inside the cottage, Liao saw the man's silhouette darken the doorway. He had no misconceptions about what would happen, and knew that Lim sensed the other's approach as well. Lim stood before him, his back to him and facing the door. He was ready to fight. Well, so was Liao. He was level 40 himself, but he knew that Lim was much higher. Still, it might work, he thought. Look out, it's a trap, he yelled to Assam, and at the same time hit Lim with his power in the area of the kidneys, and only from a yard's distance. He expected the other to fly forward to the impact, at which point he was ready to hit him repeatedly. Nothing happened. Lim was unaffected. Liao was allowed a fraction of a second in which to curse the circumstances with the worst profanity he could think of. Then Lim moved like a whirlwind. He kicked backward, hit Liao, and knocked him completely through the wall and into the garden outside, where he lost consciousness. At the same time, he hit Assam 3 times from 5 yards away, with energy blasts generated from the center of his palm. Assam died instantly with the first blast, but Lim could not believe that Pai Lok Nen would be so easy to defeat. For indeed, Liao's strategy of passing Assam off as Pai Lok Nen had worked, and struck again and again. When Liao came to, his master was standing over him. It was morning. He had been unconscious all night. Are you all right? Pai Sifu asked. Liao sat up, coughed up some blood. I think so, he said. For some reason he wanted to keep me alive. Assam? Dead. Gone. Who did this? Lim. He said his name was Lim. Lim? I don't know any man named Lim. Liao was briefly exasperated. It seemed that his teacher had killed so many marauders that he had forgotten the details of the encounters. He was blind. He said you had taken out his eyes. Pai Lok Nen was astonished. Him? The warlord? Yes, of course. His name was Lim, that's right. I remember now, but how? I mean, he was a fairly high level when we fought, but nowhere close to this. Hatred. Sorry? Hatred fueled his training. Pai was silent. Of course, he said. I regret leaving him alive. Many will suffer because I thought to show mercy. Some men are beyond redemption. Liao stood on quavering legs. He saw the hole in the wall that his body had made when he was thrown backwards. Help me with Assam, Pai Sifu told him brusquely. They walked over to the other man's remains, of the body itself. Only a jellied mass was left. Do you know why your strategy worked? Pai Sifu asked him. Maybe, I think it was because the man was so obsessed that he was blind in more ways than one. No, it was because Lim is obviously more than level 50. A blow from a man like that runs through the bone marrow and crumbles the bone to dust. Assam was hit at least 3, and maybe 4 times, as you can see, and there's not much left of him. His skull is mush. Lim was unable to inspect the body to see if it was me or not. I understand. Why did you trick him into believing Assam was me? 'Cause honestly, Sifu, the man frightened me, and I had no idea which of you had more power. And you thought nothing of sacrificing Assam's life? Before your own, Sifu? No. And you thought nothing of sacrificing your own life as well, I see. It was my duty, master. They buried Assam's body. It had no structure and was difficult to pick up. It was as if the old man had been turned into a giant, dead invertebrate. Pai was silent all day. When evening came, they sat by the fire. Pai looked then handed Liao a large book and some scrolls. In this book, Sifu told him, are the secrets of internal power all the way up to level 72. These scrolls designate you as my heir. You are now the master of my school of Pai Lei Xuan, 8 Ways Thunderboxing. You may leave this place or stay here as you wish. You are going after Lim? It is my duty. I have unleashed a monster on the land and must face up to the consequences of my actions. I forbid you to come with me, if that is what you were going to ask. Master, I forbid it. But of course, John continued, Liao Sifu did not listen to him. When Pai Sifu left, he followed at a distance, staying away from his teacher but never losing track of him. It took Pai Loknen a week to find Lim, but find him he did. They met in a jungle. Liao Sifu was close by, but he did not dare intrude. My teacher took a sip of tea. For 3 days and 3 nights they fought, he said softly. They were evenly matched in the end. Both were level 51. They destroyed the jungle around them in their struggle, and still no one could get the upper hand. Like the ancient gods they fought, throwing thunder and lightning at each other, Kosta. Finally, on the dawn of the 4th day, Pai Sifu in desperation used a technique called Qing Chik Tu Lik, which in Chinese means golden rooster stands on one leg. I showed you that movement yesterday. It is a very dangerous technique, in that you can hit 3 points with one movement, but you also open up weak points in yourself, which the opponent can strike. Of the 3 points attacked, Lim managed to block 2, but the 3rd blow caught him in the chest. At the same time, however, he managed to kick Pai Sifu in the chest. They both fell over and lay still. Then Liao Sifu emerged from hiding and approached. Before that point, he had not dared to interfere, as I said. There is that much difference in power between levels 40 and 50, I asked. Yes, and between levels 20 and 30, or 30 and 40 as well, John replied. The forest was as if it had been destroyed by bombs, Kosta. Liao Sifu checked the bodies. Lim was dead, but Pai Loknen was alive. Liao Sifu buried Lim and stayed with Pai Sifu, trying to nurse him back to health. At some point, though, Pai Loknen passed away. Liao Sifu buried him and stayed in the area for 40 days and then moved on. Where did he go? I asked. He was in for a surprise, John said. He went to a large town nearby and saw that he was famous. The government had put a reward on his head. He was the most wanted criminal in China. The village massacre, I said. Yes, posters of his picture on them were everywhere. He was forced to flee to Nanchang in Jiangxi, where he remained for a time, then out of China. He finally settled as a penniless refugee in Java. It's exactly like the old TV show, Kung Fu with David Carradine, I said. John thought about it for a while. I never watched that show, he said at last. I mean, I've seen segments of it from time to time on television, but I've never actually sat down and watched an episode. Listen, you don't think that they heard about Liao Sifu's story from somewhere and copied it? Chapter 6, Lessons to be Learned, the Examination. It was raining heavily when I next saw my master. He had been gone for a week, out of the country on business. I had spent the time traveling, reading, and digesting the teachings of our previous encounters as best I could. My wait hadn't been all that much fun because I had seen most of the country already, and the city he lived in was a boring place. John telephoned on the day that he returned. I took my usual taxi out to his home in the late afternoon, eagerly anticipating to see him again. I shook the rain off my windbreaker and entered his home. There were many people there, and there was considerable excitement all around. The atmosphere was that of a party waiting to happen. John yelled out a greeting. Kosta, you are very lucky tonight. I will test a pair of students for level 2. We are preparing now. I had never seen such testing before and immediately became excited myself. It had been worth the week of waiting. Perhaps the most important thing about the abilities my teacher displayed was that they are an acquired skill. What he has can be passed on to others. That evening, I would see proof of such a transmission for the first time. It should be noted that not everyone can become like John Chang, just as not everyone can become an Olympic athlete. Still, almost every able-bodied person can be taught to run, and if not to run, at least jog. Level 2 is somewhat like that. Almost anyone with the right degree of perseverance and discipline can complete it, though it might take as long as 15 years. As far as becoming like Chang Sifu, however, perhaps one man in 1,000 can achieve this, if that many. Anyway, I was quite eager to see what these two men could do. They were the only ones who did not seem particularly happy. Both were very nervous, excusing themselves to run to the toilet on occasion and spending quite a bit of time on the balcony in meditation, trying to regain control of their minds and bodies. I was told that it was not up to the student when he would be tested. John himself often picked the time and place and said, "Now." That was the whole point of the test, they said, to catch the student unawares, so that he would learn to be ready at any point in his life for whatever might occur to him. I was glad it wasn't me. One of the men looked particularly miserable. An argument ensued. A student of John's whom I knew well and who was there as a witness began protesting loudly. Another man, evidently a senior student, took no regard. Ignoring the other's disapproval, he seized the man's cigarettes and shook them out of their container. He handed the loose cigarettes back to my friend and kept the pack. The slighted party went over to a corner and sulked, stuffing the cigarettes into a pocket. The senior student then produced 2 more empty packs of cigarettes and stacked them atop a table, along with the pack he had just pilfered. The empty boxes, hard packs, were laid on their bases, 3 in a row, the brand names all facing one direction. It was up to the men being tested to move them with telekinesis from more than 4 feet away. John sauntered up to me. "You understand what we are doing here tonight?" he asked. I nodded. "They will have to move the packs from a distance of 5 times their forearm length. This is our tradition." He looked at my long forearm and longer fingers and grinned. "In your case," he said, "it will have to be more than 1.5 yards away." I squirmed, and he was delighted. John was a practical joker. I had been with him on an elevator one evening, along with 20 other people. The elevator was a glass-walled unit that ferried people up and down the floors of the shopping mall. There was a steel railing all around that people rested their backs on. We were going out to eat that evening at a local restaurant on the top floor of the mall. Suddenly, a burst of current pulsed along the steel backstop. Women screamed and everyone pulled away, suspecting a short circuit. John had pulled away too, as I had, but I needed only one look at the barely suppressed grin on his face to realize what had really happened. He had sent a pulse of bioenergy through the railing. The elevator attendant cautioned everyone to stay away from the backstop, and as we reached the top floor, he radioed maintenance and shut the unit down. Alright, so it was funny. In any case, the students were nervous as hell. They would have to knock over all 3 packs to pass the test. The first man began his trial. They measured his forearm, hand, and fingers and drew a line beyond which he could not cross. John stood on the line itself and scowled at the student as he approached, making sure the man would not dare cheat, not even a little. The man stood behind the line in the horse-riding stance, brought his right palm up, even with the line, took a breath to calm himself, and began. He pushed his chi through his palm toward the cigarette boxes. One of them fell over. "He missed," a man next to me whispered, "but he will pass for sure." John reprimanded the student, and the man tried again. This time there was no hesitation. He knew he could do it. He concentrated fiercely and pushed. All 3 packs fell over on the tabletop. The first was pushed so hard that it fell off the table. The student had passed. There was a pause before the second man's trial, and I was allowed to approach the testing area. "Okay, Kosta," John said. "Inspect everything carefully." And I did. I looked for magnets, for wires, for fans, for anything electrical or chemical, with all the expertise I had gained after 12 years in the engineering field. Nothing. The table was wood. I picked it up off the ground. There were no wires or strings anywhere. The packs of cigarettes were just that. They had not been tampered with, short of being emptied of cigarettes. I pulled out of my vest pocket a small compass I always carry with me in the Orient, and ran it over the table and surrounding area. No magnets, or at least no residual magnetism, was evident. I could find no indication of the presence of chemicals of any sort. The room was brilliantly lit, and everything had happened in plain sight. There was no hocus-pocus going on. The inspection was superfluous. I did it for everyone else's sake rather than my own. I had no doubts about what I was seeing. In any case, the group gained nothing by tricking me. I want to make one more inspection when the testing is over, I said to John, who readily agreed. The second man's turn came up. This man was very nervous. It was obvious to everyone except me that he would not succeed. The group repeated the procedure for him, drawing a new line. He, as had his brother student, took his place, and failed. Nothing happened. John encouraged him, told him to relax and try again. He did, and was unsuccessful once more. The man was in a bad emotional state. I thought they would stop. They didn't.
John allowed the man to try from a yard's distance.
The packets not only fell over, they flew off the table to land a good yard away. At that moment I realized something of importance. The field phenomenon associated with the action degraded exponentially. That is to say, its behavior followed this pattern. And then there is a chart where the y-axis is strength and the x-axis is distance, and the strength decreases with distance logarithmically. Someday I will map its response and characterize the process, I thought. I had already figured out how to do it. The man was given another chance, which he also failed. At this point, John let him stop. He would be given another test the following year, but the opportunities were not indefinite. At some point, if you failed, you were deemed an inappropriate student and not allowed further instruction. What additional examination did you want to do? John asked. I pulled out a pocket knife and cut an empty pack of cigarettes in half. It was not lined with metal. There was no way it could have been affected by magnetism. Again, I did it more for the group's sake than my own. It seemed very important to them that I be convinced, and I had to prove that I was. I was good at that sort of thing. The previous year, a friend of John's had tried to play a trick on me. He offered me a stick of gum, which I took, then asked if I would like to see his power. I had replied affirmatively, and he dipped the wrapper in water. Now hold it in your hand and squeeze, he said. I did not need John's look of disapproval to know that I was being hoodwinked. Dipping the wrapper in water had given the man away. Sodium metal, I thought, and only pretended to squeeze the wrapper. It was wax-coated. Squeezing would break the coating and allow the sodium to react with the water, generating intense heat. The man became disconcerted. He expected me to drop the wrapper in pain. I disappointed him. You can let it go if you feel the heat, he said. Don't burn yourself. No, it's not that hot at all, I said innocently. See? I gave him back the wrapper, which I had carefully pressed into a small ball. A look of puzzlement came onto his face, and he took the wrapper and squeezed it as hard as he could. Suddenly he grimaced and dropped it. He looked at me in wonderment. Why hadn't the trick worked on a foreigner? John had loved it. Anyway, I knew I had to convince them that evening that I believed what they were doing was real, and so cut the empty packet in half. How long have you been studying? I asked the man who had passed. About 12 years, he said. And how much training did you do every day? Only about a half hour. That's why it took so long. But what could I do? I had to work for a living. John came over and held a long discourse with the man. He lectured him profusely and then let him go and pulled me over. I told him that he had to be very careful from now on, John said. When you finish level 2, your chi is always ready to move, and much of it is governed by your emotions. If he were to hit a man in anger now, the chi would run into that man's body and destroy his heart. The man would die. What if he hits him on the arm, say? I asked. It doesn't matter where he hits him. The chi will always run up the other's heart, and it will kill him. And no Western hospital in the world can help a man hit in that manner. He will die unless treated by someone like me within 24 hours. You're right. You should be very careful from now on. Yes. When we teach new students Kung Fu, we always move slowly, and always without power. Safety is our primary concern. People see that on occasion and think we are weak. Bad mistake. Sifu, what they just did, we call telekinesis in the West. Did they manage that with their own power, or did you help them a bit? He looked at me amused. I helped them a bit, as you say. They could pass chi from their body, but it is only yang chi. During the test, I myself generate yin chi and act as an opposite pole by standing next to the packs. It induces their yang chi to extend over to my yin, and that action allows them to move the cigarette packs. The test is really to see how much yang chi the student has in him. I see. So when you say that if they hit a person, they will transfer chi to him, they must touch the other person physically to do so, correct? Yes, because they still only use yang chi. To do it from a distance, they would have to use yin and yang together. That would be level 4. Sifu? I asked. Physiologically, what is the difference between what I just saw and level 4? We moved over to a table and John began to jot down notes to me. Look, he said, I have already told you that level 1 is simply to fill up your dantian with yang qi, right? That requires 81 hours of absolute meditation. Now, a beginning student cannot hold his concentration for long. Perhaps in 1 hour of sitting, he is actually in meditation for 1.3 minutes. That means he is meditating only 2.2% of the time, which means that if he sits down for an hour a day, he needs 10 years of training to get to his 81 hours of meditation. What is actual meditation like? I asked. There are no thoughts, and there is no sense of time. If you are thinking, you are not in meditation. If you are aware of yourself, you are also not in meditation. You must become like a baby in the womb there, and yet not there. Meditation is like the borderline between sleeping and waking, between consciousness and unconsciousness. Very difficult. Not so difficult, Kosta. You stayed in meditation for long periods when you were an embryo and a baby. And you pass through now, each time you drift off to sleep. You just have to remember how. I felt uncomfortable. What about level 2? I asked, to change the subject. In level 2, we will fill up the channels of your body with yang qi, while at the same time shaping the qi in your dantian to our specifications. And then we can push our yang qi out of our body, though not through space. When a student becomes proficient at this, he can pass the test that you witnessed this evening. And level 3? Level 3 is very difficult to pass. It requires at least 3 continuous hours of training each day, perhaps more. You don't want to talk about it. Okay, fair enough. Level 4. Level 4 is the point where we begin to bring yin and yang together. When you finish with level 4, the two sit in your dantian. Like this, he continued and drew. So he draws the yin-yang symbol, but without the dots. Like the yin-yang symbol, I said. He nodded. Why is that? In popular literature, they put 2 dots in the center of opposing circles and say that yin has yang in it and vice versa. I don't know. I think they may become confused over passing time, or maybe their knowledge has become somewhat mixed up due to political circumstances. There's also a chance that I myself am wrong. But I doubt it, I thought, because many people have written that yin changes to yang, and so, with the flow of time, I went on. Nothing as simple as it seems, he replied. They also write that a man progresses from yin and yang to tai chi. This is tai chi. That's correct. And from there to wu chi, I finished. What is wu chi? He asked. It was my turn to be shocked. What had just occurred was the equivalent of Muhammad the Prophet asking a Muslim just who this Allah was that they kept referring to. Wu chi is a concept central to Taoism, and I had been asked by a man I considered a Taoist master, in no uncertain terms, exactly what I was talking about. Wu chi is like this. Beyond yin and yang, I stammered and drew on the paper, and it's just a white circle. I see, I've never seen anything like this, John said. But all the books on Taoism refer to this, I said. It is the final step, the transformation where a human being returns to the source. I see. As I've told you many times, I am not a Taoist. He raised his hand to silence my protest. Yes, I know. There are many things about my teachings that you will say are unquestioningly Taoist, and my teachers came from the Taoist mountain. You have every right to be confused. I consider myself, however, simply to be a practitioner of Neikun. He looked down in the circle which I had drawn. In our school, man can never become like this. Human beings, those who can complete level 4, that is to say, stay at Tai Chi all the way up to level 72. We are never at Wu Chi. Perhaps in other lineages, like the Maoshan Pai or the Wu Tang Pai, they have discovered a method to accomplish this, but I do not know of it, nor have I ever witnessed it. In any case, we in the Mo Pai do not use it. What else have you been reading? Lots of translation, I thought. But this is not the time. The problem with the printed word is that anyone can write whatever they want, Sifu, I said. Okay, he said. You write a book. Are you serious? Yes. I want to teach the people about Qi, that it is real, and what nature is. I want them to know that Qi Kung and Nei Kung are not hocus pocus, but a science. Hoo-yay, I thought. Time to have some fun. A Chinese story. In the days before his passing, Liao Sifu frequently lectured his 2 students on the desired mode of behavior. according to the Taoist canons of his own lineage. One such evening, the following incident occurred. John Cheng, then in his early 20s, sat at the feet of his master along with his brother student, Chan Tien Sud. The Yao Fu was due to leave for China within a month and would be dead within 2. If the 3 of us were suffering from a fatal illness and suddenly a bottle of medicine that could cure this illness appeared in your palm, what would you do, John? The Yao Fu asked. Bear in mind that there is enough medicine there to cure only one person, and the other 2 must die. John did not hesitate. There was one thing that had been gnawing at his heart and mind for a long time. He loved the old man profusely without reservation, and had never been able to tell him so. The master had been a father and more to him, but he was also very much a part of the old Chinese culture. According to the Confucian ethic that had dominated Chinese society since Kung Fu's passing, it was not appropriate for him to voice the softer emotions he felt for his teacher, or vice versa. Duty and honor were fine, but love was for poets. Even though Liao Sifu was a Taoist, he still held himself in reserve. A British lord would have been proud of his composure, and would probably have told him that his stiff upper lip was quite in order. John himself was a product of the modern age, as well as being Chinese. His thoughts and feelings had been influenced by multicultural stimuli, and by the information dissemination from Western civilization. As such, he had many options to consider as far as what was to be deemed proper social behavior. Liao Sifu had told him he would soon be dead, and that he would be leaving for China to see his home one last time. How could he tell the old man that he loved him, that he had been like a father to him? Coming right out and saying it was unacceptable, perhaps this moment would be one of the last opportunities to express it all. I would give it to you, Liao Sifu, he told his teacher with affection. Dear God, the old teacher thought.
How can I teach this boy that he must rise to his own emotions, his own likes and dislikes to serve the universe as a whole? How can I teach him that true love comes from heaven, that man as a being can only draw close to this essence? He must place humanity above his own personal loves and desires. In an instant, Liao Sifu knew what he had to do, and hardened his heart for it. The old man moved like a blur, and the blow was powerful. He slapped John across the face with such force that the younger man was thrown across the room. Liao Sifu stood, seemingly furious with his pupil. Because you spoke with your heart and not your mind, I will forgive you this time, he said to John. I struck you so that you will remember this instant all your life. The truth is that if such medicine did indeed exist, the 3 of us would go to war with each other over the right to drink it. For life is the most precious treasure of all, and no one gives it up readily. The fact that this medicine has appeared in your hand means that it is your destiny to consume it. Therefore, you must drink it, and no other. Fix yourself first, then you can help others. Do you understand? John nodded, stung. He would indeed never forget the lesson. Power. I couldn't sleep that night. The more I thought about writing a book, the more I realized what a problem it would be. The project would have to involve both a text and a videotape documentary, I recognized, and it would be no easy task. How do you convince people that what they were seeing was real? Almost everyone would think it was a scam perpetuated by special effects and willing henchmen. And I was a scientist, an engineer for God's sake, with an inbred dislike of space cookies and everything unsubstantiated. Oh, I watched and enjoyed the X-Files as much as anyone else, but I was primarily concerned with reality, not fiction. I really don't think it would be such a good idea to do a book, I had told John after thinking about it for a few minutes, much to my dismay. I was rationalizing. Such an effort would have many repercussions, and it would be difficult to plan for every contingency. My main concern was protecting my teacher's privacy. On the other hand, I really did want the information I had acquired to become common scientific knowledge, if for no other reason than to safeguard people from half-truths. It hit me in the middle of the night like a ton of bricks, and I woke up excited. I knew how to do it. The approach had occurred to me in my sleep. John would get his book, and people would realize that the world was not as dull and gray as our materialistic society made it out to be. John was a scientist too. He was just a different kind of scientist. It was true that he was the stuff of Chinese myths and legends, but that was okay. I knew from my own homeland that many scholars in the 19th century were positive that Troy was a myth, before Schliemann began excavating at his Arlik. Additionally, many eminent professors vehemently opposed the theory that the Mycenaeans were Greek until 1952, when Ventris deciphered Linear B. All those people had been wrong, and the few dreamers who dared to stand against them had been right. Even in our day, the established community of scholars tended to regard anything outside their norm with dismay, and often fought tooth and nail to crush it. The Inquisition had burned Giordano Bruno at the stake in 1600 for insisting that the sun, not the earth, was at the center of the solar system. I wondered if the well-established scientific community would try to burn me at the stake as well. No matter, I thought, Giordano Bruno was an honest Italian. I was a wily Greek, and I would use a Trojan horse to batter down their walls. John was the stuff of legends, it was true, but he was real, just as Troy was real, just as the Mycenaean Greeks had surely existed. What was science, after all? Our Western approach had been founded on two major premises: careful and objective observation and reproducible results. As long as I followed those two main criteria, I could be doubted, but never seriously challenged. Now, I was sure that John had no inclination whatsoever to go around to every university and give a demonstration for the professors there, nor did I want him to. However, there was a precedent for what I was planning. In 1978, the Laetoli footprints had been discovered in the Serengeti. They were 3.5 million years old and proved conclusively that early hominids walked upright in a fashion equal to, if not better than, modern man. The footprints were made in the volcanic ash that had come again to the surface after millennia of erosion. They were very fragile and could not be preserved for long. To record them, the team of scientists made plaster casts and took careful pictures. To preserve them, they buried them once again deep in the sand with disastrous results. The sand they used was preferred by the local African vegetation, and as a consequence, there are now acacia trees growing over the site. Those roots are undoubtedly destroying the very prints the researchers sought to protect. Nevertheless, scores of documents and analyses have been written based on the plaster casts and the pictures. And how many researchers had seen the actual tracks themselves? Perhaps less than a dozen. Yet no one doubted that the tracks existed, or at least had existed, simply because their presence could not be ascertained by digging up the site again. The document and bury approach was common for archaeologists in my native Greece as well. The country had been settled for 5,000 years, and there were ruins everywhere. It was difficult to dig in one's basement without uncovering something. As such, when a building was in its preliminary stages of fabrication and ruins were uncovered, the archaeologists were called in. Usually, they just photographed and documented the site, coated it with protective resin, and allowed construction to go on. There were typically enough witnesses to go around that no one doubted the buried site's existence or suspected that anyone had made it up. Well, I knew that thousands of people had seen John and could testify to his abilities in court. He himself could reproduce a demonstration at any time should he choose to do so. I realized that all I had to do was document his powers and those of his students before a panel of reliable witnesses, and I'd be home free. The important thing would be to carefully choose the one eyewitness no one dares to dispute. I was so excited that I rushed over to his house the following morning uninvited, without calling ahead first. That was a faux pas, and something I usually never did. It was 10 o'clock, and John was still in his pajamas. He looked like a truck had run over him. "I couldn't sleep last night," he said. "The air conditioner broke down in my bedroom." He poured himself a cup of coffee, and I started laughing. I couldn't help myself. John Chang, man of contrast, I thought. This late riser was the same yogi who could stop his heart at will and had once spent 8 days in total meditation, hardly breathing. His vital signs so faint that a doctor could have pronounced him dead. I realized then how important this man was to humanity. It was the first time in history that such a human being existed. Here was someone who would on the one hand be the life of the party when he chose, spend days watching soccer, or cut a high-dollar international deal involving industrial products. On the other hand, the same person was equally happy in the wilderness, wearing simple cotton clothes, while impervious to heat or cold. Here was a man who could kill a grizzly with a punch. A man who once spent 2 years living in an isolated cave in the mountains practicing meditation, surviving on roots and plants. A man who spoke with spirits and healed the paralyzed. A true man of both worlds. "I know how to go about doing your book," I said. He glared at me. At the moment, he was more interested in his coffee. I caught the drift of his thoughts. Why don't you run off somewhere? Play, little boy. I grinned even wider, and suddenly he couldn't help laughing along with me. All right, tell me, he said. I did, outlining my approach. He was grumpy. I see, he said. You know I can demonstrate only in front of students or patients. That will be a stumbling block, but I'll see what I can do. And I can't make money from the demonstration. If you film me demonstrating, I won't be able to earn a penny. Remember my vow? So donate the money to charity. He shot me a piercing glance. He liked the idea. You know, he said, sipping his coffee, I have always wanted to build an orphanage. John straightened and looked at me with renewed interest. Not that I think that it would sell, he continued. Neikung has always been for the few. Can you imagine the average man practicing hours a day? No, I replied, but the average man doesn't study nuclear physics either. That doesn't mean there are no such thing as nuclear power plants. He smiled and sipped his coffee. Let us hope your example is not inappropriate, and the same will not happen with Neikung as did with nuclear power. You mean the chance of it being used destructively? Yes. I don't think so, not if everything is open, above board, and available to all mankind. My main worry is protecting your privacy. Don't be concerned about that, Kosta. I mean, reporters will come in from all over the world to harass you. They cannot enter my home if I do not allow them to, and if they are too annoying and impolite, I will send them away. Brr, I thought. John was a practical joker as well as being paranormal. I pitied the poor journalist who went too far, anticipating an exclusive. Also, you will be swamped by thousands of sick people hoping for a cure. You're not going to print my address, are you? No, of course not. Fine. Then if those people can find me, it is their karma to do so, and it will be my joy to treat them, as it has always been. John saw about 10 patients a day, usually in the morning.
I wanted to be sure that he understood it might go up to 50 a day, and told him so.
He was unperturbed. I have considered all this before, Kosta. None of it matters. The real problem will be the Chinese, who may come over to challenge me.
What?
I was flabbergasted. There are at least 10 masters in China who are like me, he said. One of them, or all of them, may want to come over and challenge me. Why? What the hell for? Because it's tradition. You've got to be kidding me. It was John's turn to be amused. I was getting hot. You don't need to reproach me, Kosta, he said. I understand you completely. But you've shown me repeatedly that you really do not understand Chinese culture. Unfortunately, we Chinese are, for the most part, racist and ethnocentric. There is the chance that many Kung Fu masters will be affronted by our opening up the truth behind Chinese esoteric science for the scrutiny of the West. Now, that really doesn't matter, since many of those insulted probably do not know the precise truth themselves. Also, there is a cultural tradition that one Kung Fu master may challenge another in order to determine the most powerful style.
Many martial artists do not question this, but follow the tradition without hesitation. It is what is expected of them, you see.
One of my dreams is to be able to go to the Chinese people and show them 5 students who've completed level 4, one from each race of man. I would like to go even farther and put one such man in each country if I can, like you. I believe that it is time for humanity to move on and leave the restrictions of the past behind. But there are people in China who, having been trained in the traditional manner, have beliefs other than my own. Some of them are much more powerful than I. Those are the ones you don't have to be afraid of, Kosta, since I am no threat to them. They will do nothing against me. Like when Liao Sifu, who was at level 40, attacked Mr. Lim, who was at level 51, I said, and shrugged it off. Yes, he said, because it was like a child attacking a man. You see? The real danger is from someone who is plus or minus 5 levels from me, because then he will want to fight. In that case, it comes down to a martial technique, not levels of power. He took a sip of coffee. One of us may die, he added softly. Like hell, I thought. You're too precious to humanity to risk. How can someone be so advanced, I said, and still be so stupid? Don't be so quick to judge, he said. Most of these people live in the wilds of China and have nothing to do with the modern day. Their traditions are all they know. I thought of the television series Highlander. Duel of Immortals come to life. How asinine. One of John's students entered the room at that point. He had been removing his shoes at the entrance and had heard the gist of our conversation. I knew the man. He was a level 3 student, a former Kung Fu master of the praying mantis style, and quite a good fighter. Why are you so opposed to honorable combat? He asked. Because combat for the sake of combat is stupid, I almost shouted. We Greeks gave up such nonsense after the Trojan War more than 3,000 years ago. That's why we came up with the Olympic Games in the first place. We were tired of our bravest men killing each other to prove who was the better fighter. And what if I were to challenge you? To death? Not necessarily. Then I would fight you in the spirit of contest, with my prime interest being that neither you nor I were hurt. I would rather lose than hurt you, for example. The above was not true. I hated being challenged as much as the next man and would rise to take the bait, like any serious martial artist. I'd even injured a few people in the process. It was true, however, that I felt sick to my stomach after each event, and at the moment I was representing a point of view, not my own faults. And if I were to challenge you to a fight to the death, what for? Just to see who was a better fighter? I would consider it an act of war and go after you with everything I had. That is, I would use technology and chemistry and modern techniques until I killed you. I would shoot you in the dark from 200 yards away with a sniper rifle given the opportunity. I've been trained to do so. And if the two of us had personal differences, serious personal differences, I squirmed he had me. I was all for dueling, and severely disappointed that it had been made illegal. In my opinion, dueling had been outlawed by the ruling classes in the past century to prevent their increasingly flaccid progeny from being slaughtered on the field of honor. I was trying to convince the others, though, that fighting to the death, just to see who was the more skilled fighter, was stupid as hell. Why battle when you could instead become friends and share a few beers together? Then we would fight face to face, I growled. He laughed. In the Orient, you Greeks have a reputation for being fierce warriors, both in the past centuries and in modern times. Your people won honor in Korea, for example. Yes, damn it, for life and home to protect the innocent, but not just for the fuck of it. Never for that. John was displeased with my outburst and stood up from his seat and went away. When he came back, I had calmed down. Can you imagine, I asked him, what it would be like if 4 or 5 people like yourself could get together and work in harmony? Something like a Western university or a research center, rather than fighting each other. Can you imagine sharing notes and experiences with a man like yourself? I have wanted to do so. You are preaching to the choir, Kosta, he said softly. I have gone to China twice looking for people like myself, hoping to find a brother. I was unsuccessful both times. But you know of their existence now, I asked. Yes, he said. I know there are for sure 2, and I can sense 8 more. I think there are at least 10. He leaned back in his chair. A few years back, he said, 3 of my level 3 students went to China and stayed for a month, looking for Neikung practitioners. They searched everywhere, Kosta, in Taoist centers, at the Shaolin Temple, in the major cities. They found nothing at all. Finally, on the day before they were due to leave, a shopkeeper in Beijing said to them, Hey, I hear you are looking for Neikung masters. Well, you can be at such and such, a park at 4 o'clock in the morning. There is an old man who comes and practices Tai Chi Chuan there. He is a great master. So they went to the specified place and hid in the bushes nearby. Promptly at 4 o'clock, an old man did appear and began to practice his Tai Chi. When he finished his form, he walked over to a large boulder, they tell me it was a yard tall, and passed his hand over it. Then he stepped away from it, and from a distance of 10 yards, hit it with chi. The boulder cracked in 2. My students leapt out and kneeled, asking for permission to speak to him, but he ignored them and walked away. They did not dare to stop him. He had known they were there all along, of course, and simply wanted them to know that they were nothing, that their abilities were those of children. Sifu, I asked, do these people understand the shape the world is in and what lies ahead for us? Do they know how much they can contribute? That possibly with their assistance we can avert disaster for the whole human race? You, the 10 of you that remain, you must work together. Kosta, the innocent dreamer, he said, do you expect that we will all meet, suddenly become good friends, and create a new science out of the traditions of the past? Why not? There are so few of you left that each one is precious beyond compare. Why not create a new science, like the Jedi in George Lucas's Star Wars? You combine this technology with internal mastery. The best of both worlds, Sifu. He smiled kindly. It is a good dream, Kosta, he said. Unfortunately, I am not the one you have to convince. Do you want to know what I believe in? I asked. To my chagrin, both men groaned. I'm not sure, John laughed.
But I don't think we're going to be given a choice in any case. I believe that humanity has grown along two different paths, I said. In the West, we have taken the Yang approach, turning outward. We modify and catalog our environment to suit our desires. Our science is a Yang science. Our lives are Yang lives. In the East, you have taken the Yin approach, turning inward. You modify and train the human being, in both the mind and body, to become potent and complete in the environment that nature has already created for you, to reach your full potential while altering nothing. Both approaches, Eastern and Western, have to do with cultivating power. But since each has been pursued along different lines, neither approach is correct or complete on its own. Well, the time has come for Yin and Yang to come together, like level 4. It is time for humanity to develop Yin Yang Kung. There were so many other things I wanted to say to them, but the language barrier prevented me from doing so. Intuitively, I knew they had understood the gist of what I had just said, but it was the details that I wanted desperately to discuss with them. We had gone too far in the West, and it was time for people like John, the last true representatives of the opposing pole of man's development, to save us from ourselves. The industrial process had certainly been both a blessing and a curse for the human race. It had allowed us to reach new heights of technological development. On the other hand, in separating the craftsman from this product, it had begun what was to be a long process of segregating people from each other and from the world around them. In essence, both the industrial process and consumerism were grounded in the process of isolation, of separation. Each individual did his little part, and only those in the upper rungs of society could bring it all together. The East, however, and Taoism in particular, were founded on synthesis. It was in unity with the world that the individual found his strength. The true Taoist did not build walls between himself and the world, human or otherwise. We had to learn that all over again. It was time. Look, John said kindly, we all approach life in a way that reveals who we really are. No one is ever above this. Sometimes it is life itself that tests us, exposing our weaknesses to scrutiny. Practitioners of Kung Fu systems are not exempt. Sometimes circumstances draw us into battle with each other. It is our karma, if you will. These people are not evil. It is simply their way to test themselves. Can you understand this? I kept thinking of the Highlander TV series. I understand your words, I said, but I disagree with this reasoning. Interesting, John said suddenly and stood up and walked away. You know, the other man said conspiratorially, John himself used to challenge people and be challenged by people all the time when he was younger. He always fought. He never turned down a challenge. I myself am an example. I used to practice and teach the Mantis style. I defied John because I didn't believe the stories about him. He beat me. And since then I have become a student. What happened? What do you think? It is impossible to fight someone with power like that. For him it was like fighting a baby. But he didn't hurt you? Of course not. Do you want to hear the story of a typical challenge? Sure. John had gone to the United States, to California, because he had heard that there were people in the Chinese community there who had mastered Qi. He looked everywhere and found nothing. Finally, he found one guy in San Francisco who was a Qi Kung master. John asked to see a demonstration. Well, the man took 2 clay pots, one in each hand, squeezed, exhaling with force. The pots shattered into pieces. The man looked at John, and John said nothing. The man took a nail and drove it into a tabletop, pounding it with his fist. Still, John said nothing. Finally, the man asked a student of his to get a machete. He stood there performing the Qi Kung, called Iron Shirt, while allowing the student to attack him with the machete. The student could not cut through the man's flesh. John turned to one of his students, whom he had brought along, and sent him out on an errand. Then he addressed the Qi Kung master. Finished? John said. Yes, the man replied, a bit put off. Good. Do you have any coins? Coins? What sort of coins? Anything will do. The man gave him 2 quarters. John put them in the center of his palms and squeezed. He handed them back to the man, folded in half. When the man saw the coins, his eyes almost popped out of his head. Do you have a chopstick? The man found a chopstick for him, and John pushed it into and through the tabletop with his palm, right next to the nail. The Qi Kung master was silent. Then John's student came back, and he had managed to find a straight razor at a local cutlery shop. John gave the Qi Kung master the razor and asked him to cut anywhere he liked. Try as he might, the man could not hurt John.
Even though in the end he put all his power and emotion into it. What happened then, I asked. Nothing. The man lost the contest. Did he become John's student? No. He was too proud. Do you know why the man lost? John asked suddenly from behind us. He had crept up silently and was listening in. Because he had only Yang Qi, I replied. That's correct. He was a dedicated practitioner, but he didn't have all the proper information. What he did was Qigong, but not Neikung. A man can train all his life and not get anywhere unless he is correct in his training. It doesn't matter how much you train, only how you train in whatever time you practice. For us in the West, I said, meditation is difficult. Yes, he said, it is difficult to sit still in our day and age, but stillness is the key to success in the end. We are overstimulated by our environment. It is hard to keep your minds in the present moment, isn't it? You're always looking ahead, looking back, worried about this, angered by that. You must put your mind on where you are now, not where you were or where you want to be. How do I do that? I cannot tell you. Each must find his own way. Great, I thought. Hope I manage it someday. I asked, Sifu, level 4 is completed strictly by meditation, isn't it? Yes, he said. Meditation is most important. Your balance, your conscious and unconscious minds when meditating. In this day and age, we have come to ignore our limbic system, our stem brain, concentrating instead solely on our forebrains and plain logic. But this is unnatural and limits our capabilities. It is like using only one hand when you have two available. But how can we be unaffected by all the stress and hurry in our lives, I asked. Difficult. You have to make conscious choices regarding your lifestyle. For example, to complete level 4, I left my home and went to a jungle for a year. I did this in order to reach a state of total calm. I reverted to the primitive. This is most important. Your mind must be utterly still for yang and yin to come together. I myself managed to complete level 4 within a year of finishing level 3. What was it like? You become very weak in the endeavor, perhaps weaker than you were when you started training in the first place. You coax the two centers together like lovers, positive and negative. The first time I was successful when they met. The power was such that I fainted, as I told you before. But the book my master had given me on inner power said, ignore the pain. Don't focus on it. If you do, it will become too much. I followed that advice, but the next time I tried, I couldn't stand either. It was on my third try that I grabbed the power and held onto it for 10 minutes. Then it was mine. And then you became as you are now? He laughed. Of course not. I still had to progress, Kosta. When you're at level 4, you have to sweat and struggle for 15 minutes for the power to come out. It was when I finished with level 5 that I began to use it. So you have the battery in your belly, but you still have to hook up the cables. Of course. And just how powerful you become depends on how many cables you're able to hook up at first. At first? Yes, it becomes more complicated as you go on. But when someone completes level 4, he has a Xian, an Immortal, correct? Not in my opinion. I think that someone has to be more than level 30 to become a Xian. I was going to ask why, but I could see that John was in no mood to continue the conversation. His son Johan saved the day. He came over and challenged his father to a game of ping pong. John could never resist a challenge. Chapter 7. Yin and Yang. Titan, to whose immortal eyes the sufferings of mortality, seen in their sad reality, were not as things that gods despise. What was thy pity's recompense? A silent suffering and intense? The rock, the vulture, and the chain, all that the proud can feel of pain. George Gordon, Lord Byron, Prometheus. Andreas was an Aussie of Polish extraction, with all the exuberance and openness of the stereotypical Australian. A younger form of Paul Hogan, if you will. He was a brother student. We had met in Java at Chang Sifu's home during one of my trips there. Being around Andreas meant being around his incessant deluge of beer and cigarettes. Usually it was fun. Andreas had also encountered Chang Sifu under circumstances too bizarre to be coincidental. Having searched for him previously for 9 years after seeing Ring of Fire, we had shared many strange experiences under the guidance of our teacher and traded notes when and where we could. At the moment, we were once again on our way to the prawn farm,
riding in a van at high velocity, as John negotiated the Javanese roads with his usual flair. With us was Handoko, a Chinese man, who was also a brother student, a good friend, and our reliable translator to Chang Sifu during those times when the discussion became too deep for conversational English. Handoko is present in every deep conversation in this book. It is only for reasons of expediency that his contribution has been removed. Many of the major philosophical points are Handoko's translation of what Chang Sifu was telling me and others in Chinese. Handoko had a problem with his right leg, a congenital neurological disorder that had remained uncured until he had met Chang Sifu several years before. After continual treatment, his leg was coming back. Nerves that had been dormant for 30 years were springing to life. It was incredible to witness. Each time I visited my teacher, I could see my friend's leg becoming stronger and stronger, the muscles more pronounced. The circumference of his thigh, once atrophied and emaciated, was larger and more powerful on every occasion. Sifu was keeping us entertained with a steady flow of stories about his youth, his training, and his teacher. He had promised us an unusual demonstration that evening as well, one by which he would show us what the opposing forces of yin and yang were truly like. We were all eager for the show and excited by the journey. Sifu himself had asked us out to the prawn farm, and this was itself unusual. He typically told us to wait until he had returned. I had finished level 1 and was beginning level 2. The hardest parts were ahead of me. So far I had not trained seriously, but rather matter-of-factly. A long series of personal problems ranging from my father's death from lung cancer to a string of financial setbacks had impeded my practice considerably. These problems were compounded by the fact that I had managed thus far to read everything in print and English on Neikung, Qigong, and Taoism. The many methods put forth had confused me greatly and made me waste a good deal of effort. It was only recently that I had come to understand the 2 points my teacher had put forth from the beginning. The first was that although the teachers of his lineage had come from Taoist centers and many of his theories coincided with Taoist principles, he himself was not really a Taoist. And second, there were as many methods of Neikung and Qigong as there were Chinese masters. You really should not try to progress by studying what is in print. You will only confuse yourself that way, John had said. I found that as far as my own practice was concerned, he was correct. Neikung and Qigong were essentially manifestations of Chinese science and philosophy. They had adopted various religious trappings over time, simply in order to survive. Being by nature a scholar, though, I had put it all together historically and culturally, before following a given path. Having satisfied myself that I had done so, I would concentrate on my training. We stopped at a roadside restaurant and wolfed down sizable portions of stale food. My teacher's place of business was close by. He drove off to run an errand and left us there. We sat around drinking warm Coca-Colas. "What do you think he's going to show us tonight?" Andreas said. His pronunciation was rather like Crocodile Dundee's would have been after a week of drinking Foster's in the Outback. Andreas tried to shove a cigarette my way. His fingers were nicotine-stained from the habit. "Who knows? Something amazing," I said, making a face and throwing the intact cancer stick into a nearby bin with relish. I was tired and caustic. A stomach disorder had left me 10 pounds lighter. My clothes hung on me like rags. "Oh, come on, Kosta. Don't be such a grouch. Lighten up a little." "You know," Handoko said to Andreas, "Kosta is your senior. You must always address him respectfully." Bullshit. Myself also. We are older. You are younger. We have seniority. The strong Confucian ethic that bound all expatriate Chinese was an endless source of suffering to us Westerners. We did not agree with it and often got in trouble because of this. As a Greek, while I believed that age should be respected, I also knew there were a lot of stupid old men out there. The thought of kowtowing to someone simply because of his age or wealth made my blood boil. Footnote. Wealth and education are tied together for the expatriate Chinese. The concept we have in the West of a highly educated middle class is not very widespread. End footnote. You should understand that while in the West we repeatedly find in literature the image of the parent dying to save his or her child, under the Confucian ethic those roles were reversed. It was the child who dutifully died for the parent. It was an alien and strange philosophy for me, and I wasn't buying any. In the years that followed, my contempt for Confucian morality would get me in trouble. Andreas simply could not stomach the thought of me being his senior. "Kid's getting hot," I said, and we all finally laughed. "I'll tell you what I've seen," I told Andreas.
Last year, John wanted to show me what the yang was like. It was night. He had just finished playing ping pong with Johan, as they do every evening. Sifu took the ping pong ball in his left hand and held it in the center of his palm. He opened his hands and held his right palm about 2 feet away. Suddenly the ball pulsed with bluish-violet light. It made a noise too, sort of like a canary singing. Bluish-white sparks flew from the ball towards his right palm. They were like miniature lightning bolts. He kept it up for a few seconds, then he handed me the ball. It wasn't overly hot, but it was warm. I did my usual thing, cut it in half on the spot, which pissed off everybody, because it was the last ball in the house, and they wanted to continue their game. But I had to make sure there wasn't any circuitry inside the ball. Big Trouble in Little China, Hendoko said, referring to a similar scene in the opening sequence of the film by John Carpenter. Yeah, I nodded, but my mind was elsewhere. I was thinking, as I had the evening of that particular demonstration, of Wilhelm Reich's work in the 1940s and 1950s. Reich had stipulated that the particles of the unknown life force he had discovered, which he called the orgone bionts, were blue. This was almost the same color the yang qi had become before my very eyes, when my teacher had contained it by force of will, and qi was essentially life force. There were reasons why this particular demonstration was the most important of all I had seen. It defined nature of the yang qi. First of all, the ping pong ball's surface was made of solid non-porous plastic, while the ball itself was hollow. I immediately asked John if he could duplicate the demonstration with a solid rubber ball, and he had replied in the negative. The ball had to be hollow for this particular test to work. His statement implied that what I had witnessed was not a surface phenomenon. Rather, the energy had been transferred inside the ball, where it had shone much like a common light bulb. On the scale of molecular physics, this also meant that the energy John called yang qi was neither a particle nor a wave, but both. I was convinced that this demonstration indicated that the yang energy was a solar phenomenon, just as the Chinese classics stipulated. Wilhelm Reich had died in federal prison in 1957 following a witch hunt by the U.S. government, during which his work and notes were seized. Had he discovered the yang qi and been persecuted by the powers that be, who didn't want such knowledge to become common? This question frightened me. I was alarmed by what I would be facing when it came time to do Sifu's book. The possibility that yang qi was colored blue was important to me personally, for one additional reason. Throughout the eastern Mediterranean, people had historically worn blue beads or blue talismans to ward off the evil eye. This practice dates back to the Neolithic times and continues today. Could it be that wearing blue was simply using a color of yang as a defense against the power of yin energy? It was an exciting speculation. His right hand became completely yin, his left hand yang, so sparks flew between the two, Hendoko said. I nodded, still thinking of Reich and his orgone. That evening, sitting on the couch in John's cozy office, the three of us broached with him the question of the exact nature of yin and yang. John looked at our faces, ordered coffee for 4, and sat back comfortably in his office chair. He knew it was going to be a long conversation. Yin and yang, he said softly, exist in the world. They are universal forces found in all nature, from one end of the universe to the other. They are not poetry, they are actual physical forces. They're for all of us to experience and observe. Where does the yang qi come from, I asked. It is in the air. Nature creates it. Life uses it. All things that are alive have both yin and yang qi. He pounded his desk. This yang of itself is lifeless. For life to exist, a body must have both yin and yang. All things carry the yin on their backs and enfold yang within. When the two combine, life's energy is created harmoniously. This stanza from the Tao Te Ching leapt into my mind once again. It was intriguing how Chang Sifu's teachings both complemented and contradicted the available literature on Taoism. When you say all living things, do you mean plants and animals? Everything. Everything that is alive has both yin and yang qi. Where does yin qi come from? Andreas asked. From the earth. The yin comes from the earth. It is some kind of field phenomenon that feeds our life force. It can be blocked by insulators. For example, if you have a carpet made from synthetic materials in your house, the yin qi cannot pass through it. That's not so good for your health. The yin qi enters the body through an acupuncture point that we call the hui yin, he added. It's located between the urinary tract and the anus. Wow, I thought. Father Sky and Mother Earth, you do indeed give us life.
just as all the ancient cultures of the world believed. And we as a species were destroying both in our quest for gold. I wondered if there would be clean air enough in the future for the next generation to get its share of yang qi, or even find a place with trees in it to sit quietly and gather yin. Probably not. When we train for level 1, do we gather only yang qi? Andreas asked. No, you gather both yin and yang, because the two always go together, struggling, one always trying to complement the other. But inside your dantian, you put only yang qi. The yin qi goes elsewhere in the body. It is useless to you before you finish level 4. And for level 2, I asked, we compress the yang qi in our dantian, correct? Yes, John said. He pulled out a sheet of paper, picked up a pencil, and drew a circle on it. Say this is dantian, right? First it is empty. Then we fill it with yang qi. So the white circle is drawn level 0, and a colored-in circle is labeled level 1. Then, for level 2, we compress the yang qi and actually introduce twice as much into the same area. We make it hard, so to speak. This is what you are working on now, Kosta, as you know. You must be sexually abstinent to complete this training. On the paper he drew, and there is a colored-in circle with 4 arrows pointing to it. If they intersected, they would create a T. I was not very happy about the sexual abstinence part, but the results were undeniable, and there was no way around it. Ching Sifu's explanation had been very different from that put forth by other theories I did read. According to the mainstream Chinese culture, the idea was that energy in the sperm of the male, the Chinese word qing means both sperm and essence, was transformed into qi. Chang Sifu had simply said that sexual abstinence kept the gates of the dantian open, so that the qi could be compressed. I had no idea whether the actual methodology followed one or the other model, or both. I did know that when training consistently, I had no problem with not ejaculating, whether I had non-orgasmic sex or simply was abstinent. I had no idea if that meant that the qing was being transformed into qi. On level 3, I asked. He surprised me by answering. In level 3, we make this dantian mobile. We can make it move, in other words, like this. And there's a picture of a dark circle, colored-in circle, with 4 arrows pointing outward, as if to make an X shape if they intersected. And there are 4 white circles to which each arrow is pointing. We move it in these 4 directions at first, like an X. After that, we can make the dantian move anywhere, he continued. I thought about that. I had a friend in Greece who was a Korean master of Tang Sudo and a practitioner of Neikung. He had on several occasions publicly demonstrated his prowess by breaking 2x4 wooden beams, inviting anyone in the audience to attempt the feat before he did. No one had dared. This man had a ball in his belly at the dantian point, a solid mass that he moved around at will. Manipulating the ball, as John had indicated, this man could pass qi energy into his arms and legs. One physician, upon examining him, had thought my friend had cancer when he felt the huge lump. The doctor had gone through the roof when my friend had caused the ball to dance around. I said as much to John. It is the same for us, he replied after a long silence. This man is at least level 3. You mean the ball that he moves around in his belly corresponds to our level 3? I asked. Yes. It is a solid lump of hardened yang qi that he can tap into and use at will. Sifu, what is the difference in his ability between, for example, someone at level 5 and level 6? Andreas asked. The power doubles, John said simply. For each level after level 3, the power doubles. Wait a minute, I said. Handoko, Andreas and I looked at each other shocked. Sifu, do you mean to say? Yes. Each level has twice the power of the previous. So level 6 has twice that of level 5, level 7 twice that of level 6, and so on, Handoko said slowly. Yes, John replied simply. Handoko and I looked at each other again. My mouth fell open. It must have been very surreal, like a silent movie. Jesus, I said. The implication was that levels of power progress exponentially, following the algebraic law, 2 to the power of x minus 3. Someone at level 4 was 2 times stronger than a human being. Someone at level 6 was 2 times 2 times 2 equals 8 times more powerful. And someone at level 30 was 2 to the 27th times, or roughly 134 million times, more powerful than the average human being, at least from the standpoint of life force. Oh, I was sure that there was an algorithm involved, and that numbers did not exactly follow a linear progression as John's tradition seemed to suggest. But even if it were off by 50%, so what? Someone at level 30 would still be a god for all practical purposes. I was glad I was sitting down. It was imperative that such power not fall into the wrong hands in our day and age. That included not only a criminal element. John's stories had indicated that such power could be achieved, regardless of an individual's ethics. But Consumer Products International as well. There was no telling what a multinational corporation could do with such a force behind it, or even a governmental agency. You know, John said, in the entire history of China, there have only been 2 people who have made it all the way up to level 72. One was Tamo, or Bodhidharma, who taught the monks at Shaolin. The other was Chang San Feng, of the Wu-Tang Pai, who was also one of the headmasters in our school's lineage. Wait a minute, Sifu, Andreas said. Is this the same Chang San Feng they say founded Tai Chi Chuan? I can't tell you whether or not he founded Tai Chi, John replied. I do know that he studied for a while at the Shaolin Monastery, and that after time in isolation, he made it up to level 72 by studying Taoism. He did found the internal school of Kung Fu, of which we are a part. We trace our lineage back to Chang San Feng, you know. Sifu, I asked slowly, when do you think that Chang San Feng lived? Almost 1,000 years ago, he replied. Why? Sung Dynasty, I thought. Just like the stories about him claim. Because different records place him at different times in Chinese history, I said. Some say that he lived to be 500 years old. Others say that he's still alive today, that he never died. John was silent. He was level 72, he said simply. Could he still be alive? No. He lived to be 200 and died like any man. So did Bodhidharma. Sifu, Andreas said. Will you tell us about level 4 now? If you wish. When we are finished with level 3, we send our yang down to the Hui Yin. There it gathers as much yin as we have sent down yang. After a time, maybe even months or years, yin and yang rise together, like this. And on the left side is a colored in circle, and on the right side is a white circle. The white circle is the yang, the black the yin. They float around inside the body, and the pain is incredible, constant, unbelievable. Only if you have the discipline to ignore it can you control them. You put the power inside your dantian. At that point, they become squeezed together to make this shape, like the Tai Chi symbol, and it's the yin-yang symbol without the dots. I have seen it before, and so was not surprised as the other two. If you are successful, John continued, by forcing the two together, you force them to react. Remember, they are not like electrical poles. They do not attract each other, but repel. This is how the spark, the lightning bolt between the two is generated, and you begin to become as I am. And if we are not successful, I asked, then you will probably die, John said softly. There is no point in doing this type of training unless you are ready to die for it. There was an awkward silence. For example, John continued, do you know of Motsu? Yes. Motsu was the founder of our lineage. He knew about yin qi and yang qi, but he had no idea how to put the two together. So he experimented with his students. He told one man to try it this way, another to try it that way. Many people died. To these men we owe a debt. Because of their sacrifice, we would not have discovered the precise method of bringing the two energies together. I did not know what to think of this. It was certainly cold ordering men to their deaths, in a sort of human laboratory. On the other hand, few cared to remember how our governments had gleefully absorbed the information derived from the Nazis' laboratory experiments on Jewish prisoners, and how much of our current medical knowledge was based on this data. As a society, we had forfeited the right to judge such things. Was Motsu himself successful, I asked? No, he never managed to make yin and yang meet. It was an unknown teacher of the school of Motsu, the Mopai, who finally managed it hundreds of years later. After him, there were various headmasters at different levels, until Chang San Feng, who became the first to reach level 72. He left us a book outlining the method. It was this book that Liao Sifu left me. If and when you reach level 3, You may copy it. But you have to learn and read ancient Chinese first. Can you show us what yin and yang are like individually? Andreas asked. Yes, touch my hand. John extended his arm, and Andreas touched his fingers with his own. John sent a burst of chi to his fingertips. Immediately, Andreas pulled his hand back, as if he had been burned. I had suffered the same display many times in the past. Hot, isn't it? John laughed. So when you demonstrate by setting the newspaper on fire, it's yang chi that you send out of it. Yes. And what is yin chi like? The yin is passive. It can only flow, never lead. It can absorb energy, but never initiate motion. You know the rites where people walk on coals and such things? Yes. We have them in Greece as well, I butted in. We call them the anastenaria. Andreas glared at me. When people walk on coals, it is yin chi they are using, John said. Sometimes it is the yin of their own bodies. Sometimes it is the yin chi of spirits. The yin absorbs the yang of the fire. Interesting, I thought. According to Chinese medical theory, the acupuncture point Yangquan was found on the bottom of the foot. It is associated with the kidney meridian, which was considered to be yin. Was yin chi stored in the kidneys? And did that chi somehow run down to the meridian of the sole of the foot to protect the individual walking on coals? I can show you what yin is like, John said. Just a minute. He disappeared for a few minutes. When he returned, he was holding an air rifle, the kind that you pump up to prime, and a cardboard pack of lead pellets. He picked up an empty fruit juice can. The alloy was not the thin aluminum of Coca-Cola cans, but the thicker tin metal found in tuna cans, for example. John began to pump up the air rifle after about 12 full cycles. When he could no longer press down the lever with muscular strength, he inserted the lead pellet into the chamber. He put the can on the ground with a thick phone book behind it. Placing the muzzle of the rifle about an inch away from the can, he pulled the trigger. The can was pierced through both sides diametrically. The air rifle had power. It could easily wound human flesh. Okay, Handoko, you first, John said. He handed me the air rifle. I pumped it 12 times and placed the pellet in the chamber. John told Handoko to place his palm over the muzzle of the air rifle. When I tell you to shoot, pull the trigger immediately, John said to me. Standing behind Handoko, John placed the first knuckle of his right index finger into the small of Handoko's back. Shoot, he said, and I did. The rifle went off with the characteristic chuff made by such weapons. Handoko opened his hand. The pellet lay in his palm. It was undeformed. Whatever had absorbed the momentum of the slug had not damaged it in any way. Nor had Handoko been harmed in the least. Neither had felt anything. Me next, I said. I pulled a lead pellet out of the packet. With my penknife, I scratched the surface of the slug's point. I would recognize it in this manner. It would be impossible for someone to swap it with another. I pumped up the air rifle 12 times, put the marked slug in the chamber, and handed the weapon to Handoko. I grasped the muzzle in my right hand. John came up behind me and pulled my shirt out of my pants. As with Handoko, he put a knuckle up against the small of my back, in the area of my kidneys. Suddenly I felt like I was being pumped with air. I could feel my belly distending and my bladder being squeezed. I wanted to pee. There was no other sensation. No cold, no rush of energy, no electrical discharge, nothing. Just a feeling of fullness. Shoot, John shouted. I heard the chuff and looked at my palm. I was holding the marked pellet, undeformed. I had not really felt it hit me. There had been a slight sensation, the lightest touch, but that was all. Strange, I said. I was intrigued. The air rifle had pierced both sides of the tin can when shot at point-blank range. As the materials engineer, I reckon that the alloy failed at a stress of about 30,000 pounds per square inch psi. In comparison, the soft tissues of the human body could not stand more than 1,000 psi. There was no way we would not have been wounded by the pellet. It should have gone all the way down to the bone, cutting through muscle and tendon as it went. And the slug was undeformed. Whatever had protected us had protected it as well. There was not an invisible hard shield around the individual, as some authorities seemed to suggest. Whatever was there had absorbed any and all energy we chose to throw at it, and left no trace of itself. Suddenly I was dizzy, shaken by the implication. The first law of thermodynamics did not seem to apply in this case, and John could transfer his force to others. I shivered again, thinking of the powerful getting their hands on this type of information. Me next, Andreas leapt out of his chair. Well, for you we have to do something different, John said. I think we'll let Kosta shoot you in the belly. I was delighted, and immediately began to pump up the air rifle with vigor. 12 times no more, John warned me. Andreas pulled his shirt over his head and stood there. John took his place behind him as before. I put a particularly evil grin on my face and looked at Andreas right in the eye, pointing the rifle at his belly. He faltered. I can look mean when I want to. Balkan facial features. Shoot, John shouted, and I did. There was a shocked look on Andreas's face. He was worried. He expected the worst. The pellet fell off his belly. There was a small red bruise there. John came around and looked at the mark. Why were you frightened? He asked Andreas. Because of Kosta. He had a look on his face like he wanted to shoot me. Nonsense, I said. I normally use a sawed-off shotgun for that sort of things. Less chance you'd get up. John glared at me, then turned to Andreas. If you're frightened, or your emotions are going wild, the yin will not be stable, and it cannot protect you as much as when you are calm. That is why you were bruised. I picked up the lead pellet. It was undeformed as before. I said as much and showed it to John. Oh yes, he said. I gave him the yin energy. He just threw a bit of it out of his body by being afraid. Sifu, can we hold this yin energy you transfer inside our bodies for long periods of time, I asked. No. You can only keep as much yin as you have yang. When I do a demonstration like this, the yin energy I give you leaches from your body almost immediately. It is a waste of my own energy, which I have to replenish by meditation. So you don't like to do this very often? Of course not. I did it for you students, so that you can understand what yin chi is like. Thank you, Sifu, we all chimed in together. I was silent for most of that evening. The existence of yin energy as a phenomenon that was associated with the energy field of our planet could possibly fill many gaps in field theory in general. What was it? John had said that its behavior was similar to that of an electromagnetic field, that an insulator could block it, and that this flow could be easily disrupted. How could any scientist characterize a phenomenon he could not trace? And how could any scientist resist such a challenge? For example, germs and bacteria float around us and through us by the billions, but we cannot directly perceive them. It was not until the discovery of the microscope that they could be traced. To do the same for yin energy, we would have to first, like a new Leeuwenhoek, find a way to quantify and measure it, and then use this information to present its existence to the scientific community of the world. I was more excited by the yin than the yang. I was fairly certain that the yang qi would be discovered and quantified soon, with all the work being done on vital energies and psychic phenomena. But of the yin, well, the West did not yet have a clue. There would be a Nobel Prize for the scientist who identified either yang or yin energy. Of this I was sure. I also knew that the current shape of the world would change once we understood qi, and for the better. Life and nature would no longer be denied. John had mentioned that a student had to be at least level 3 to be able to sense the yin, that a human being by his own nature yang cannot sense yin energy directly. Rather, a human senses presence of yin by its reaction to the yang. Here is an unidentified force that leaves no trace of itself, that we cannot feel inside our own bodies, even in excess, unlike electricity, but perhaps like gravity, but whose results I had witnessed, experienced, and felt. It was a frustrating position for an engineer to be in. I had seen the ether, but needed a way to prove its existence in the world. What was also intriguing was the fact that most people in the West think of yin and yang as philosophical concepts rather than as actual physical energies. A serious presentation placing the two in an orthological vein would be revolutionary at best. Oh, there were plenty of references in the literature to yin and yang as physical energies, particularly in martial arts books and related texts on Qigong, but most sinologists considered yin and yang no more than dualistic modeling, much like computer binomials. Similarly, I had seen respected authors treat Taoism like poetry rather than the collection of actual biophysical learning it was. I finally grinned, a particularly evil grin, thinking of the trouble I would stir up given the opportunity. Later that night, I traded notes with Andreas, who had studied physics in college. He was horrified. Keep this quiet, he said. Let's digest it and see where it takes us. Maybe the world is not ready for information of this sort at the moment. Maybe it never will be. I grumbled something uncomplimentary in return and wished him a good night. To hell with your fears, kid, I thought. 10 to 1 Andreas could never actually read Goethe's Faust anyway. I could not deny, though, that he had a point. Andreas's concerns were justifiable if you sought to simply quantify John's powers without the proper spiritual insight. In essence, subjugating Eastern science to Western, hell did indeed gape wide its doors at the end of the road. But I reckon the trail to success followed a more precipitous route. We had to revise Western physical theory and convince scientists to embrace the concepts of yin and yang qi. In doing so, the boundary between physics and metaphysics would inevitably fall, altering the world's destiny forever. For the better, I hoped. The role model we had to emulate was not Faust, but Prometheus. I could see that John burned with the compulsion to bring the knowledge of this particular fire to mankind. Why else except Western students? My main apprehension was making sure that the information would become public knowledge. I wanted to shake up the status quo, rock the chairs at the top and the foundations at the bottom. I had thought of 100 applications and even worked out an approach toward quantifying the phenomenon. I wondered if the gods would chain me to a boulder and have an eagle eat out my liver if I made the attempt. Perhaps it would be worth it. I would wait and see. I slept like a baby, dreaming of Byron. Chapter 8. The Will of Heaven. We were having a heated argument. The issue at hand was, once again, whether or not what John was teaching could or should be labeled Taoism. The combatants were myself and Wei Qin, the level 3 student who had previously taught the praying mantis style of Kung Fu. Hendoko was the referee, and Andreas the audience. The ring was John's front porch as usual, and the fight was very bloody. I had my opponent cornered, but he was tough. He managed to slip and slide on the ropes at will, avoiding my blows. Just when I thought I had him in a crushing grip of reason, he wiggled free and punched back hard. It was fun. No one was winning. Taoism, Wei Qin said, is a religion. We are a school of Kung Fu. Yes, I said, but we are a school of Kung Fu whose headmasters came from Taoist centers like the Lung Hu Xuan and Wu Tang Shan. Also, much of the training is very basic Taoist internal alchemy, just like you read about in literature, and the results are very much the same. The training method is very different. It's not all the same. Okay, but it deals with many of the same concepts. In the West, when you talk about yin and yang, or the Tai Chi state of our level 4, or Nei Kung, then you are talking about Taoism. The word Taoism has become synonymous with Chinese philosophy in the West. Yes, but for us Chinese, Taoism is the same as Tao Chao, the Taoist religion. We in Mopai are not Taoists. You Westerners are wrong. It was an interesting dilemma. Wei Qin was very educated in Chinese history and culture by traditional schooling. I had read everything published in English on Chinese philosophy. All 4 of us were speaking at once when John came outside carrying a cup of coffee. We must have been like something out of a cartoon to him. He stood and watched silently for a while, amused. "What are we talking about?" he asked. "Taoism," the man his teacher said. John just nodded and pulled up a chair. "Okay," he said. "Tonight I will tell you about my own spiritual beliefs and experiences. Then you can compare my beliefs with Taoism as you wish." There was a stunned and surreal moment of silence on the faces of us 2 Westerners, to be replaced by looks of avid greed. I shut up completely, and Andreas drew closer. "When I was young," John began, "I really did not pay attention to different things that my teacher Liao Sifu had told me about metaphysics. I was not really interested, you see. I wanted simply to learn to fight and to have power. But many of the things came back to me later. I have already told you how, eventually, after I completed level 4, my master's spirit found me and guided me for many years. He would always come when I called him, and sometimes when I didn't call him, more often than not, to scold me for something that I had done wrong." He took a sip of coffee and looked at me. "Liao Sifu performed many miracles, you know. It is unfortunate that none of the people involved are now willing to come forth and testify." "For example?" I asked. "Okay, 2 cases. One is a student of mine who was riding on his motorcycle when he suddenly got an intense feeling that something was very wrong. He pulled over to the side of the road. Inside his wallet he kept my picture, and pulled it out and prayed to the heavens aloud. 'Liao Sifu,' he said, 'please, Sigun,
meaning grandfather teacher, "Whatever it is that is happening and is a threat, please protect me and my family." At that very moment, this man's brother was crushed by a truck in a construction accident. Everyone thought that he was dead. It was impossible that he was alive, for a cement truck had fallen on him. When they cleared the truck from his body, though, they found the man alive and unharmed. John searched our faces and saw acceptance. We had seen too much to disbelieve him. Another incident, he continued, was the case of a high-income surgeon whose daughter had developed bone cancer. She was hospitalized in Singapore, and the only treatment they had for her was to amputate her right leg before the cancer spread. In desperation, he came to me asking for help. He was not a student, just someone who knew about me. I called my teacher and asked him whether or not he would help the doctor, and he said, "Oh, him? He always refuses treatment to those who cannot pay him, and deals with people like cattle. You tell him that if he wants his daughter to become well, he must first give a third of all his wealth to the poor, and then every night for a week, from midnight to 5 in the morning, he must stay awake and beg God for forgiveness. Only then will I give the medicine to help this girl." Meanwhile, the daughter was under time constraint. They had to amputate the leg within a few days to save her life. But the man believed in us, because he had heard so much, and decided to trust us. He gave away his money as Lao Sifu had ordered, and spent his evenings in repentance. When the week was up, he came to me asking for the medicine, but Liao Sifu would not answer my call, so the man went back to Singapore furious and cursing me. When he got there, he put his daughter through a complete examination, hoping that there was time to amputate the leg. Of the bone cancer, they could not find a trace. It was completely gone. He took another sip of coffee. We were all silent, enthralled. Liao Sifu's spirit was with me for about 15 years. In that time, it was impossible not to develop a deep interest in the metaphysical, since I dealt with it almost every day. I began to see spirits, whether I wanted to or not, and I still remember the first time that I myself was out of my physical body. He leaned back. I was lying on my bed when I drifted off to meditation. Suddenly I stood there looking at myself on the bed. Interesting, I thought. That is my yang body, so this must be my yin body. My consciousness has moved from one to the other. So I wanted to prove to myself that what was happening was real. First I walked over to the light switch and tried to turn it on. I heard the click, but nothing happened. The light stayed off. Okay, I thought. I'll walk outside and leave the door open. So I opened the door and walked out, leaving it ajar. I took a walk around the house. Outside there were some taxi drivers sitting around the sidewalk playing cards. I memorized their faces and what they were wearing, the license numbers of their cars, and went back inside. I made sure again that the door was open and went to the bedroom, where I saw my body on the bed. Walking toward it, I was suddenly awake, lying down. I stood up. The lights were off, and the switch had not been moved. Strike one, I thought. Then I walked to the door to see what had happened there. It was locked and bolted, just as I had left it before lying down on the bed. Okay, strike two, I thought. So I went outside my home. There I did indeed find the taxi drivers, just as I had seen, playing cards. The same faces, the same vehicles. He looked at me. I know what you're thinking, Kosta. The same thing happens in hospital operating rooms all the time, right? But for me at the time, it was a new experience, and from that point on, I could understand what was happening to those people who did have out-of-body experiences. Their consciousness was simply moving from their yang energy to their yin energy. It was not much later that I learned to do so at will. Anyway, he continued, all during those 15 years, Lao Sifu kept telling me that it was my duty to go up to the mountains and spend time in retreat, away from other men and women. Finally, in 1992, it came time for him to leave this world forever. His term of penance was over, and he could go up to God. This is your last chance, he said to me. It's now or never. I had no interest in going away. I liked my life just fine. I was having a good time, and my business was very successful. But because I had promised Liao Sifu that I would, I finally did leave. One day I put on comfortable shoes and clothes, put my passport in my pocket, and took a few $100s with me. I also wore my Rolex because I wanted something that kept time well and that I could trade for money if I became desperate. I had no idea where I'd be sent. I thought the Himalayas or something like that, so I told my wife I was going to the prawn farm for a few days, and kissed her and the children goodbye. On the way I handed my chauffeur a letter, explaining everything. Then I told him to stop for a while on the other side of the road, so that I could buy cigarettes. I disappeared from sight. After a few hours of looking for me, he returned home and handed the letter to my wife. She cried, and so did the children. But because I had already arranged for their protection and their welfare, there was not much more I could do. I finally wound up in the jungle.
along the border between Malaysia and Borneo. The closest small village was a 3-day march away. Isolated from society, I hated the place at first. When night fell, I could not see the hand in front of my face. If I tried to light a fire, so many mosquitoes came that they would eat me alive. But it was there that my teacher had insisted I go. There was not much to eat. I had to hunt wild boar and scrounge for berries and fruit. The funny thing was that there was a tribe of Dayak natives there who harassed me and finally attacked me openly with spears, and on one occasion arrows. I pulled down a large tree and set it ablaze with my chi. After that, they left me alone. It must have been very frightening for them. I bet they are still scaring naughty children with the stories about me. We all laughed. I could imagine John the practical joker relishing the occasion. Poor natives.
Anyway, John continued, it was there that I stayed and meditated, living in a cave. It rained frequently and food was scarce. Despite that, after a month, I could stand it reasonably well. After 6 months, I did not want to leave. In time, something very strange happened. I could spend longer and longer periods in meditation. Once I did not move for 8 days, and my consciousness would fly all over the world as I desired. I saw my family in their home going about their business. I saw my friends and relatives, everyone and anyone I wanted to. All I had to do was wish to see something and I was there. If I closed my eyes, actual events would flash across my mind, as if I were watching television. I wrote letters to my family and friends, telling them what they were doing on specific days. Then made the trek to the village to mail these letters to them. They were very surprised when they received them. I remember even watching them as they received these letters, seeing the look on their faces when they read what I had written. In that mountain I saw many spirits. Indeed, spirits and animals were my constant companions. And when my consciousness had expanded, I could see spirits going up regularly. One day I became curious and decided to follow them, to see where they were going. I sent my awareness out of my body and accompanied them as they went. The earth receded below me, and somehow there was a shift. I cannot explain what I felt. I was suddenly in a wave of blackness. Around me there was much pain and anger and hate and jealousy. I left that place quickly to find myself in a field of white. There I saw many spirits around me who were very joyful. Some of them were making motions as if they were eating and drinking and invited me to join. Okay, I thought. I'd take a piece of chicken. Without warning, a tasty drumstick appeared before me. When I grabbed it, though, I saw that it was not real, that it was an illusion for the benefit of the spirits in that place, who thought they were still human. Still, I saw other souls going higher and higher. I followed them through 2 other levels of white energy. And beyond that point, I could pass no farther. John paused, and I checked an urge to interrupt him. There were so many questions I wanted to ask. He was, after all, describing heaven. After a while, John continued, I became worried about my physical body because I knew that time passed very differently in that place, and I had no idea how long I was gone. I decided to return to Earth. In doing so, I passed once again through the black wave. I was curious. You cannot see anything at all in that place, but you can hear the spirits moaning. So I approached one of them and said, Hey, how are you doing? Yes, Kosta, as simple as that. He said, Oh, I hurt. I am in pain. Suddenly, I became very afraid, and with that strong emotion, I woke up back in my body. What do you say in response to a story like that? I had heard in short form in the past, but that had not had the impact of this longer narration. That he had called spirits before me, I no longer doubted. On 3 separate occasions, he had spoken to the shades of the dead, with me as a silent witness. While I could not, as a scientist, swear in court that he was not producing an illusion for my benefit through his undeniable powers, I would have to question the motivation for producing a fraud of this sort. He certainly had no need to trick us. I did not doubt that John could make me see something that was not there, should he choose, but why would he do so? I recalled the shamanistic origins of Taoist practices. What he had just described was very similar to the journey of a shaman into the spirit world, including the various levels. I was very sure that John had never read Joseph Campbell. He was describing what he had seen, and he gained nothing by trickery. Indeed, he sacrificed much because his powers were very real. Is there any way of telling if someone will become a white or black spirit? I asked. John shot me a piercing look. You are thinking of your father, he said. Well, yes. If their passage is not due to violence or accident, then usually you can tell by the look in their faces what will become of them. They get a glimpse of what lies in store for them before they completely leave our world. My father had died with a relief after fighting cancer for half a year. Indeed, he had died consciously, waiting for all of us to gather around him before letting go of his final breath. I said as much to John. Your father is probably a white spirit now, he said. But, because he had no yang to take with him, his nature is much simpler than you think. What do you mean, Sifu? I asked. I mean that a typical spirit is basically like our unconscious mind. He cannot think deliberately, make decisions, or create. He is subject to whatever he has brought with him. John was silent for a time, then caught my eye, and held me with his gaze. For example, he said, your father can remember everything about you. He knows that you are his son. He remembers holding you in his arms when you were born. What he cannot remember is what it was like to love you. We were shocked, all of us. They have only yin, he continued softly. So what defines their continuation is simply their karma, good or bad. That is why it is so important to have yang to take with you when your time comes. Because that way you retain your humanity, I whispered. John nodded approvingly. Does having yang chi in our dantian somehow lessen the effects of karma? I asked him. No, you still have to pay for what you have done, or be rewarded. But having yang with you makes it easier all around, and more deliberate either way. Heaven and hell, Andreas said. Not really, John answered. None of the conditions I described is permanent. After a time, all spirits return to God. And there it was, the big question that I had danced around since I had come to know him. I could not resist. Sifu, I dared. Tell us about God. You mention him frequently. And mentioning God was not very Taoist, I thought. Perhaps this was the distinction between John's teaching and mainstream Taoism. John leaned back and looked at us one by one. All right, he said. Before I went up to the mountain, in my heart of hearts, I did not really believe in God. Oh, I used to go to church every Sunday, for I am nominally a Christian, but I had no faith. I went to church matter-of-factly. When I was up in the mountain, I wanted to experience God for myself, to see if he was real or not. I prayed and I prayed for weeks, asking God to reveal himself to me. Finally, I sat down in deep meditation and set my awareness out as before. Every day, every moment, I kept asking, God, please tell me the truth about the afterlife. Which religion is correct? Please, Lord, tell me. I received no answer, but I kept at it with persistence. Without warning, one day a voice boomed in the air above me. It was like a thunderclap, and it said to me, religion is like a walking stick. When you are young, you need help from your parents to walk. When you are old, you need a cane. When you are a healthy adult, you have no need for a cane. If you try to run, it will only hinder you. All religions are like that. Touch God directly, and you will have no need of him. I came out of meditation with a start. It was so strong and so real. I had felt the words like a vibration inside me. At first I was ecstatic, but when I tried to reach out to the voice again, there was no answer. So, after a time, I began to doubt. Finally, I no longer believed that it was God, just some strong spirit having fun with me. I had had many experiences of the sort with Liao Sifu, remember, and I knew that there were many such beings out there. Finally, I became very angry. I roamed around the mountaintops like a madman, screaming up to heaven. Talk to me, God, I screamed. If you do not talk to me, I will not believe in you. John chuckled to himself. You cannot imagine what I was like, he said. I was very thin, because I did not have much to eat. My beard and hair were long, because I had nothing to shave with. My clothing hung on my body, and I must have smelled very bad. I moved from times of extreme deep meditation to moments of extreme rage, as if someone were throwing a switch inside me. I often sat down in the lotus position in meditation, and then suddenly leapt up, all in one motion, to go running around the mountaintops. All that time I had only one thought in mind, to speak with the Lord God. I wanted proof that he was real. 8 days later it happened. I was in meditation at the moment, and begging God to let me come to him. Suddenly a star brightened incredibly, like a second sun, and fell out of the sky with a crash to land before me in an explosion of earth and dust. It made a huge hole, and lay there, burning. A wind like 1,000 hurricanes buffeted my body and shook the ground. You are not yet clean enough to come to me, a voice said, and I knew it was him. I came out of meditation with a start and opened my eyes. In front of me was a large crater in the ground, and I knew one thing in my heart that made me happy beyond belief. The voice was still with me. God was allowing me to speak with him. Many things I asked him in the days that followed. I wanted to know what sort of behavior was right and what was wrong. For example, I wanted to know if fighting was okay, since I was a kung fu master and had many fights. The voice told me that it was all right to defend myself, but I should never initiate aggression. Many things were judged by how you felt inside. If I was afraid for my safety, I could even attack first to protect myself and my family, but there were no fine lines governing behavior. It all came down to how you felt inside. I asked him about hunting and killing game. I detected amusement in his voice when he answered the question because he said, "You're asking me about this because you killed a wild boar last week to eat, didn't you? It's okay to kill for food. All of nature is a struggle for survival. But you must never kill for sport or for pride, because all of nature belongs to God." John bowed his head. Anyway, many things like that I asked him. To some questions I received answers, to others not. He looked up to us and smiled. Andreas broke the silence. "Sifu, you are saying that you spoke to God?" "I think so," John said. "I spoke to an unbelievable, powerful sentience. Whether it was God or some kind of angel or other spirit, I really don't know to this day. But something came and answered my questions and stayed with me for a long time." "How long were you up in the mountains?" I asked. 2 years, he said. "I came back down because my son developed rheumatoid arthritis. Western medicine could do nothing for him. My friends took him to a native healer who simply said, 'Only the Father can cure this boy.' So I came back." "Did you cure him?" "Yes, with acupuncture within 2 months." "And you just knew he was ill? No one sent you a message?" "I have already told you that when I was up in the mountains, I could see people and places from far away during the time I spent in meditation. I watched my family a lot, and it helped me feel less lonely." A servant came out with tea, which we gratefully accepted. No one was willing to start up the conversation again. What we had just heard had shocked all of us more than anything John had ever said or done. He was a man who stated very simply and directly that he had spoken to God. It was the pinnacle of human experience, and there was not much you could add to it. There were 1,000 things I wanted to ask him. We have lost the luxury in this day and age of being able to speak in such personal terms when describing the eternal, society and science being what they are. People don't just sit down and ask God questions. The Lord God himself? Why the hell not? I believed my teacher. At least I believed he was neither a liar nor delusional. He had seen something. I dared the question. "Sifu, when you spoke to God, did you ask him what happens to our souls after we die?" He looked puzzled. "I've already described the black wave and the white wave to you," he said. "Yes, and you said that neither condition was permanent, that after a time all spirits went up to God. Yes? So what happens next? Do we reincarnate? Do we live only one life? Do we cease to exist? What's the story?" "I have already told you that I don't know, but—" He never answered that question. John pulled out a cigarette, lit it up, and leaned back. "I can tell you what I myself, as an individual, believe. This is not something that I teach. I have students who are Christian, Buddhist, Muslim, skeptics like yourself, and more. And the coup has no basis in religious theory. If you want my own opinions, you are welcome to them, but remember they are nothing more than my opinions." "Okay." "I believe that it is logical for reincarnation to exist, since God is very just and very fair. Why would someone suffer for something that they haven't done? Why should one man be born a cripple and another with everything? It doesn't seem fair or even logical. So either the universe is unjust, or, if you believe in a just God, then he has planned for justice in our lives. So I believe in reincarnation." I did not want to debate him. Different religions in the history of humanity have even postulated the existence of an unjust God to explain life's disparate distribution of blessings. "You have mentioned karma to me in the past," I continued, "the consequence of our actions. Action and reaction. People paying for bad actions and being rewarded for good ones. Makes sense, doesn't it?" "Do you believe that someone carries their karma with them from one life to another?" Andreas asked. "Yes, I personally as an individual, yes," John answered. I had studied Buddhism for many years. One of the issues not addressed sufficiently by that religion, in my opinion, is the very obvious evolution of the species going on continuously around us, as if by divine plan. And man's presence and development on the planet cannot be accounted for with satisfaction, even by modern science, giving rise to theories of little green men performing experiments on primates and whatnot. "Sifu, is evolution directed?" I charged to drive the point home. "Sorry? Does God have a plan for man and the earth? Is there a guiding intelligence behind everything? In my opinion, yes. And there it was. The core of religion's debate with science. And is this God a judge? I continued. Does he decide everyone's karma? No, we decide our own karma. God himself interferes very little in our lives and in the judgment of our consciousness after our deaths. But what about the white waves and the black wave you described? What about them? Doesn't God decide whose spirit goes into which area and how long he remains there? Not really. Karma decides that. God basically intercedes very little in the course of affairs. We call the will of heaven Jodo in Chinese. For example, that you, Kosta, and you, Andreas, are here is Jodo. Do you know how many people have come searching for me and could not find me? It is the will of heaven that you are here. We looked at each other. We had certainly both found our teacher under unusual circumstances, impossible circumstances statistically speaking. Sifu, I insisted. Why isn't finding you merely just good karma? What is the difference between Jodo and karma? Jodo comes from God, he said, and karma comes from us. So God has a plan, but it is up to us to live up to it, Andreas said. Yes, John answered, and you will reap the consequence of all your actions, whether good or bad. Karma is purely a natural law, like biology and physics. Jodo is the will of heaven. I cannot make things any clearer than that. For most people, Jodo simply decides the time and the place of their birth, and the time and place of their death. But bad karma can also make your life shorter. If you are destined to live 100 years, you may wind up living 50 instead. For example, he continued suddenly, Liao Sifu could see an individual's karma and decide to heal him or not based on that karma. He could also see Jodo, the wheel of heaven, as it approached. Let me tell you a story. The letter. Old Liao had few friends because most people considered him a strange and alien being, so he held his true friends very dear. He had enjoyed himself greatly in Java. For the first time in his life, he had been a member of a boisterous and connected human society. Neither the circumstance of his youth nor the isolation of his middle years had offered him so much hope for joy in life. And the consequences of his great crime haunted him continuously with evil foreboding. Liao had found peace in Indonesia. He had many acquaintances, some friends, and he was widely respected as a great healer. And he had the boy at his side, whom he had come to love like a son. Liao knew that the young one would reach upper levels of mastery, though how high the child could go he did not know. One of his friends was an affluent businessman who was a learned scholar of Chinese history and culture as well. With this man, Liao spent long hours sipping tea and waging endless debate. He had made arrangements to visit him on a given morning and set out to the man's house. It was roughly 10 o'clock when he arrived. A servant opened the door and Liao was ushered into the man's inner chambers. His friend rose to greet him. Liao Sifu, he said. Once again you honor me. Liao stopped briefly in his tracks, stunned. He could see the man was going to die at noon. Jodo, the will of heaven, was standing over him like an axe. He fought back an urge to sit down. Outwardly, his friend detected nothing amiss in the old master's composure. Indeed, what had seemed like an endless pause to Liao had been less than a quarter of a second in real time, undetectable to the other. I cannot stay at the moment, my friend, Liao said, but I want you to do me a favor. He moved with preternatural speed and stole a blank sheet of paper from his friend's desk, seemingly pulling it out from under his robe. Do you have an envelope? He asked. His friend handed him one, and Liao folded the paper into an envelope. After writing something on the top and sealing it, he handed it back to him. At exactly 11:45, I want you to take this envelope to the top of the hill, at whose base your land begins, and leave it there, Liao said. But I have an appointment at noon. And, as you know, my house borders on the jungle. That hilltop is almost a half a mile into the jungle. Yes, I know. I will have to change clothes and... Yes, I know. Very well, Liao Sifu. If it is so important to you, I will do it. Thank you. To the man's surprise, Liao Sifu gave him an almost emotional farewell. The old master went immediately back to his own dwelling and began to pray earnestly, centered in deep meditation, requesting that God prolong his friend's life and lift whatever karma had made it so short. At 11:45, his friend, impatient with having to go to the jungle and everything that action entailed, gave the letter to a servant instead, with the instructions that he take it to the forest and leave it at the top of the hill. The man himself set off for an appointment in the city. At noon precisely, as he crossed the road in front of the city post office on the way to his appointment, he was struck and killed by a passing truck. Thus Liao Sifu learned that the will of heaven cannot be overturned. So Kosta, John continued, tell me now, am I a Taoist? In my judgment as an educated man, you are very much Nechi a Taoist, Sifu. I see. And if I told you that I practice Qi Kung and Nei Kung strictly for martial arts skill, as I am the headmaster of martial arts school and not a priest, what would you say to that? Remember, I only become exposed to the realm of spirits after I developed Yin Yang Kung, levels 4, 5, and so on. I was 37 years old when I first saw my master's spirit, besides which I only developed a knowledge and an interest in the matters of the spirit after I went up to the mountains for my retreat in 1992. In other words, I did not originally pursue Nei Kung for any metaphysical gain it offered, nor because of any specific spiritual belief. Okay, if you are not a Taoist alchemist, what are you then? I am the headmaster of Pai Lei Xuan, a school of Kung Fu. I am the teacher of a Chinese science called Nei Kung that involves studying, enhancing, and finally combining the energies of yin and yang in the body. The particular Nei Kung I teach is of the lineage attributed to the sage Mo Tzu. Beyond this, I am simply a man like any other. I did not know what to say to all that. There can be little doubt in our day and age that the consciousness is as much a product of the physical as the spiritual. Descartes' axioms separating the psyche from the flesh have long since been proven wrong. An injury to or illness of the brain would readily affect someone's personality. Modern medicine has millions of documented cases. Our consciousness is the result of the intermingling of the mind and body, of the spirit and flesh. Had the ancient philosophers of China stumbled onto this secret in their investigation of energies yin and yang? Had they somehow isolated the body's energies and seen how they could be transferred completely to the spirit? Is this how Taoism, the religion, had developed? And what can the science of Nei Kung offer to the world in our time of rapid technological growth? Here was a man who had many of the answers in his pocket. I suppose, Sifu, I said, that you are whatever you want to be. He smiled at that, and I looked down at the ground. A discussion of plants followed. John supported the position that they had awareness and were telepathic, and Andreas, an avid botanist, was agreeing with everything he said. I was uncharacteristically silent for a while. Finally, in the pause that followed, I asked, Sifu, will you teach us? Will you teach the world about Nei Kung? I am already teaching you. No, I mean, will you teach everyone in the world? Will you demonstrate openly and explain what you are doing? He was silent himself for a moment. Then he simply said, Do you know about Atlantis? Of course. Do you know why the island of Atlantis was destroyed? In my culture, we say it was because the gods were jealous. It was because they had gotten too close to the secrets of heaven. When humanity gets too close, we also will be destroyed. What the hell for? Because the human animal is not yet ready to become a god. Then why create us in the first place? Logically, we were either created to develop towards some higher purpose, or we are playthings of the higher sentience who simply wants to keep us as slaves. To say that God himself will destroy us makes me think much less of God. That blunt statement shocked everyone. So you think I should come forth completely, share all my knowledge, become famous, and win the Nobel Prize, John said. Yes and no. I think you should offer the world concrete, reproducible proof that yin and yang qi exists, without specific information as to the precise nature. That would be enough for you to go down in history as the man who helped humanity evolve to the next plateau, I replied. It has never been that way in human history. We have never been at this point in human history before, Sifu. Look at yourself, for example. You are the first master of Mopai to accept Western students. Mankind is evolving. East meets West. There is no hard evidence that Atlantis existed anyway. Maybe it's just a story that captured the imagination of a Greek philosopher centuries in the past. Man against the gods. I made a silent promise to buy John a copy of Plato's works, Critias and Timaeus, and perhaps it is a true story. I follow the will of heaven, Kosta. I will do what God wants me to do. He stood up. But I will think of what you have said, he finished, and with that, our evening lesson was over. On the way back to our hotel, Andreas berated me continuously. He had been shocked by my confrontational approach.
What would you do, he asked, if you were Sifu? Bring fire to mankind, I answered unhesitatingly. And be chained to a rock by the sea, with an eagle eating out your liver for all eternity? Prometheus's torment didn't last for all eternity, Andreas. After a time, the gods set him free because they felt guilty. He did what he did out of pity, to aid humanity, you see. Are you sure it wasn't pride? It was my turn to be silent. He had struck a point home. We didn't say much for the rest of that evening, each of us wrapped in our own thoughts. Andreas's comment had brought home something vital, something I had always known in my heart, but that, obfuscated as it was by my own pride, I had not clearly seen before. I was no Titan. It was not up to me. Only John could play Prometheus's role and share his secrets with humanity. Our mission was to convince him to bestow such a gift and, in so convincing, shoulder a portion of the consequences. Chapter 9. The Charis. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than there are dreamt in your philosophy. Hamlet. Act 1, Scene 5. Henke was another Javanese Chinese, a local businessman and a friend of my master for over 20 years. Henke had attempted the Mopai training as well, but had unfortunately not progressed very far. Still, he had garnered benefits. He was over 50, but looked much younger, perhaps early 40s, with a slim figure and a springing step. A dedicated sportsman, he exercised and ran on the daily basis as well. Henke was very much a product of Java. He spoke not a word of Chinese and was ignorant of Chinese history. Rather, he spoke fluent Dutch and good English because he had gone to a Dutch school. A devoted student of the history of his own home nation, Henke was particularly an expert Majapahit Javanese Hindu Empire, which had held sway in Java, surrounding the islands during the 14th century. He owned 3 Javanese carassies, all antiques, all more than 500 years old, all dating from the time of the Majapahit state. They were magically charged. Before I proceed, it would be useful to go into the history and mythos of this particular bladed weapon. There was a time when all Javanese men, from the age of 3 on, were required to wear a karis. It is still worn today in formal ceremonies. The sheaths and hilts of the karis were often exquisitely decorated with carvings and jewels, while ornaments on the blade itself were thought to provide additional protection from misfortune. The karis blade often has undulations, lok, usually 7 or 9. Though up to 31 have been counted, an odd number of lok assures that luck will be good. The wavy blade is also thought to create a more damaging wound. Though karis is a difficult blade to wield in combat. Karises are considered to be magical by all Indonesians and Malaysians. Traditionally, old karises are kept as family heirlooms and are passed from generation to generation. The making of the karis was a work involving great power and art. The empu or smith was considered a holy man, and his work was fraught with ritual. Once a year, the karis was taken out of the scabbard, cleaned with lime and arsenic, and sacrificed to. Incense was burned to it and prayers offered. The blade was coated with fragrant oil. The number of times that weapon had tasted blood added to its power. Magical karises, not today's tourist fare, are thought to be able to speak, fly, change shape, and even father human children. They can protect the wearer from harm or destroy his enemies. They are thought to rattle in their scabbards to warn their owners of impending danger. In general, they are objects of great reverence and are very powerful. When Henke offered to show me his karis's powers, I was tempted to laugh, except for the fact that he was a good friend of John's. In truth, I had already seen so much from John himself that I no longer knew how to approach such claims. I no longer had the luxury of skepticism. A magical karis, I asked? No, 3 of them. What can they do? Many things, Orang Butib, which means white man. But for you, they may move around a bit, and you can see John talking to them. John can speak to a piece of metal? They are not just pieces of metal. They are aware, just as we are aware. I glared at Henke out of my left eye, the mean one. My face is extremely expressive, part of my Mediterranean heritage, and somewhat bimorphic. I'm gentle and kind on the right side and mean and nasty on the left. I have a lot of Neanderthal genes in me as well, the result of a millennia of Balkan inbreeding, which gives me an edge when I want to look either dangerous, saintly, or stupid.
You're serious, right? I asked. I'm always serious when I talk about money or things of a spiritual nature. My money had run out, and Hanky was buying me lunch. I was getting tired of Chinese food. Indeed, had lost a lot of weight on what I called the rice diet, so Hanky was treating me to a Western-style steak. I was very grateful. All right, I said, I'll bite. Doris is flying in this afternoon. Maybe we can make an appointment with seafood tonight. I'm sure she'd love to see this as well. My girlfriend Doris had been my constant companion during the years I had known John Chang, and as a result, had suffered the same assault on her established perception of reality that I had during that time. She tended to accept things much more readily than I, though, being more intelligent and having less of a temper. I mean it, Hanky said. The Karases are sentient in their own way. Sure. Look, I could tell you many stories, but I will settle for this one. A few years ago, my daughter was going to go on a trip with some friends. They pulled up to the house in their Jeep and started to go out the door. Suddenly there was a banging sound for the cupboard, where we kept our Karases. When I opened the cupboard, my most powerful and oldest Karas was shaking in his scabbard. I told my daughter not to go on the trip, but she insisted. New boyfriend, you see. Well, I could not let her go unprotected, so I gave her the Karas to take with her, with firm instructions that he protect her. That night they had an accident and the Jeep went off the road. They rolled over 3 times and they hit a tree. The vehicle was a total loss, but no one was hurt, not even a scratch. They were not wearing seatbelts, and were thrown around inside the Jeep considerably as it rolled. I did not know what to think, and had no way of judging his story. Certainly there were enough myths of magical swords, legends of sentient weapons in general, and in every culture around the world, think Excalibur. Could they be true? The way John Chang was real. The way Troy, which had been considered a myth by many learned men for generations before its discovery by Schliemann in the 19th century, was real as well. I had seen too much of the spirit world around my teacher to scoff. The word shaman suited John as well as the word Taoist, if you could truly distinguish the two. Indeed, as I wrote this book, I was troubled by what I should present regarding John and the spirit world. Could I discount my own eyes and ears? If John was pulling a scam, he was fooling thousands of people. There were other plausible explanations for what we were seeing. One of which was simply that John was imposing his will and imagery on the minds of the participants, a sort of mass hypnosis. But even if that were the case, it was a power worth noting, and I would have no problem walking into a courtroom and testifying to the experience. To say nothing at all would simply be cowardly, and unfair to John as well. Let me share with you one such encounter with the powerful and benevolent spirit. Judge for yourself. The prince, Hercules, no relation to the hero, was a cousin of mine, whom I had brought with me to Indonesia. John had been kind enough to allow him to join our group, and witness the summoning of a spirit who had died at level 3. The spirit was reputed to be so powerful that anyone could hear him, and some people could see him as well. At level 3, he certainly had a lot of yang qi. The ghost was the spirit of a 16th century prince, and his gravesite was situated in the Punak Pass near Bogor in central Java. He had slain many enemies in his lifetime, and his karma was to watch over the island of Java in retribution. For the last 4 centuries or so, the lonely ghost had lingered at the hilltop that bore his grave, guarding his native land. People came to sleep there and asked him for favors and protection, while Indonesia's leaders, even in modern day, often visited the site with various psychics. A large party of us walked up the trail to the gravesite. An Indonesian minister had paved a path with concrete for his own convenience. Herc was excited and anxious. He had first met John on a business transaction I had arranged, knowing nothing at the time of my teacher's powers. This trip had challenged all that. John showed him much and welcomed him into his home. But seeing this ghost, well, hearing him anyway, was going to be the piece de resistance. I had been begging John for years to take me to visit the prince. He had finally consented, and just in time. In a few short months, the prince's spirit would go up into the white wave forever. Herc was lucking out. With us were Handoko, one of Indonesia's industrial leaders, a few friends, and some of John's students. 15 people in all. Did you bring your micro-cassette recorder? Handoko asked me on the way up. Nope, I forgot it in my hotel room. People have tried to record him in the past, and all that comes out is kind of a squeaking noise. Maybe he speaks directly to the brain centers of the people present, I said. Maybe it's not sound at all, but simply seems that way to us. Yeah, or maybe the spirit simply doesn't want to be recorded and erases the tape each time. Interesting phenomenon, though, I said. It also shows that Sifu hasn't planted wireless microphones somewhere in the area. Good point, Hidoko said. We reached the area, and my brother's students immediately began to clean up and prepare the site. As I'd witnessed in the past, they laid out flowers and food for the spirit, and lit up an incense stick, or hu. All 15 of us gathered close to the offerings, and John went into meditation, summoning the prince. Immediately, we heard a loud shrill of whining of the wind, the mark of a spirit. I saw the incense stick move. Suddenly, to the right of the offerings, directly in front of my master, there was an orange glow. A sweet, gentle voice spoke to us in Indonesian. Greetings, Brother Chain. I am happy that you are here with me again. You have brought many friends today, many new faces. What are their names? Pandoko, John began. Pandoko, the spirit whispered gently, and next to him there are white men. Are these men from Holland? No, John said quickly. Dari Junani, from Greece. Ah, what are their names? The prince asked. Kosta and Hercules, John answered, and the spirit repeated them. I concentrated as hard as I could on the shining orange light, made out a slim hand dancing in it. But try as I might, I could see nothing more. The conversation went on, too difficult for me to understand, with my poor Indonesian. After a time, John thanked the spirit, and he left. I immediately approached my master. Why did he ask if we were from Holland? I asked. Because he saw Hercules' blonde hair. While the prince was alive, the white men who were coming to Java were Dutch, and he was not fond of them. He wondered what you were doing here, that's all. Brr, I thought. Good thing he understood we were not his ancient enemies. Did everything go well? I asked. Not really. I wanted to ask him about a friend of mine who is dying, whether or not he could help. The spirit simply said that my friend had developed bad karma, and that it was the will of heaven that he die now. He suggested I remind my friend there was a God, to trust him completely and not resist whatever punishment his karma brought him. I was quiet. My teacher's words had moved me, and I realized at the same time that he had done us a great honor. We were the first white men that the spirit of the prince had seen in 400 years, the first that my master had brought up in the Punak Pass with him. I didn't know what to say to my teacher. Once again, he had honored me beyond all words. Hugging John was out of the question. Java is not the Mediterranean. The Chinese did not go for displays of affection in general. I hoped that in the future I would be able to repay him for the many gifts he had given me. We met John in the late evening and had dinner at his house, as usual. Later, after the customary pleasantries had been exchanged and we were sipping tea out on his terrace, John asked Hanky to bring out his caresses. There were 3 of them, as Hanky had said, one more beautiful than the others. The blades of the first 2 were undulated, but the last and most beautiful had a straight, unwavering blade. The surface of the metal was blackened, coarse, and damascene, as was the custom in Malaysia and Indonesia. Caresses were etched with hot lime juice and arsenic upon fabrication. The caresses smelled fragrant, the surface of the blades coated with sweet-smelling oil. I asked Henry what it was. The oil of a tree that we use for this purpose is in Indonesia, he said simply. It is their favorite. I see. You must use the oil from a living plant on a caress, never a petroleum derivative. Okay. I am serious. So am I. How much does one of these things cost? Between $20,000 and $40,000 if it has real power. I doubt I'll ever have one, Hanky, but thanks for the tip, I said. You may desire one to protect your family in the future, he said simply. John stepped in. I think we should show Kosta and Doris what the caress can do, he said. You must all sit down on the ground. Doris complied immediately. I was stupid enough to ask, why? Because it's better, John replied simply enough. We cleared the coffee table between us of the tea utensils and cups and sat down around it. I sat across from John. Doris was my left, and Hanky across from her. John took a saucer and flipped it over, setting it down on its face. He took a stick of incense and lit it, laying it down carefully on the back of the saucer to protect the tablecloth, which was formica. He took the smallest caress and laid it out on the table, the blade resting on the sheath. Without warning, he was all concentration, and my belly shook. His face became like a statue, and I could almost hear his heart stopping. Everything seemed to condense into a sphere around him. Suddenly the blade turned to move over the incense. Doris smiled. John picked up the caress, played the incense over it, and returned it to its sheath. This one doesn't have all that much power, he said. He took out the second keris and laid it on the table the same way as he had the first. Again he concentrated, this time briefly. The second keris turned also, rotating to come over the incense. It seemed to be eagerly consuming the smoke, vibrating slightly as it did. John picked it up. "This one is in a very bad mood tonight," he said. "We will not use him." He set the point of the keris into its scabbard. The keris pulled the scabbard over its body with much force, making a loud cracking noise. "I'd like to see that again," I said. John smiled. "All right," he said. "Here, hold the scabbard." He removed the blade from its wooden sheath and offered the latter to me. I took the wooden scabbard in my right hand, holding it firmly. John inserted the tip of the blade into the sheath. He whispered something to the keris. The scabbard was jerked from my grasp with considerable force, the keris blade pulling the wooden sheath over itself. "As I said," John remarked, "this one is in a very bad mood and does not want to be bothered." He removed the blade from its sheath, played the incense over it, and returned it to the scabbard. He placed it to one side. Hanky handed him the last keris, the one with the straight blade. "This one is very powerful," John said. "He was made during the early years of the Mahajapit Empire, and his name is Samar." John laid the weapon on the table in a similar manner, and it immediately spun to settle over the burning incense stick. "Sifu?" Doris asked. "How do you know its name?" "He told me," John answered. "He remembers everything about his making, the circumstances and the time. He remembers his name as well. He is over 500 years old." John picked up the keris and passed the incense stick under it. If a piece of metal could appear content, that one certainly did. John whispered something to the weapon, then set it down on the table. He put the incense stick back on the dish and turned it to Hanky. The two men spoke to each other briefly. I looked at Doris, who seemed happy. That evening confirmed for her what I had told her of my own experiences with spirits in John's company in the past. "Sifu," she asked, "how can the keris do what it does?" "Because it has hidden power," he answered. "It is for all practical purposes a spirit." I reached out to adjust the incense stick on the saucer. It had rolled near the edge of the saucer, and I was worried it might roll off and burn the formica. The keris Samar spun around very fast and tried to cut me. I pulled my hand back. In time, just as everyone other than John gasped. "Be careful," Hinky said. "They have a mind of their own, you know." I looked at the keris. Somehow I knew how to handle this. "I'm not trying to take away your incense, my friend," I said. "I just wanted to adjust the table." "He doesn't understand English," John said, "but go ahead and try to make friends with him." I picked the weapon up gingerly by the handle with one hand and passed the incense stick under with the other. I concentrated and tried to project appeasing thoughts, much as I would have done with a pet of a friend that had taken a dislike to me. Even though I was expecting it, it was thrilling to feel the vibration in my hand as the keris seemed to hum. "Apology accepted," John said. "Put him down." I did so. "He is actually very nice, and now wants to show us what he can do," John said. He put the weapon back in its scabbard and set it down, hilt facing towards himself. John smiled and looked at us. "Watch this." He looked at the keris briefly. "Samar," he said, and the weapon leapt completely out of its sheath across the table to jump into his open hand. We were delighted. "Want to see it again?" John asked. And we of course said yes. He called the keris, and once more it jumped over to him. "He seems very eager to please," Doris said. I was reminded of a golden retriever I knew. Their dispositions seemed about the same. John picked up Samar by the hilt and ran the incense stick under him. The keris vibrated in contentment. Suddenly John laughed, put the weapon back in its sheath, handing it back to Hanky. "Like a baby," he said. "He has his own mind, and his opinions are very funny." Just then, John's Lasha Apso, called Lovely, trotted up to my heels. I reached down to pet the furry back. Lovely sniffed a bit, wrestled briefly with Doris, then set off to something more interesting to occupy her time. "A keris spirit is something like that," John said, pointing to Lovely. "If you pet him and stroke him and feed him regularly, he will be loyal and happy. If you starve him and ignore him, kick him and beat him, he can become unpleasant." "Their intelligence is about the same?" I asked. "No, the keris' sentience is not so developed." "Sifu," Doris said, "you can speak to him because you have combined yin and yang, correct?" "Correct." "How about us? Can he hear us?"
Oh, yes, he can hear you and see you and sense you in ways you cannot understand. It is you who cannot speak to him. You must be in level 3 to sense yin power, unless you learn how to use your dreams. There is a Tibetan Buddhist dream meditation called Malam, I said. Yes, and in Indonesia, people often go to the graves of Muslim saints and sleep there, Enki said, hoping to communicate with them. Frequently, these spirits do speak to the people in their dreams to give them answers to questions. Sifu asked, does the Karis have yang? Is that how he can move? No, he has yin power trapped inside a frame of metal. He is taking yang from me at my request. But since he has yin power, he can absorb yang and so protect you. If an individual manages to combine yin and yang, then he can make a Karis move and speak to him at will. I wanted to clear something up that was gnawing at the back of my mind, something that would be incredible if it were true. Sifu, I asked, Samar is a creative being, isn't he? John looked at me with interest. No, Kosta, you are missing the point. Nice try, but no cigar, as they say. Samar is not a creative being at all. He is the extension of a man who once was. Can you explain this, Sifu? When I first developed my power, John said, I was curious about the abilities of the Karis. In an antique shop, I found a Karis of power that was rusting away.
The storekeeper could not sense that the Karis was charged, you see.
The weapon was 500 years old, but he thought it was junk and treated it as such. I bought it for a few dollars and took it home, where I investigated its origins using my own skills. In the very center of the Karis, buried in the layers of metal, was a strip of paper on which a charm was written in Sanskrit letters. It was very similar to a Chinese talisman, a fu. At that point, I understood the technique of fabricating the Karis. What's a fu? Doris asked. A charm, a Taoist talisman of protection and healing. I answered her quickly and turned to John. A fu comes from our person, John says. When we make a fu, we extend our consciousness and our power into the charm, and there the power can serve a specific purpose. For example, when I speak to a Karis, it is actually the spirit of the Karis's maker, whom I am speaking to. This man has, in the past, extended part of his own life force and spirit into the fu in the heart of the Karis. He leaned back. A fu is like an antenna, he continued. You know, when I was young and wanted to meditate, I had serious problems at night because there were so many mosquitoes here in the tropics. We could not afford screens and chemical repellents had not yet been developed, so I had problems concentrating because of their constant attacks. The Sifu showed me how to make a fu that would attract mosquitoes. I would focus, draw the charm on a piece of paper, and put power into it. Then I would place it in my backyard, and in this manner be left at peace for as long as I wanted to meditate. After I was finished, I would tear up the fu and release the mosquitoes. There always were hundreds of them there. You mean the mosquitoes would be attracted to the paper? Yes, but it was my own life force that made the charm possible. How long does a fu last? All of these items have a time span, and their energies have to be renewed constantly, John answered. In the case of the Karis, the metal body naturally holds the power of yin, power well. When the Karis is a family heirloom, its power is renewed on a yearly basis because of the ceremonies associated with its keeping. But you know, to make a fu, the practitioner must have abilities like myself, and even then perhaps makes only 1 or 2 fu in his whole lifetime. It is no easy thing. The tourist trade fu you see for sale in Taoist temples have no real power. They are imitations, like a fake Rolex. Doris was quiet. It sounds almost like magic, she said finally. John shrugged. Perhaps in a way, magic or sorcery if you will, is by definition the use of outside energies to fulfill a specific task or desire.
Strictly speaking, since a fu comes from our own person, it is not magic.
In any case, Doris, even if you were to consider the Karis as magical, they are not my doing. I am no sorcerer. The Neikung training I have done all my life simply gives me power over such things. I thought over the concept of a fu as an antenna to the dead maker's spirit. Sifu, I said, you told me once that a spirit cannot lie. That means he cannot create as well, is that correct? Yes, Kosta. It is the coming together of yin and yang that allows creation. It is specifically this attribute that makes all life on earth special. The human being is even more unique in that he possesses the biological qualifications to make full use of the ability to create. Our brains? Yes. So this foo in the Keris, this antenna, it feeds the maker information and allows him to attract on the earth as well, I said. Yes, but only with yin power, John answered. Fair enough. How strong his influence is depends on the foo, right? It's like computer programming, isn't it? Yes and no. The personality of the maker was established during his lifetime by interaction of yin and yang. Now that he is only yin, he cannot develop, lie, or create. I see what you are saying, though. His decisions are filtered by the foo, and constrained by the fact that he is a spirit. That is correct. Doris looked at John. Is he right? Is this writing down of the characters, whether Sanskrit or Chinese, during the talisman's making, a kind of programming? Close enough, John said. It's a way of initializing the process. Aren't you yourself the result of programming? Your brain, as a type of computer, read external stimuli as input when you were a baby. It processed the data, and through the years your personality was formed.
It is much the same, except that you, as a human being, possess both yin and yang in equal balance.
The Keris does not. Making a foo is like giving birth in a way. You are essentially putting part of yourself into something else. This antenna will continue for a given duration. John paused to light a cigarette and leaned back. The problem is, he said, that many Indonesians and Malaysians treat their family Kerises as articles of worship rather than loyal companions of mediocre perception that they really are. Doris looked at Hanky, who grinned. John smiled. Not Hanky. The truth is, I doubt that a Keris will ever win the Nobel Prize in Physics because of the double constraints that were mentioned earlier. Samar is an example of a highly intelligent one. A Keris should be treated like a pet, fed and cared for, but never worshipped like a god. This is a very serious mistake, and one I constantly reproach my friends for. Some people even pray to their Kerises. Lovely came trotting up again. John picked her up, put her in his lap, and began to pet her. This is how a Keris should be treated, or any foo for that matter, like a royal friend and protector. You can caress her if you wish, but I doubt you would ever pray to her. Would you? There is only one God, and he alone should be worshipped by man. We could not really add much to that simple statement. Perhaps of all the things I had seen around John, the Keris and the concept of foo were the most shocking. I could see that Doris was shaken as well by the ramifications. Could all the myths and legends of humanity indeed be true? Suddenly many things were clear to me. Years of academic schooling stopped butting heads with years of searching for esoteric truths. The moments I had spent with John rushed through my mind like a hurricane, and I was granted answers to questions that had plagued me for decades. I had grasped an understanding of nature. It remained to be seen what I would do with it. John studied me carefully and nodded. Perhaps he had seen something in my face that mirrored the thoughts racing through my mind. Awkwardly, Doris and I stood up and said our good nights. It was time to go home. Since that day, I have seen hundreds of Kerises, some with great powers, others with less, but each with his own distinct personality. The phenomenon never ceases to amaze me. I will close this chapter with a simple affirmation that I have become convinced that the magic of Keris is genuine. For the moment, to say anything more would be pointless. Chapter 10. The Nature of Reality. It was at sunset on a beach on the island of Evia, north of Athens, that I finally entered into my hypernormal states of consciousness. I was seated in half lotus, engaged in level 2 exercises, pulling in yang chi, sending it down to my dantian, and compressing it there by yogically holding my breath. Suddenly there was a whirring noise like a helicopter or the propeller of a boat. Indeed, at first I thought there was a boat passing by. The noise kept getting louder and louder. Without warning, everything went black. Good God, I'm having a stroke, I thought. It was not an uncomfortable feeling, however. Indeed, the sensation was rather pleasant. I observed the phenomenon for a while, completely aware and conscious, before I began to feel afraid, and I pulled my chi back up. The world came back to me, and I reeled, dizzy for a few seconds. I felt powerful, not weak. This was no stroke. Wanting to finish the set of exercises I had begun, I sent my chi back down. Immediately the whirring noise began again, but this time I was apprehensive. I interrupted the process and pulled away. A third repetition yielded the same result. It was getting to be too much. I stood on shaky legs and walked over to where Doris was waiting. She was furious. I thought you said you were only going to be 20 minutes or so, she said. Well, I thought, was I late? I stammered. Where did the time go? I thought. A yogic repetition usually took me a minute. I had wanted to do 20 before we went to dinner at a local taverna. What are you talking about? I've been waiting here watching you for 45 minutes. You didn't move at all for at least 20 minutes one time. I was worried. I was shocked. It seemed that for 20 minutes or more I had held my breath and lost all awareness of time. I immediately called John. "Congratulations," he said. "What do you mean, congratulations?" "Good experience. It means you're progressing well along level 2. "It was supposed to happen?" "Sure." What was the whirring noise? A Sufi friend of mine said that it was the Dantian's chakra wheel as it spun. He laughed. "Oh yeah? You transferred your awareness down to your Dantian, that's all." "That's all?" The miraculous had apparently become routine and the sublime common around John. How could I go about bringing such knowledge to the Western world without being ridiculed or condemned? What was the best way to proceed, and how to keep my own ambitions and hopes at bay while I did so? These thoughts were foremost on my mind at the time of the above incident, and with good reason. You will recall that Liao Sifu made my teacher pledge never to demonstrate his powers in public, nor use them for profit or for evil purposes. When John made the decision to go ahead with a book and film in May 1996, he consulted with his master, who had died more than 34 years earlier, and gone up in 1992. To reach Liao Sifu's consciousness, John fasted for more than 10 days and entered deep meditation, sending his awareness out and away. Liao Sifu told him that it would be okay to proceed. The time was ripe, and humanity was ready. He also warned John that we would bear the karma of the effort. If we could reach humanity about the factual benefits of meditation, Qigong and Neikung, then the blessings would be great indeed. If it backfired, and we created a Frankenstein monster, then the karma would be very bad. When initially taking up the task of producing a book for my teacher, I had quickly seen the need for a noted scientific authority to lend credibility to what I was writing. I was also acutely aware of the limitations imposed by John's oath to his own master. A public demo under clinical conditions was not permitted. The plan I came up with to overcome this obstacle was simple. John was allowed to treat anyone with a real illness, and the phenomenon of electrogenesis he used during these acupuncture treatments was enough of a demonstration for any clinical physicist. My strategy was to find a distinguished authority who was ill, set up a therapy session with John, and hopefully induce this man or woman to support us. John could then do a full demonstration on film, in front of those students of his who were also degreed scientists. There were quite a few of us. It would be enough with the right person in our corner. I spent long hours feeling people out, setting up contacts with eminent researchers. In 2 such cases, John got cold feet at the last possible instant, and I was left with making the necessary phone calls to the men, who were probably convinced at the moment that Dynamo Jack was a fraud. After many frustrating months, I returned to Indonesia in November 1997 and met with Andreas and Hindoko. At that time, Cheng Sifu reaffirmed to us that a public demonstration was out of the question. While he had received permission from his teacher to do a book and film, he was still bound by his promise to Liao Sifu. In the roundtable discussions that followed, Andreas had the idea of bringing Lawrence Blair into the project. As a filmmaker who had already witnessed what our master could do, and because Ring of Fire had been our introduction to John in the first place, it was a good idea. The next morning I boarded a plane for Bali and began looking for Blair. Now, Lawrence Blair and John had not spoken for 10 years. The latter was angry with the former, for he believed that Dr. Blair had tricked him. According to John, the original footage of Ring of Fire had been filmed for the purpose of scientific documentation of his abilities, not for commercial use. Lawrence was terrified of John and stayed away from him for 10 years when he heard that my teacher was upset. I met with Dr. Blair that evening in his house in Ubud. According to him, a misunderstanding was at the core of the matter. Blair had used the Malay word documentaire while speaking with John. Cheng Sifu had construed the word to mean documentation, while at the same time Blair believed he had carte blanche to use the footage. I brought the 2 men together that week with the intent of having Lawrence do a second documentary employing the existing footage he had from Ring of Fire. Apparently that meeting went very well because John reached an unexpected decision. Dr. Blair was given permission to shoot a new documentary on John with Hankey's assistance. I breathed a sigh of relief, free to continue with my own project. I had an agenda to keep. I wanted to reach out to those like myself, people with the Western technical degrees, who were also experienced martial artists, people who could and would combine John's Ne Kung training with an orthological approach and Western science. It had taken humanity a long, long time to evolve such stock, men and women who were neither East nor West, but a little of both. It was time to cash in on the investment. Perhaps those whom George Lucas had named the Jedi would come in the flesh. But it would be no easy task, for the rules could not be broken. I knew firsthand what happened when someone broke an oath around John. Let me share one such incident with the reader. A change in the weather. I was driving back down to Athens from my village in northern Greece when a rainstorm hit. With me in my VW Golf was Spiro, a 28-year-old pilot who was both a friend and my student in the martial arts. It was springtime, flowers were everywhere, and Easter had come and gone. The sun was shining and there was not a cloud in the sky. Quite suddenly, and in view of the fact that Spiro's father had just lost a kidney to infection, the topic of our conversation turned to death and potential of afterlife. I had known John for about a year at the time, and was bursting to tell someone, anyone, what I had witnessed. I was, however, under strict orders not to discuss what I had seen, and promised John as much. Seizing the moment, I told Spiro what I had learned in Indonesia, how there was no longer any doubt in my mind that there was life after death. I described the white wave and the black wave that John had taught me. Suddenly a mass of water struck the windshield. I could not see and turned the wipers on. We were passing freshly turned fields. We must have passed through a sprinkler, I said to Spiro. Strange that I hadn't seen it. Half a minute or so went by as I drove. Water kept pouring down on the windshield with unbridled ferocity. I clicked the wipers to their highest speed.
No, it's a rainstorm, Spiro said.
He was puzzled. As a professional pilot, he knew about weather, and there had been no indications we would be having a shower, let alone of such intensity. The rain continued to pummel us with vigor, so much that I could hardly see. We rode on in silence. After about a mile, I noticed something strange. The cars that were coming toward me in the opposite lane didn't have their wipers on. I looked down at the ground as we passed. It appeared to be dry. What kind of fucking rainstorm is this? I said out loud. At the same time, I heard a small and frightened whimper from the passenger seat. Did you do something you weren't supposed to when you told me about all this? I looked over at him. He was white with fear and amazement. I don't know, I said. The situation was surreal, like a cartoon brought to life, and I was beginning to enjoy myself. I actually grinned, then looked up to the heavens. I'm sorry, Sifu, I said. It won't happen again. Spattering us with the rattle of a few raindrops, the rain suddenly stopped. I pulled over to the curb and we got out quickly. My VW was soaked. It had the look of a car that had been left in tropical thunderstorms for a week. Other cars, completely dry, kept passing us left and right as we stood on the side of the road. The sun was shining as before. There was not a cloud in the sky.
Spiro caught my eye. Okay, he said. Either it didn't happen and I walk away from you, or it did happen and I have to start training. He paused for a second and smiled. When can you show me level 1?
I called John as soon as I got back home, describing the incident. He let me have it, holding nothing back. It was from my master, he said. Next time when you make a promise, you keep it no matter what. Since that day, I have kept every promise I have made. I fear my own pride and greed, you see, and try to be aware of them as much as possible. In writing this book, for example, in presenting John to the West, I am walking on a tightrope. I too will have to pay the karma of my actions and intentions, good or bad. I dread the latter. My heart is far from pure, and my hands not as clean as I would like them to be.
Reinventing the wheel. As I've stated repeatedly, the point is not to subjugate Eastern science to Western, but rather to create a new science that is neither East nor West.
Scientific theory is always, to paraphrase Dr. Fritjof Capra, at best an approximation, someone's attempt to model or document the underlying nature and processes of physical reality. For example, classical Newtonian theory was quite adequate for illustrating the behavior of large, slow-moving masses, but had problems characterizing electromagnetic fields and even more problems on the atomic scale. The trials and tribulations of the world's thinkers can be amusing to follow, if you're the type of individual who likes watching intelligent people running headfirst into brick walls. 200 years ago, for example, people believed in something called phlogiston, an imaginary substance thought to exist only because humankind did not properly understand combustion. The failure to come up with an adequate model for combustion was an insurmountable obstacle against real progress in chemical theory. Never willing to say, I don't know, scientists of the day announced the existence of the imponderable phlogiston, a substance containing all materials capable of sustaining oxidation. There is, of course, no such thing. I could not, as a scientist, discount what I had seen with my own eyes, and unless John was the greatest magician in the world, or a genetic mutant, there was no way he could be tricking so many people. You can completely discount the metaphysical aspects of this text as John's own impressions or delusions, but there was no discounting the energies that I and thousands of people had witnessed and experienced. In addition, the assumption that John's powers are the result of genetic mutation is not valid, because all his students encountered the energies he described within our own bodies during our training. In a sparring session, for instance, I accidentally nearly killed one of my own students, who had surprised me with a quick punch. In reaction, I hit him in the chest with my right palm, while blocking with my left. The man, a strapping, powerful Greek villager, immediately suffered a mild heart attack and collapsed. There was no rational explanation for such a reaction, nor could any clarification of his condition be found in a hospital. He was, and thankfully is, exceptionally healthy. The cornerstone of our body of knowledge is the science of physics. Most people today take quantum physics for granted, or look at that science with distrust. Indeed, its immediate practical application, nuclear power, will plague us until we come to understand the physics of fusion. In 1905, when Albert Einstein, then a clerk in the Swiss Patent Office, published his now classic papers on relativity and what was to become quantum mechanics, the response from the established community of Newtonian physics was quite vicious. Despite the outcry, within 2 decades, a team of dedicated, brilliant men working across international borders had irrefutably set the foundations of quantum theory. The point is that man's perception of the universe changed radically and suddenly, destroying the established conceptions of the scientific community in a short and bewildering 20 years. While it is more comforting to think that scientific theory is constant and on top of things, thus reducing the insecurity in our own lives, the truth is that scientific theory is ever-changing in its attempts to describe reality. And I use the term ever-changing rather than evolving purposely, because in many cases the departure from established patterns of thought has been quite revolutionary. Imagine the shock to the established scientific community when the reality of an atom came to be understood. Until then, people had supposed atoms to be incredibly hard, indivisible particles of solid mass. Quantum mechanics and the discovery of the X-ray showed them to be mostly space, existing only in relation to each other, and definable only by the laws of probability.
Relativity theory and quantum mechanics are, of necessity, holistic and ecological. However, as far as humanity's social evolution goes, their discovery is fairly recent, and there has not yet been enough time for them to have a benevolent effect. Indeed, their initial derivative, nuclear power, has to date been negative. It is certain that we will see their positive side in the next 50 years. For the moment, it is reassuring to know that the creators of quantum theory themselves quickly appreciated how closely their new physics followed the model of Eastern mysticism. Many of them began studying the wisdom of the East in order to better understand their own brainchild. Niels Bohr visited China in 1937. When he was knighted 10 years later by the King of Denmark, he chose the Tai Chi, yin-yang, symbol as his coat of arms to acknowledge the harmony between ancient Eastern and modern Western sciences. Let us assume for a second that both John's abilities and his theories prove true. I would like to touch upon what such information could offer humanity. For a more detailed approach, turn to Appendix 2. In the 3rd century BC, Chinese sages described the process by which things were created from the source and would return to it. To symbolize the state before time and space began, those who would come to be called Taoists came up with the concept of Wu Qi. Literally, there is no extremity. Symbolized by a circle, Wu Qi is the condition of stillness, in which all things are undifferentiated from the ultimate.
From this state, a point of movement, or pure yang, shines out. There is an interaction between yin and yang, leading to the state of Tai Chi, the supreme extremity. Here, yin and yang are embraced, distinct yet together, counteracting each other's forces. If John's theories and the model in Figure 2 are accurate, then our own archetype of the universe is missing a key ingredient. The fact that the substance existing before the Big Bang is in constant interplay with the fabric of our present physical universe. Stillness, yin, and motion, yang, forever balanced as one. It is safe to say that such a postulate would account for the many discrepancies in physical theory that the scientists around the world have observed and reported. The yin is not precisely the ether sought by Hendrik Lorentz and Jules Henry Poincare, but it does offer many exciting possibilities. John disclosed the following key statement to me on occasion. Everything on the earth is yang, but the earth itself is yin. This implies that yin energy is associated with gravitational wells such as planets and singularities, and that the balance described by Tai Chi symbol exists in the universe as follows. And then there's a picture of star solar energy greater yang, with a curved line heading to a dot called gravity well lesser yin, with two other curved lines going in. And then to the left of the circle, but underneath the sun, is a circle with alternating black and white patterns, and even mirrored in the opposite. This simple diagram suggests incredible things. First of all, I am fairly simple that the Yang Qi is a solar phenomenon. John had said, the Yang Qi is in the air, nature creates it. I have seen it to be blue in color, as I noted earlier. As an Akung trainee, I can feel Yang Qi constantly stored within my dantian. It is hot. It is just as the classical Chinese texts describe it to be. Both these observations mesh perfectly with Wilhelm Reich's work on the Oregon. It seems as well that the concentration of Yang Qi increases with increasing elevation in other works. Yang Qi tends to break away from gravity, which is why yogis flock to the mountains. I can feel Yang Qi wanting to go up within my own body, if that is any indication. The existence of Yang Qi clearly shows how insane we are as a species. Considering that our current lifestyle is bent on destroying the environment, and assuming that nature circulates and propagates essential life energy, then by eliminating nature we are killing ourselves. The great surprise, however, in John's model of the universe is yin energy, because it simply behaves unlike any other recorded physical phenomenon. Nothing accounts for it. Not telekinesis, not mind control. John passed it into my body on several occasions, and the sensation was unlike anything else I have encountered.
It was a cold rush, a winter breeze, the vacuum of outer space. Classical Chinese theory called the yin qi kan, water, in an attempt to describe its texture. Likewise, it had called the yang qi li, fire.
Both names are apropos. The law of conservation of energy is a foundational pillar of physics. During the incidents at the prawn farm, when John passed the yin qi into our bodies and we caught the bullets from the air rifle, there had been no deformation of the lead pellet, nor any radiation of heat. This suggested that the bullet's energy was not conserved, but rather somehow ceased to exist. Under current physical law, this is not possible. The prospect that such a continuum exists in our world, passive but ever present, is maddeningly exciting. The yin is the primal chaos that existed before matter and space-time had come. Such order as we have in our world comes from the interaction defined by the Tai Chi symbol. Yin fought against yang, but the balance of their forces created life. I reckon that understanding the nature of yin and yang qi would give humanity anti-gravity, faster than light speed, and almost certainly clues to the riddle of time. I had valid reasons for these assumptions. Levitation. We were in Barcelona. John was touring Europe in the company of the Indonesian Minister of the Interior. He had confided in me jokingly that the man felt safer when he was around. John came into my hotel room munching on Indonesian peanuts and slumped into a lounge chair. For a few moments, we made small talk. Then quite suddenly the topic turned to the subject of qi in relation to biophysical sciences. You cannot study qi under a microscope, John said. Qi is the study of our existence, not simple matter. For example, if you have qi, you can bypass what we define as natural law. You can walk through walls. You can rise from the ground. You can do many things. You mean levitation, I said? So the stories of yogis levitating off the ground in meditation are true? Can you do that? Of course, he replied. It took me only a few months to learn that trick, but it's no big deal. You just rise up about a yard off the ground and sit there. You cannot move in any direction. Just back down. Yes, but... No buts, he interrupted. Anyone with qi can learn how to do it. It's nothing. He thought that statement over for a second, then added, But first you must have qi. Can you show me this, Sifu? John looked at me with disappointment. Sure, he said, and sat down on the floor, crossing his legs in a full lotus. He became still. It appeared that his breathing stopped. He was a statue of an Eastern mystic for a time. Smoothly and suddenly, almost matter-of-factly, he rose from the floor at least 8 inches and remained there. My breath caught in my throat. After a minute or two, John came back down. "The carpet is synthetic," he said, standing up. "Otherwise I would have risen much more." I thanked him repeatedly. He seemed surprised that I was so impressed. For him it had been no great feat. Parlor trick, functionally useless except as a demonstration of the inherent capabilities of man. "We're going out to dinner," he said, at the door. "Coming with us?" "Chinese food again?" I asked. "Yes, there's a good Chinese restaurant down the street." The little hairs on the back of my neck stood up. "Sifu," I asked, "may I ask you something? You have been to Holland, Germany, Austria, Switzerland, Italy, Nice, and now Spain, right?" He nodded. "All this time, have you only eaten Chinese food?" "Of course not," he replied indignantly. "Sometimes we eat Thai food as well." For an immediate outlook as to how modern mathematics can be applied to John's theories, look at the work of Dr. Ilya Prigogine. In 1997, he received the Nobel Prize for showing that complex chemical systems tend to organize themselves into structured relationships of their own accord. In other words, that self-organization is a fundamental characteristic of the universe. These chemical systems behave in such a manner as to almost be alive, except for the fact that they do not generate or reproduce cells. Such self-organized systems seem to be the halfway point between what can be considered alive and what cannot. Indeed, in recent decades our established conceptions of what life really is have received severe blows. Viruses, for example, cannot really be considered alive as we define the term today, because outside of a living cell, they have no real state of being. It is only when they have infected a host and penetrated the cell that they form a system in conjunction with the cell. This system does function in a self-organized way. Contrary to most other examples of the biological cycle, however, the virus cell system's purpose is not the survival of the system, but simply the generation of hundreds of new viruses at the expense of the original cell. Perhaps such behavior can be explained by the simple interplay of yin and yang forces. Viruses aside, I am convinced that the complexity and chaos theory hold the mathematical formula for modeling the interaction of yin and yang. As such, I sincerely hope that this text will provide the necessary impetus for such a model to be formulated. I cannot stress enough that yin and yang image made popular by modern culture has been misrepresented. Yin and yang are, as I have said repeatedly, opposing forces. Yet life itself is a combination of yin and yang energies, running parallel. As such, the archaic Tai Chi symbol, see figure 4b, describes the balance far better than the modern symbol used today, figure 4a. The configuration suggested by figure 4a is a description of yin and yang, in flow and by nature constant. Figure 4, yin and yang balance. The figure shown in A is under tension and relates to levels 4 and 5 Neikung training and requires heightened states of energy. This symbol is erroneously used in popular works to describe the natural state. Figure A is like the yin and yang symbol that we're used to without the dots, and figure B is, it looks like a bullseye, but you would have it split in half, and where there's a black circle on the outside, there's a white circle on the outside on the other half, and then same goes, there's 4 layers, and the same goes for the center circle, which is half black, half white. It could be said that the archaic model better depicts yin and yang in their most productive balance, at that moment when the two energies combine to create life. Whereas the modern symbol better describes the process of change over time. One example would be that of a star in the red giant phase, greater yang, transforming into a black hole of lesser yin. More on this in Appendix 2. In the human body, the modern Tai Chi symbol is strictly alchemical and requires heightened states of energy to exist, though once achieved it is permanent. I will close this chapter with one final bombshell. Consider the yin as the primal quality before space-time, the agnostic complement of our own yang nature. John himself senses yin energy by its interaction with yang. He feels an electrical current when the two energies are brought together, as do we all. Since the yang qi is both a prerequisite to and result of life, and assuming that it is, as I believe, a solar energy, then its presence implies that there was an intent behind the creation of matter. We can see testimony of our continuous growth from yin and toward the yang in evolutionary record of life. While our universe is a balance of yang and yin forces, some things are more one than the other. Water is considered a yin element. Life began in the oceans, in the form of fluid, one-celled creatures, evolved into plants, into fish, and finally stepped away from the yin to the solid shore in shape of amphibians. Our evolutionary process continued on land. We are still growing more and more into the yang with each epoch. It seems likely that the ancient Chinese understood the evolutionary process between 1000 BC and 300 AD, when the yin-yang theory was fully developed. Moreover, as stated by the Tao Te Ching and confirmed by John, in order for life to exist, living beings, plants, animals, bacteria, must have both yin and yang qi running parallel to each other. A wooden table is simply yang and lifeless, while a tree has both yin and yang and is alive. What I am saying in summary is that the reality of yin and yang energies lends credence to our hopes that there is a creator God, and to the idea that the universe was actualized with the intent of producing life itself. And this, in our day and age of rigid logic, is perhaps the most shocking realization of all. Thank you for listening. I, at this moment, will skip the epilogue and appendix and leave that up to you.